For 10,000 years, the Space Wolves have loyally served the Emperor of mankind. They are a noble chapter of Space Marines, their coordinated savagery unequaled. Their warrior packs are hunters and slayers of heretics, mutants, xenos, and demons. There is no leashing them. The tendrils of the ice kraken cannot bind them. They are the wind that howls through the trembling forest. They are the ship that splits the storm. Theirs is the joy of warriors born. Theirs is the barking laughter in the face of monstrous evil, the spittle in its eye. Theirs is the grin that widens in the fangs that gleam. Theirs are the growls on the edge of hearing, the fur-draped shapes in the blizzard. It is their roars that dog frenzied flight, their runic blades that cleave, and their claws that rend. Do you sense the hairs on your neck standing and the chill of ice spearing your heart? Do you see pitiless yellow eyes calculating your every weakness? You are being hunted. Are you afraid? They are the Emperor's executioners. You should be. Sons of Russ. Savage warriors and instinctive hunters from the frozen death world of Fenris. The Space Wolves are an indomitable and fiercely independent chapter of the Emperor's Space Marines. Wearing tribal furs and talismans, these demigods of war hound their foes, howling their battle cries before fearlessly charging the most monstrous enemies with bestial aggression. Upon icy Fenris, around roaring fires on cloudless nights, fueled by salted meat and fiery ale, tales are told, keeping alive the oral traditions of their nomadic peoples. Storytellers speak to their rapt audience. Fur-clad hunters, leather-skinned sailors, battle-scarred survivors all of the Sky Warriors. Denizens of lofty Azaheim, the Sky Warriors are no mere mortal men. Each is as large as an ice troll, the Skalds swear. They tell how the Sky Warriors' skin is rune-scribed iron, and their voices are thunder. The furred mantles they wear are the skins of beasts larger than anything hunted by man. Hung with fang and charms, they walk beams of starlight, or are else borne into the black sea of night on spears of worm fire. There, among the stars, say native Fenrisians, the Sky Warriors fight and hunt and feast eternally. These legendary figures are the Adeptus Astartes of Fenris, the Space Wolves. For millennia, the wolves of Fenris have fought fiercely in defense of the Imperium. The chapter has hunted horrific xenos from the depths of wilderness space, torn down tyrants enslaving whole systems, and still fight the endless war against the insidious threat of chaos. Though clad in recognizable power armor and wielding the prized bolt weapons of all Space Marines, they are also steadfastly independent and dismissive of outside authority. The only masters the Space Wolves recognize are their long-departed Primarch and the Allfather, by which name they revere the Emperor. The Space Wolves were founded by the Emperor as the 6th Legion of his Space Marines. Legends tell they were as feared and lauded then as they are now. Ruthless executioners who never let doubt stay their hand. In those myth-shrouded times, the Space Wolves fought under their savage Primarch, Leman Russ, the Wolf King. From Russ, the Space Wolves inherited his genetic legacy, the keen senses of true predators, canine teeth that lengthen into fangs as the warrior ages, and the instinctive aggression of great hunters. It is an aggression each aspirant strives to overcome during the tests of initiation, for at its heart is the inner beast. Through the Battle Brother's life, a simmering rage lurks beneath the surface, ready at any moment to break its bonds. For most, this manifests as a berserk fury. Yet there are dark tales of bestial transformations. Some even claim elements of Russ's genetic legacy are cursed. Before the Imperium was even born, or so the elder sagas go, the nascent Primarch Leman Russ was cast onto the murderously inhospitable planet of Fenris. This planet remains the homeworld of the Space Wolves. Their mountainous fortress monastery, the Fang, rises inviolably above the polar fastness of Azaheim. Fenris's untamed wilderness are as much a part of the chapter as Russ's genetic legacy. It is a world of ice and fire. Mammoth, frigid seas encircle the world, forbidding and storm-racked. Scattered islands and innumerable ice flows lead a fragile existence. During Fenris's orbit, the world endures a cold voyage through the void while its oceans freeze. When Fenris eventually returns to closer proximity with its star, the Wolf's Eye, the sub-oceanic crust heaves in the season of fire. Seas boil, and new lands are violently born. Older islands shattering or sinking beneath the waves. Only the continent of Asaheim endures. Fenris is a death world, its every aspect inimical to human life. Horrors beyond count lurk beneath the seas, and monstrous predators stalk the lands. Yet mankind survives here in hardy and warlike nomadic tribes. Leman Russ was raised among these tribes, and the traditions of these people remain strongly reflected in the Space Wolves' hidebound culture. The chapter recruits from the strongest and most valorous Fenrisians. and the Space Wolves fight in the manner of those fearless people, as a battle-hungry brotherhood of heroes. Each voyage through the stars into the dark unknown, and each war against immense odds, is a glorious adventure to be seized and conquered. Every Space Wolf seeks to make a name for himself, to have his deeds immortalized in a saga, an oral account rhythmically intoned at great feasts and accorded to only the worthiest warriors. The Space Wolves' warrior bands gather around yet greater heroes, like the tribal kings of Fenris and their loyal bondsmen. As the Fenrisian chiefs are attended by mystics and medicine men, so the lords of the Space Wolves call upon the chapter's priesthoods. These exemplify the chapter's obdurate refusal to heed the dictates of the Codex Astartes. Each priesthood undertakes duties similar to some of the specialized officer castes of other chapters. The Iron Priests maintain and repair the chapter's vehicles, weapons, and war gear. The Psychic Rune Priests guard their battle brothers against sorcery, while Wolf Priests maintain the Space Wolves' culture and spirit, as well as its warriors' physical and genetic endurance. The Space Wolves chapter is divided into 12 great companies, and within each are a fluctuating number of squads called packs by the Sons of Rus. Rather than having sergeants, they are led by pack leaders or alphas. Commanding them in turn are the Wolf Lords, each a chief of their own company and answerable only to the master of the chapter, the Great Wolf. The packs progress through a series of stages, identified by the color of the markings they bear upon their armor. Many packs fight together for life and remain in their oath-sworn great company. The competitiveness of their warriors tempered over the years into iron-hard bonds of brotherhood. Newly inducted Space Wolves retain the exuberance and ferocity of the young fighters they were. Risk-takers and often ill-disciplined, they bear pack markings in yellow and red. Their Wolf Lord usually directs them to fight in aggressive packs as bikers, jump pack troops, and close-quarters combatants. When their pack has been blooded with numerous battles, the experienced and mature Space Wolves rededicate their markings in red and black. Such packs form the majority of most great companies' strength. Their Wolf Lord often deploys these dependable fighters in adaptable units, fluid in both attack and defense, as roving predators taking and holding key assets. When a pack has emerged victorious from countless campaigns, they will solemnly alter their pack markings to white and black of Asaheim's enduring peaks. Veterans of centuries with the utmost trust of their lord, these disciplined, wise, and dangerous warriors are often granted the most powerful and precise weapons. During any such stage, a space wolf may be taken from his original pack, his skills put to better use in the specialized packs of the Great Company. In pack markings of gray and black, silent and cunning prey stalkers prowl the wilds, hunting the foe far from boisterous company, while those of the Wolf Lord's closest companions bear yellow and black. These are his hand-picked wolf guard, the best of the Great Company, mentors and inspirational heroes all wish to emulate. Sagas of the Sky Warriors. There is no glory without danger. So do the Space Wolves approach the myriad terrors of the galaxy as opportunities for valor, as obstacles to overcome, and as tests for the daring. There is no foe they are unwilling to stare down. There is no fire-swept hell they are unwilling to dive into. If they fear anything, it is a warrior's life unlived and unknown. Pivotal to the culture of the Space Wolves is the saga. The oral traditions of Fenris's tribes are deeply entrenched. They are a warrior people, and each day may bring the rival's spear, the crushing wave, or the kraken's coils to end their life. The Fenrisians remind each other, and any spirits that may listen, of a lost warrior's deeds. Generation after generation, they speak of the foes a hero slew, of the risks taken, and of the voyages made. The saga is a hero's history, and thus their soul. In turn, such traditions have been embedded in the Space Wolves. Though they are as gods to the Fenrisians, the canvas of their lives immeasurably bigger, and the dangers they face incalculably greater, the importance of the saga remains. When a warrior of the Space Wolves falls in battle, if his deeds are mighty enough, his battle brothers gather. Alone or in groups come the members of his and other packs, some even from other great companies. They each give an account of the fallen to a skald, one of their number skilled in the highly respected art form of remembering and retelling such histories. When the Space Wolves feast, which is often and loudly, they do so in the firelit and trophy-hung halls of the chapter, whether upon Fenris or aboard their warships. At an unspoken sign, the wolves of Fenris cease their deafening songs and their bouts of strength, and tankards refill with throat-burning mead. Then do the skalds recite the sagas, new and old. They tell of unalloyed heroism, of failure turned victory, of giants bested and tricksters outwitted, and of traitors punished and monsters humbled. to roars of corpse-waking laughter, cheers for saga-worthy deeds, and the crackle of flame, to shouts and the slamming of fists on Fenrisian iron oak, they tell of glory. It is not only warriors who forge sagas. The greatest weapons and armor of the chapter have storied histories of their own, woven as they've slayed fell beasts or defended the sons of Ross. The Thunderhammer Vikeskel, now thought lost, was crafted by the Iron Priest Boder Silverscalp before he gifted it to the Wolf Lord Svergil Trollhow. When Trollhow was felled by an Eldari white construct, Vikeskel was taken up by one of his Wolfguard, with whom the weapon fought its way towards Svergil's slayer. When at last the warrior stood before his lord's murderer, he and Vikeskel claimed vengeance together. The repulsor, Jarvel, the Hammer of Asaheim, earned a heroic reputation among the Blackmanes for its relentless pursuits of the tainted creatures left on Fenris in the long aftermath of Magnus's siege. Space Wolves go to war with the deeds of the chapter's past heroes in their minds, even as they fight alongside their living battle brothers. To make war in such mighty company stirs the blood and fires the soul. Death holds no fear for the Space Wolves. If a pack's Wolf Lord commands them to fall upon an enemy position and alone hold it with their lives against endless assaults, the task is accepted not with grim fatalism, but eagerness. If it is the pack's destiny to end the threat of their lives, ensuring others' victory, if that is to be their end, then they will make it such an end that tales of their glory and honor will echo through eternity. Space Wolves take on cognomens of their own choosing or become known for some aspect of their appearance or character. This is often as a result of some death-defying deed they have survived or saga-worthy feat of arms. Thus did Ragnar take the name Blackmane when he slew one of those terrifying giants of wolf kind. So did pack leader Hrolf's skill with his plasma exterminators earn him the name Starspitter, keeping it long after he left his headstrong days behind. Space Wolves see power in names, reveling in what may have started as an insult or wager, and adding or changing them to reflect personal glory or to honor others. Space Wolves set great store by tradition and have rigid notions of honor and justice. It is common for them to swear great oaths when vengeance must be taken, when honor or duty must be satisfied, or a drunken wager fulfilled. Some oaths are sworn to one's battle brothers, to one's wolf lord, or to the Primarch, wherever he may be. The most binding of these are weapon oaths, unbreakable vows sworn on the lethal tools of a born warrior. Many oaths are simply declaimed loudly, that both friends and foes may hear. Still others are tattooed on the Space Marine's leathery skin, or inscribed in runic marks on their war gear. Though it may take many years to fulfill, or even the centuries-long lifetime of a Space Marine, no space wolf would ever abandon an oath, for to do so would bring great shame. Deeds of myth. The epic history of the space wolves stretches deep into the barely understood ages of the Imperium's past. Details may be indistinct and whole epochs unaccounted for. Yet none deny the chapter's position at the forefront of humanity's defense for 10,000 years. If tales of these times are incredible, it is because the space wolves are heroes like no other. In the era Indomitus, the space wolves stand as one of the greatest among more than 1,000 chapters of Space Marines. 10 millennia ago, they were the 6th of the 20 legions, forged by the Emperor himself for his great crusade. It is hinted that the 6th Legion were often wielded by the Emperor as hunter-killers, tireless pursuers, and bloody-mauled weapons of vengeance. Some obscure work suggests a veil of secrecy was laid over many of their early campaigns, that they were monsters set loose only when needed against enemies whose execution had to be swift and complete. The Space Wolves care about such whispers now as they may have all those years ago. Not at all. Then, as now, the Imperium needed such uncompromising warriors, combatants whose purity of purpose enabled them to do what had to be done. Crumbling electro-parchments tell how upon the tempest-flayed death world of Fenris, the Emperor discovered the fierce Leman Russ and united the Primarch with his Gene sons. Some of the elder sagas hinted how the Space Wolves Legion fought through the Great Crusade. Fear spread before them as they prowled the galaxy, a hurricane of war that swept all before them. Under the Wolf King, so the tales go, the Legion was just as independent and headstrong as they are in the 41st millennium. Their aggression and forthright nature often saw them at odds with their fellow Legion Astartes. Such matters even led to confrontation, such as the first eruption of the eon-long feud with the Dark Angels that saw some sources place the planet on Dulon. Yet, such conflict would pale into insignificance before the horrors of what later chroniclers would call the Horus Heresy. The heresy and its aftermath consumed the galaxy. Billions were massacred and entire worlds destroyed. It is no wonder that, in the very few records surviving from this time, myth, lies, apocrypha, and contradiction make it impossible to know anything for certain. Within the Space Wolves' own traditions is a tale said to originate from the earliest days of the heresy. With near their full strength, the Space Wolves attacked and devastated the Thousand Sons Legion of Magnus the Red and razed their homeworld of Prospero. Declaimed by the All-Father himself as sorcerers and heretics, or so this sliver of Russ's saga goes, the Thousand Sons' protestations of innocence were revealed as lies when they viciously fought back with all their hellish, warp-spawned powers. The saga shard peters out with a titanic duel of gods. Ruddy, hell-haloed Magnus and the flint-eyed Tempest that was Russ. Eventually, the storm shattered the sorcerer. The Thousand Sons and their master were broken on Prospero, and were said to have fled through a sorceress portal while their world burned. Behind them, so it goes, followed the Space Wolves' 13th Great Company, the Wolfenkind. It would not be the last that the Space Wolves or the Imperium would see of Magnus and his sons, nor of innumerable other horrors. Since the Great Rift has spread its jaws wide, the churning morass of warp storms, terror, insanity, and bloodshed have tested all the sons of Russ as never before. The Great Companies. Like the tumultuous Fenrisian Isles, the Great Companies of the Space Wolves are not permanently fixed. Where one Wolf Lord falls, another must rise to lead his battle brothers. Taking a figure from Fenrisian myth to be his sigil. Though varied, every Wolf Lord and Great Company strives to embody the virtues of strength, courage, and honor that defined their Primarch. Each Great Company is near autonomous. They do not conform to the structures laid out in the Codex Astartes, and charges have often been levied from a safe distance that the Space Wolves maintain far more warriors than its dictates allow. Each is commanded by a Wolf Lord, equivalent to the captains of other chapters. He rules a brotherhood of eager warriors fueled by battle lust, and his resources give him the capacity to hunt down and kill any prey. In the Wolf Lord's lair within the Fang are stores of powerful war gear and master-crafted weapons. He commands a fleet of warships to sail the Sea of Stars, as well as powerful war engines such as battle tanks, anti-grav vehicles, and bulky war suits, some of which are centuries or even millennia old. Their machine spirits as aggressive and savage as ever. Upon the enormous stone tablets of the Grand Onulus within the hall of the Great Wolf on Fenris, each company is represented by the sigil of their wolf lord. The Space Wolves have used many dozens of sigils throughout their history. Some descended from ancient Fenrisian myths, but many developed solely in the Space Wolves' own mystic traditions. Some, like the Spirit Wolf, have not been selected in millennia. The symbolism of each is not only fixed in myth, but absorbs the deeds and characters of each great company, consuming their sagas. Thus do some sigils recur in cycles of prominence, while others, with connections to fallen heroes or to bad omens, remain thought of as cursed. Such is the case with the Hunger Skull, tied forever to the traitor Jorgen Vor. Bran Redmaw's personal icon is the Bloodied Hunter, and his company's savagery is legend. Some say the curse of the Wolfen runs deep within the ranks of the Bloodmaws. Bran has been seen to attack with a howling pack of Wolfen, and sometimes even succumbs to the Canis Helix himself in battle. Yet his warriors are also cunning. The Wolf Lord's numerous grey hunters often lie in wait to the foe's rear after the fury of Bran's frontal attack forces their enemies to retreat. Ingir Krakendoom's sigil is that of the Sea Wolf. Often chosen from the kraken-hunting islanders of the south, many of his men are dark of skin and temperament. They go to war embarked upon armored transports and airborne assault craft adorned with shields. Their swift claws and outriders harry the foe upon the flanks, ensuring the packs reach the enemy in an unstoppable tide. The Sons of Morkai, named after the wolf god long before taking on the sigil of the two-headed beast, Eric Morkai has always been grim and stern of aspect. His company has a great many wolf scout packs, fellow hard-eyed warriors who appreciate their master's taciturn demeanor. Eric's terrifyingly effective methods involve solving problems with swift and bloody acts of violence. It is rumored that the growing cult of the Hounds of Morkai look to Eric as a silent alpha. The Wolf of the Red Moon is a skeletal beast that prowls the seven hells in Fenrisian myth, devouring the unworthy and yet never growing fat. The Wolf Lord who bears this symbol, Gunnar Red Moon, is a roaring bear of a man and as boastful as a bard. He favors fang packs such as aggressors and Centurion devastators. Like him, they are possessed of a strong appetite for heavy firepower and even heavier feasting. The champions of Fenris are the great company of Logan Grimnar and are fanatically loyal to its charismatic and cunning leader. Each warrior is extremely proud of his link to the Supreme Lord of the chapter and constantly vies with his peers for the Great Wolf's favor. Ogun Grimnar firmly believes that a battle can be carried by a few heroes in the right place at the right time, and as such makes effective use of the many wolf guard in his great company. The Wolf Lord Harold Deathwolf of the Deathwolves takes the symbol of the ravening jaw, icon of the wolf time, when Mordecai will eat the sun and eternal night will shroud the stars. Harold himself rides to war upon Icetooth, a great gray thunderwolf. He is the chapter's foremost hunter, for his senses are so sharp he can smell fear. Harold's great company includes a host of lupine beasts, be they flesh and blood or cybernetic constructs. Bjorn Stormwolf of the Stormwolves is a ruddy mountain of muscle and bellowed impatience. He has taken Drekken the Thunderwolf as his symbol, for he too is a creature of ferocity over stealth. When the Stormwolves go to war, they utilize many heavy weapons, bikes, vindicators, and jump packs, for they rejoice in the din of battle more than any other company. Vorek Gnarlfist of the Iron Wolves has cemented his relatively recent position among the Wolf Lords. Having learned his craft under Lord Aegle, whose Iron Wolf sigil he kept as a mark of respect, his great company's armored assaults are greatly feared. Squadrons of repulsor executioners hunt monstrous enemies, while Vorek's packs of wolf scouts outflank the foe in impulsor transports, before closing on them like inescapable iron jaws. Crom Dragongaze of the Drake Slayers has a presence of will so strong that his fiercely loyal wolf guard say only the mythical Sun Wolf has a hope of staring him down. Crom loves taking part in all kinds of contests, from the trial of the Bladed Eye to the rivalries he fosters within his great company and without. Perhaps the most talented Wolf Lord of all, the Blackmane's Ragnar Blackmane, is a force of sheer ferocity and the stuff of legend. Though he is comparatively young, he is without a doubt a warrior born. Ragnar frequently has the honor of planning and leading the Space Wolves' planetary invasions, seeding a world with ravening packs of reavers before launching one of his famed lightning-fast drop assaults. Sven Bloodhowl, Lord of the Fire Howlers, has been missing since he assaulted the Will of Eternity, one of Abaddon's Blackstone fortresses. While some believe his saga to be ended, his Wolfguard rule in his name until his fate is determined. The Fire Howlers tattoo themselves with Bloodhowl's volcanic icon, the Fire Breather, alongside runes depicting their own sagas. In Fenrisian myth, the fire wolf burns without being consumed. Some whisper Jarl Grimblood bears a gift, that he can see visions in the fires of war. The Wolf Lord of the Grimbloods and his packs have not been seen on Fenris in a long time, as they burn a trail of destruction through endless warbands of equally savage orcs. The blank name stone, representing the 13th Company, set into the Grand Annulus, was once that of Yoren Bloodhow's Great Company, known as the Wolfenkind. They who hounded the 1,000 Sons into the warp during the Horus Heresy. Though some Wolfen appear to have returned, this stone continues to represent all of the great companies across history that have fallen or were lost in battle. Curse of the Wolfen. The ferocity and savagery of the Space Wolves is well attested by other Imperial forces who have had the terrifying honor of fighting alongside them. Some Imperial commanders attribute what they see as the Space Wolves' feral barbarism to their origins among Fenris's warring tribes. In reality, the chapter's bestial nature goes far deeper, into the core of their being. All scions of Leman Russ bear genetic traits they inherit from their progenitor Primarch. Like that of all Adeptus Astartes, the gene seed of the Space Wolves works changes on the body and the mind, interacting with the specialized organs implanted into every warrior. Some of these alterations and synergies may once have been understood by the great mystic geneticists of Mars, Terra, and Luna, yet most were only ever fully grasped by the Emperor himself. Space Wolves have heightened instincts, preternatural senses, and a raw aggression that makes them consummate hunters and devastating shock troops. Yet, these traits are merely the outer pelt of a ferocious nature that is usually suppressed. Of an inner beast, a base and incoherent rage, terrible hunger, and bloodthirsty fury. The Space Wolves know this intangible shadow as the Wolfen, and it resides in each of them without exception. Aspirants of the Space Wolves chapter undergo many arduous and deadly trials before they are bloodily transformed with strange tools and arcane science into Space Marines. They are tested by the priesthoods for their suitability in mind, body, and spirit. Many aspirants fail in these tests. Of these failures, the lucky pass swiftly into the realm of Morkai, the two-headed wolf god of Fenrisian myth, who guards the gates of death. Some few continue to serve as serfs, forever shamed by defeat, or as unthinking, half-human servitors. Many of these tests differ depending on the aspirant and even the traditions of individual great companies. Yet the final one is always the same: the test of Morkai. The warrior is taken far into the barren wastes beyond the fortress of the Fang. He drinks from the cup of Wolfen, and his body absorbs the first and most deadly component of the Space Wolves' gene seed, the Canis Helix. No distinction is made between those who go on to be implanted with the organs of Primaris Space Marines and those matured more traditionally. No aspirants are exempted from the test of Morkai. The Canis Helix is necessary. Without this essential part of Leman Russ's heritage, the other gene helices cannot be implanted. The frightening potency of the Canis Helix has accounted for the lives of many aspirants. The numbers will never be known, since the Sons of Russ rarely record failure. All those not killed by the draught from the cup of Wolfen undergo a monstrous transformation. The Helix works hideous changes on the warrior's mind and body. Bones split and buckle before fusing. Thick hair sprouts across his body, and he is overcome with a desire to hunt, kill, and glut himself on fresh meat. His body mass swells, and his teeth grow into sharp fangs. Whilst in the throes of excruciatingly painful change, the aspirant is cast into the wilderness alone and left to make his way back to the Fang. The warrior must overcome the hunger within him, lest it possess him entirely. If he does not, he will become one of the feral creatures known, like the shadow in his soul, as the Wolfen. If the aspirant finds his way back to the Fang, despite the ravaging changes and the many perils that lie before him, he is implanted with the remainder of the Space Wolf's gene seed, stabilizing the Canis Helix and completing his apotheosis. With time, however, it becomes clear that some of these warriors have not completely conquered the Canis Helix's original effects. In moments of great fury, at the zenith of their battle frenzy, some alter into that bestial state. This is the curse of the Wolfen, an ever-present threat that haunts the soul of every son of Russ. To become one of the Wolfen during the test of Morkai is to roam the wilderness forevermore as a creature of the darkest night, or be captured by their former brothers and held as a caged beast until the time is right for them to be set loose into battle. Those who succumb to the inner beast during battle may be able to reassert control once all before them lay dead. Once the pounding rush of blood becomes less deafening, and the scent of their prey's fear has died with them. Some cannot. They become locked in a cycle of berserk fury, forever fallen from grace as feared reminders of what may await any son of Russ. In battle, their savage howls speak to the muzzled fury within each of the Wolf King's line, inflaming the passions of even the most self-possessed. Among the Space Wolves, there are other Wolfen, their origins uncertain even to those gifted with wisdom. Singly or in packs, they have been discovered across the galaxy. bearing remnants of ancient war gear. Many are marked with the heraldry of the lost 13th Grade Company, though there are other sigils and runes that cannot be read among their panoply. Wary talks abounds of the wolfen kind and ancient prophecies, of tragic brothers and curses. Whether these are truly those same warriors who vanished so long ago, horribly changed, may never be known. Still recognizing their fellow warriors as battle brothers, the Space Wolves usher packs of wolfen aboard gunships and deploy them into the heart of the enemy. At other times, the wolfen lope across the field, their instinct leading them to the thickest fighting. They bear fragments of armor shaped to fit their altered anatomies, pack-marked with the white of fangs and the red of blood. With iron-hard talons, marrow-freezing claws, or weapons so huge that only they can wield them, wolfen tear apart any before them. Beneath the fang, in the frozen non-existence of stasis fields, the pilots of the chapter's dreadnoughts slumber between wars. Though little remains of their once heroic physiques, still these epic warriors bear the genetic legacy of Russ. In rare cases, the sleeping beast within their psyche awakes, and the curse of the wolfen ravages and distorts the warrior's mind. Wolfen dreadnoughts unleash rampant devastation. Their metallic snarls and howls blared through emitters as they charge toward any enemy, sweeping long claws or massive axes through anything that dare stands in their way. There is one among these behemoths whose violent storms of slaughter eclipses all others. Discovered by the Space Wolves on the hell world of Omnicide, the feral dreadnought known only as Murderfang is a single-minded berserker of metallic rage. Whatever noble son of Fenris once piloted this untamed force of destruction is long since lost, consumed entirely by the bestial thing at Murderfang's heart. Only by using Hellfrost technology to freeze its servos between battles can its wrath be stayed. Even to stand upon the same battlefield as the Thousand Suns is to risk not just your mortal form, but also your very sanity and soul. They are unmatched sorcerers, manipulating the perilous energies of the warp to reorder fate, mutate living flesh, and steal the will and wits of friend and foe alike. To do battle with this infernal legion is to face the Imperium unleashed. Their advance is heralded by magical firestorms and volley upon volley of warp-infused shells and bolts. As the battle lines close, shrieking herds of mutant Zangor, gibbering chaos spawn, flame-belching demon engines, and tank-sized bestial abominations surge forwards to hack and tear, throttle, immolate, and devour. Worse than the carnage the thousand suns wreak, however, worse even than their unholy twisting of reality itself, is the fear that however their enemies strive, those who battle them can never be sure of victory. Illusions and trickery are second nature to these diabolical champions of Tzeentch. Even those who believe the thousand suns bested may in truth be mere puppets, unknowingly serving the very foes they fight. Magnus the Red, the Crimson King of Sortiarius. The fate of the Thousand Suns is inextricably linked to their gene-sire, the demon Primarch Magnus the Red. In millennia lost to dust, he was a son of the Emperor himself, a beacon of wisdom and power, who served his master with the best of intentions. Now, Magnus is abhorrent, embittered, greater yet lesser than he was before, as is the legion he leads. Magnus the Red is a towering demonic demigod, whose might is augmented by the boundless gifts of Tzeentch. He is sorcery made flesh, a winged behemoth who commands the Imperium at will, whose mere presence breaks the fundamental bonds of reality and turns all to madness. Magnus's power is such that he can obliterate legions of foes with a word or a baleful glare. The warp-saturated blade he wields can take any form he wills, and with a single blow can sunder a fortress gate or mighty war engine. Magnus's rune-etched armor is proof against even the most powerful attacks, be they physical or spiritual, and his flesh is so drenched in warp energy that he can never be truly slain. The demon Primarch's very presence twists reality into myriad fractured reflections and shatters the sanity of even the staunchest foes. He is a locus of unbridled change, a nexus of plots uncounted, the greatest servant of Tzeentch, and a walking repository of forbidden and sanity-blasting secrets. Yet he was not always thus. What records endure regarding Magnus and his path to damnation are sealed in vaults deep beneath the Imperial Palace, or else kept by the Thousand Suns themselves. These latter cannot be trusted, for no written word remains long in the hands of Tzeentch's servants without turning to conflicting lies. Yet, Primarch Guilliman, if pressed, might recall a tall and powerful brother, red of skin and hair, quick to smile, and ever ready with learned counsel. He would recall, also, that Magnus's demeanor hid a troubled mind, for his legion, the Thousand Suns, were both gifted and cursed with a preponderance of psychic brethren, and so imperiled by this mutation and the suspicion of their brother legions. The Emperor, it is said, forbade Magnus and his sons to to employ their powers or to delve further into the sorcerer's abilities they courted. Magnus, certain in his righteous enlightenment, pressed ahead. In doing so, he damned himself, his gene sons, and their adopted homeworld of Prospero. The Scalds of the Space Wolves still tell how their legion, led by Primarch Leman Russ himself, was sent to bring Magnus to heel. No records remain in the 41st millennium of the terrible conflict that followed. Yet its conclusion is beyond doubt. Russ's legion burned Prospero, shattered its crystal pyramids of learning, and would have crushed the betrayed and bewildered Thousand Sons. Yet, in this moment of bleakest need, when his faith in his father the Emperor had at last been broken beyond all redemption, Magnus offered himself up to Tzeentch in exchange for his legion's salvation. So were the Thousand Sons and Magnus spirited away to Sortiarius, the planet of the sorcerers, located deep within the warp. A place of insanity and unbridled change, but also of incalculable power. This would become the home world of the Thousand Sons for millennia to come. Yet their trials were far from over. For just as Magnus's body and mind had been irrevocably altered by his pact with the Changer of the Ways, so too had those of his gene sons. Ahriman, architect of the rubric. Ahriman is the greatest sorcerer of the Thousand Sons, barring only his demonic gene-sire. All of his prodigious power he bends to a single cause, the salvation of his damned legion. It is an all too Tzeentchian irony that for all his sorcery, all his towering intellect, and thousands of years of seeking, Ahriman has thus far succeeded only in making matters worse. When the Thousand Sons first came to Sortiarius, they believed it to be a sanctuary. Immersed as they were amidst the tides of the Imperium and free to practice their spellcraft as they wished, they soon discovered that it was indeed a place of damnation. Already prone to catastrophic physical mutation, a bane that the Thousand Sons had fearfully named the flesh change, they now found this trait accelerating. Few could doubt that, if this curse did not abate, the Legion would soon be lost to madness and monstrosity. Yet Magnus, consumed by his own now limitless studies and brooding upon his need for vengeance, did nothing. Instead, it was Ozek Ahriman, the Legion's former chief librarian, who took it upon himself to save his brothers. The spell that Ahriman and his co-conspirators worked was called the Rubric, and it was the final blow that cast the Thousand Sons into eternal damnation. Admittedly, it did arrest the flesh change for all time, but its cost, cost,
'was monstrous indeed.
As punishment, Magnus cast out his once favored Gene-son, banishing him until he could complete the impossible task of comprehending the true nature of Tzeentch. Yet Ahriman was unrepentant. His efforts now became focused upon a single goal. He would restore his legion to their true former glory, not only undoing the terrible changes he had wrought upon them with his sorcery, but restoring them to a position of power, not known since before the Emperor sent his wolves to lay them low. Since that time, Ahriman has blazed a trail of ruin across the stars. He gathers all those to him that he can use, be they thrall bands of Rubricae, mutant Tzeentch worshippers, or even masterless renegades for Ahriman to expend in the name of final exoneration. Believing with absolute conviction that it is within his gift to unpick the puzzle of restoring his brothers, the arch-sorcerer balks at no deed, no matter how dark, cruel, or taboo, providing it will aid him in his ultimate goal. To his foes, Ahriman's acts of violence and desecration seem random to the point of insanity. In truth, his schemes are nearly as sprawling as those of his demon Primarch. In battle, Ahriman wields the Black Staff, an abomination of a force stave that manifests in the warp as a burning black absence. Ahriman fashioned the staff himself. At its tip is the Stone of Hidden Truths, recovered from the runes of Tizca. Crowning the weapon are the severed horns of the demon prince Vadhakar the Annihilator, while its haft is built around the charred fragments of Ahriman's own Hekwa staff that burned on Prospero during the Space Wolves' invasion. Its blade, meanwhile, is forged from the desecrated remains of an ancient Eldari Farseer's stave. Each new edition is rich in the powers of sorcery, heavy with fate, and capable of amplifying Ahriman's own sorcerous abilities still further. The Rubric of Ahriman. Though the 1,000 suns had long been plagued by the horrors of mutation, the Rubric of Ahriman was arguably the greatest single change inflicted upon them. For many of Magnus's Gene-sons, it was also the last. The spell's energies transformed the Traitor Legion from a brotherhood of warrior scholars into something altogether more grotesque and tragic. The power of the warp is ever in flux. When its influence is felt by the stuff of real space, it causes mutation and change. Unbound, unstable, this energy twists all it touches. Such changes take many forms, and can be beneficial for those who can harness them, at least while they remain under control. Many who embrace such empiric might are transformed over time so that they come to physically embody their own deepest obsessions, desires, or innermost secrets. Some believe the Thousand Sons were marked by Tzeentch long before their true damnation. Others whisper that it was the Legion's manifold pursuit of knowledge, their use of the euphemistically titled tutelary familiars, actually demonic entities, or some facet of the sorcerous energies they courted that led to their anarchic and widespread physical change. Whatever the truth, by the time they became the masters of the planet of sorcerers, even the Thousand Sons' own fluctuating records told a tale of mutation, degeneration, and madness. Once clean and powerful limbs became many-hued tentacles. Hands that had formerly scribed learned treatises now grew vicious talons or became snapping pincers. Thousand Sons battle brothers sprouted profusions of staring eyes, fire-hued wings with glass feathers, weird fanged maws that whispered sanity-eroding secrets, and countless other obscene mutations. Some changes were powerful boons that made their recipients better warriors or more talented sorcerers. Yet even these brought an erosion of sanity and self, while the more disfiguring curses reduced once proud soldier scholars to gibbering wrecks of heaving flesh and bone. Few doubt that Ahriman and his co-conspirators saved their legion from a final descent into unspeakable horror. Yet the fate to which they consigned their brothers was, in many ways, infinitely worse. Ahriman's cabal performed their spell without Magnus's approval. The Crimson King's own accounts tell how their efforts were hidden from him behind concealing glamours of incredible potency, and how the cabal operated with supernatural stealth and secrecy. Still, they might not have escaped Magnus's notice, but that his attention at this time was consumed by schemes for vengeance and the desire for fresh and unfettered learning. No reliable records remain of the part which the Thousand Sons played in the events of the apocalyptic Horus heresy. But perhaps those events, too, helped to obfuscate Ahriman's intentions until it was too late for Magnus to stop him. The ninefold tomes tell of the rubric of Ahriman. They describe how the spell was so unbelievably powerful that it sent a bow wave and a dolorous howl rolling through the Imperium into infinity. They describe a catastrophic superstorm of sorcery that engulfed Sortiarius, of an explosion of arresting and binding spellcraft so violent that it formed an impossible fixed point amidst the ever-changing madness of the warp. Writhing strands of fate were snatched into its grip like insects in amber and crushed into enforced stasis. Lightning strikes lashed down from Sortiarius' skies again and again, each strike blasting another of the 1,000 suns. At last, so the tomes say, Magnus ended the onslaught only by beseeching Tzeentch to intercede. By then, the damage was done. Every single 1,000 Suns warrior struck by the sorcerous bolts had been reduced to ensorcelled dust, sealed forever within their battle armor. Their souls, their minds, all had become mere geists, doomed to haunt their cursed war gear and lended a near mindless semblance of life. Never again would they be slaves to change. Instead, they became the golem-like servants of their former librarians, who alone had been unharmed by the rubric, and who had instead had their sorcerous abilities vastly enhanced. Thus was the 1,000 Suns Legion transmogrified, cursed to the form it still wears unto this day. It is said that Magnus would have slain Ahriman and his conspirators, but such was not the will of Tzeentch. Instead, having banished his former chief librarian and favored Geneson, the Crimson King set about salvaging what he could of his legion. By necessity were the 1,000 Suns now divided into two camps. The sorcerers retained their full sentience. Indeed, their minds and their cunning had been vastly enhanced by the rubric. Thus they became the Legion's commanders and Magnus's champions. The rest of the Legion, the rubricae, were now naught but dust and echoes, became the foot soldiers of the 1,000 Suns. They could still follow direct orders, responding only to those who could utter their true names and thus command them. They became the walking weapons of their sorceress masters, who in turn swore to work Magnus's will. Of course, more often than not, it was their own ambitions they served. Magnus could have been forgiven for fearing that his legion did not have long left to it. New Space Marines were created through the excision, culturing, and implantation of gene seed. This nigh supernatural substance creates the unique organs which transform a mortal human into a Space Marine. In the rubricae, all was now dust, while the gene seed extracted from dead sorcerers seemed only to take root within recruits possessed of prodigious psychic talents. Such a small recruitment pool could never keep pace with the attrition of constant war. Contradiction and fabrication hide the truth of how this quandary was solved. But somehow, the 1,000 souls learned of the rituals of rebinding. Should a slain rubricae's armor be pieced back together, and should the correct, highly perilous rites be performed, the fallen warrior's dust and ghost would manifest again. Their war gear would be restored, their power undimmed, the thousand sun would be risen again to the cursed unlife he had so long endured. Thus, so long as a single sorcerer remained to scavenge fallen rubricae from lost battlefields, and say the right words, the Thousand Suns Legion would know the same damned immortality as did its luckless foot soldiers. Legions of Sortiarius. Since the rubric, the Thousand Suns have become amongst the strangest and most eclectic of all the heretic Astartes forces. Their thrall bands comprise not only sorcerers and rubricae, but also all manner of infernal war engines, mutant slave soldiers, and unnatural entities. They fight to plunder knowledge, to twist fate, to exact vengeance for ancient wrongs, or sometimes for reasons so inexplicable and esoteric that they seem like madness. Yet there is always a plan in motion. The core of most Thousand Suns thrall bands remain the rubricae. For all their cursed nature, these chilling, silent warriors have many advantages in battle. For one thing, their obedience is absolute. Rubricae fight entirely without question, obeying he who invokes their true names, and knowing nothing of fear, hesitation, or even an instinct for self-preservation. Rubricae are tremendously resilient, not only psychologically, but also physically. Lacking any true corporeal form to be wounded, they can only be stopped by the ruinous dismemberment or wholesale destruction of the armor that houses their essence. Should this feat be achieved, the ensorcelled dust of the rubric marine is typically scattered and lost. Yet no matter how long that warrior may spend effectively dead, still they can be restored to their cursed unlife time and again. Horrific whispers persist that the rubric somehow afflicted even those thousand suns who inhabited the time stream before its casting. How such a sanity-bending thing could be, none can say. Yet more than one thrall band has descended to plunder ancient battlefields from the days of Imperial prehistory. Though they have lost any true sentience, war recalls to the rubricae the martial abilities they possessed in life. These remain undimmed, and are now augmented by an array of fearsome sorcerous armaments provided by their masters. Excellent shots all, the rubricae lay down unceasing hails of fire from ensorcelled bolt guns and screaming soul reaper cannons, or engulf their foes in conflagrations of mutagenic fire that burn away not only the foes' bodies, but also their souls. The rubricae remain just as skilled at close quarters, fighting in eerie silence, but with all the speed and poise of living, breathing Adeptus Astartes. Only when the fires of battle die and the foe are no more do they settle back into a state of mindless torpor until their masters call upon them to act again. Indeed, even this lifeless state can work to the Thousand Sons' advantage. More than once, inert rubricae have been disguised as statues amidst the confusion of urban war zones, striking suddenly and with complete surprise at a word from their masters. During the raid on Zvanorth Void Docks, 50 rubricae were concealed within the airless interior spaces of a wrecked Imperial bulk hauler. The rubricae drifted undetected through their enemies' patrol lines before reanimating and boarding the Imperial warship that came to investigate their seemingly abandoned transport. Some sorcerers have even been known to seal rubricae inside Xenos tombs and other repositories of esoteric knowledge, ordering them to stand eternal guard over their arcane caches, springing to life only should the incautious or acquisitive disturb them. The Rubric Marines and the elite Scarab Occult Terminators form a resilient and powerful core to any thrall band. They are, however, far from the only assets that the Lords of Sortiarius have at their disposal. Many sorcerers bulk out their thrall bands with numerous but eminently expendable hosts of slaves and servants. Beyond counting are the cults of Tzeentch-worshipping humans scattered throughout the Imperium. The desperate, the insane, the mutated, and the deviously ambitious, all offering worship to Tzeentch. The underbelly of the Imperium teems with petty magisters and their pitiful followers, all offering themselves, body and soul, to the changer of the ways, in hopes of seizing even an iota of power to change their powerless lives. Armed and hurled into battle, such chaos cults support Thousand Sons invasions with cunningly timed uprisings, or pack out the holds of thrallband warships, ready to be expended like living ammunition once battle is joined. Herds of Zangor, too, provides the sorcerers with flesh and blood soldiery. These mutants are creatures of Tzeentch through and through, blessed with the Change God's mark, and protected by sorcery and unnatural fate. Savage meldings of human, avian, and savage beasts, these creatures nonetheless wield ensorcelled weapons with remarkable skills. The shamans who lead them, meanwhile, possess sufficient cunning and innate magical power to act as lieutenants to the sorcerer lords of the Thousand Sons, or even to lead feral raiding bands in their own right. The Thousand Sons can also call upon war engines with rumbling engines and thundering guns. Many of the Legion's battle tanks still survive, though some have undergone mutations of their own, or else been taken as hosts for predatory demonic entities. More such manifestations of Tzeentch's will are bound into the brazen shells of the Legion's demon engines. These bestial machines are built by warpsmiths, skilled in the infernal arts, and whose services the Thousand Sons have either bartered for or secured by force, trickery, or hypnotic compulsion. Hunting packs of tanks, armored transports, and rapacious demon engines are often employed to provide thrall bands with overwhelming firepower and increased maneuverability. Equally, the Thousand Sons are not above stealing such assets from other renegade warbands, or even from securing alliances with such forces. These arrangements are always temporary and invariably end badly for the sorcerer's unfortunate allies. The ruling cabals. It is a strange contradiction that the chosen traitor legion of the Change God organizes itself with a rigid hierarchical system. Imposed by Magnus in the wake of the rubric, this structure has been maintained by all of his gene sons, at least in appearance, through the bloody millennia since. Magnus the Red occupies the pinnacle of power on Sortiarius, both literally and figuratively. From his ensorcelled chambers atop the Tower of the Cyclops, the demon Primarch's single eye sees all, and his insidious will reaches out like Tzeentch's own to influence the plots and deeds of his cunning scions. Below Magnus are his most powerful lieutenants, known as the Rahati, the Magister Templi who rule over the Legion's 9 great cults. Always there are 9 in this elite cabal, chosen sorcerer lords and demon princes whose empiric might and unnatural gifts surely indicate Tzeentch's favor. Of course, the changer of ways is ever fickle. When one of these warlords falls from grace, their fate is often a cautionary tale against unbridled ambition and treachery. While none but the hopelessly insane would think to scheme against Magnus himself, the jealous and rightly paranoid Rahati have no wish to share power with their fellows. Thus, their ranks change often. All scheme constantly to reinforce their own positions, while undermining those of their rivals, staging grand conquests, performing devastating rituals, and concocting labyrinthian plots to further their own agendas. Should one of these eldritch beings take to the battlefield, it will always be in aid of such schemes, and the hapless foes soon become nothing more than victims sacrificed to the Rahati's ambitions. Bearing some of the most powerful arcane treasures in the galaxy, wielding empiric powers that make them the masters of mutation, illusion, and unbridled change, each Magister Templi is the equal of entire armies. Below the Rahati, the main power structure of the Thousand Sons, comprises cabals of sorcerers, infernal masters, and further, less highly favored demon princes. Just as the Legion itself is divided into 9 great cults, so a coven of 9 such champions lead each of these cults and direct its efforts in real space. This is not, of course, the totality of every sorcerer and infernal champion that leads the Thousand Sons to war. None save perhaps Magnus himself could give an accurate account of how many there are, for the Legion has mustered its full strength only rarely in the last 10,000 years. Even then, with illusion and trickery being as natural to the Thousand Sun sorcerers as it is breathing, none could be sure that all of Magnus's gene sons answered his call to war. Just as the Rahadi scheme constantly against one another, so the rest of the Thousand Sons champions strive constantly to advance their own power and positions. Those sorcerers charged with leading the Rubricae into battle aspire to muster the arcane lore and infernal influence to rise to the rank of exalted and command entire thrall bands. Those exalted sorcerers and infernal masters already leading such warbands to plot war constantly, seeking a path by which they might seize a position within their chosen cult's ruling cabal. Meanwhile, those who rule eye the mantles of the Rahadi jealously and lay their plans to assume the position of Magister Templi in their own right. The rubric of Ahriman left a scar upon the collective consciousness of the Thousand Sons, such that overt violence between champions is rare. Magnus will not suffer his scions to fritter their lives away over petty jealousies and punishes severely those he finds guilty of doing so. Besides this, there are too few Thousand Sons still truly living as it is. Few amongst their rank are willing to risk the future of their fraternity in such a crude fashion. On the other hand, the changer of the ways rewards cunning, manipulation, and trickery. His demons whisper into the minds of those Thousand Sons still sentient enough to hear them. They impart dark secrets, offer perilous pacts, and promise might beyond compare for those willing to outmaneuver and subtly sacrifice their rivals. Between these internecine machinations and the myriad dangers of the battlefield, many Thousand Sons champions secure the protection of the Sekhmet, formerly Magnus's own bodyguards. These elite Thousand Sons warriors fought in stylized Terminator armor and wielded ceremonial power blades based upon the ancient prospering Khopesh. They ritually etched passages of their legion's esoteric lore into the plates of their armor, seeing it as their duty to guard this precious knowledge. After the rubric, their essences were trapped forever within the arcane inscriptions they had wrought, absorbing their power and becoming all the more potent for it. Now, these Sekhmet guardians can be claimed by any Thousand Sun sorcerer, infernal master, or demon prince with sufficient lore to command them. They are utterly loyal once bound to service, and will fight with indefatigable ferocity to protect their ward against any and all peril. Below the ranks of the champions, the Thousand Suns and their allies proliferate anarchic profusion. Bands of Rubricae, herds of Zangor, and servile chaos cults fill the ranks alongside allied or enthralled renegade chaos space marine warbands. Magi of the Dark Mechanicum provide technological arcana or offer tribute of weapons and ammunitions from their surf worlds. Demonic entities are bound into service. Mortal psychers are taken as acolytes or offered up as sacrifice. There are few tools the Thousand Suns will not use to work their will, and few bargains they will not strike or later renege on in service of their goals. The Great Cults. The 9 great cults of the Thousand Suns are immensely powerful, if much fragmented bodies. Each offers worship to, and works the will of, a different aspect of the Changer of the Ways. In doing so, they further the overall cause of their legion, sometimes in competition with the other great cults, but always at the expense of their luckless foes. Each of the great cults specializes in a different facet of the Tzeentchian power, such as stolen knowledge, cunning scheming, or the manipulation of time itself. These foci color the way in which the cults make war, the kinds of strategies and tactics they employ, and even inform the grand plans they seek to put into motion across the galactic stage. In order to effect these plans, each cult maintains its own cabal of Tzeentch-marked champions to direct its efforts. Its own ranks of Sekhmet and Rubricae, squadrons of war engines, packs of demon engines, and hosts of lesser Tzeentch worshippers, whose number vary greatly even from one conflict to the next. Moreover, each great cult is further divided in numerous thrall bands. And as the cults differ, so too do their thrall bands. While all are raiding forces at their core, their strength, composition, and favored methods of war vary depending upon the whims and influence of the sorcerers who lead them. Some fight entirely alone, their leaders bent upon some nefarious design or self-motivated quest in which great numbers would prove more a hindrance than a help. Forces of this sort often cross the galaxy by secret paths, opening coruscating warp portals or stealing through isolated spars of the Eldari webway, the better to strike swiftly and silently. At other times, multiple thrall bands from these same or even different great cults gather their might to launch a great offensive or to defend some site precious to the Legion's designs. It takes a great event indeed to draw the great cults together and see them fight as one. Yet, when they do, the very stars tremble. The most recent example was Magnus's vengeful attack upon the Space Wolves' home world of Fenris. By that apocalyptic conflict's end, Fenris itself was scarred and tainted. Space Wolves badly mauled, while the nearby world of Midgardia was sacrificed wholesale in order to power an almighty ritual. By Magnus's will did these energies draw Sortiarius out of the warp's depths, allowing it to manifest in real space around the same star as long-lamented Prospero. This conflict marked the greatest victory for the Thousand Sons Legion in millennia. Yet it was but the first stage in Magnus's labyrinthian plot for revenge and vindication. Sortiarius, the planet of the sorcerers. There is nothing natural or true about the planet of the sorcerers. Nothing that is not in perpetual flux. Sortiarius is a demon world. It is an agglomeration of raw empiric energy, bound escapably to the whims of the Changer of the Ways. The Thousand Sons have made this sanity-blasting realm their own, and have plundered its dark secrets without mercy or restraint. Though Magnus has succeeded in translocating Sortiarius from the warp back into real space, it remains a wholly unnatural planet, whose warped reality is anathema to natural life. The air swirls with kaleidoscopic storms of raw magic. Horizons glow with ominous and unnatural lights, or shimmer and resolve into new shapes before horrified onlookers' eyes. Striated clouds, the color of fire, race across an ever-changing sky, forming leering demonic faces and staring eyes before shattering apart again in eruptions of blue and purple lightning. Squalls of raw empiric energy fall like rain upon bone mountains and plains of writhing flesh and flame. Their energy flows in mutating torrents back to the unnatural oceans which boil between the world's ever-shifting continents. The only fixed point in the geography of the strange world is Tisca. Once the capital city of Prospero, its blasted remains were spirited away to Sortiarius along with the Thousand Sons themselves. Like the traitor legion who inhabit it, this damned city has changed beyond recognition over the millennia. Where before there stood gleaming crystalline pyramids. Now there rise megalithic structures of veined stone, whose flanks glow with baleful runes and dancing warp flame, and whose impossible geometries are encrusted with leering gargoyles. Where before there stood magnificent towers of marble and gold, now there loom cloud-scraping obelisks, immense spars of tunneled-out bone and pupating flesh towers about which whirl flocks of demonic abominations. Legions are the mall-shapen edifices of Tizca, but they are all dwarfed by the innermost megalith, the Tower of the Cyclops. Looming ominously over the planet's surface, the highest levels contain Magnus's personal sanctum, and from the pinnacle comes a flood of iridescent light, cast by an entrapped tempest of glowing warp energy. This raging storm is enveloped by an orb of profane wards, and through the eye of the storm, Magnus watches the manifold paths of the past, present, and future. For thousands of years, Magnus has observed the material universe from his tower, biding his time and planning his master strokes of vengeance. Sortiarius serves the Thousand Suns as both a sanctum of study and experimentation, and also a staging ground for their endless wars. Within Tizca's towering structures are sprawling librariums of plundered and forbidden knowledge. These lie side by side with alchemical laboratories wreathed in unnatural fumes and ringing with the screams of endlessly mutating experimental subjects. Labyrinthian corridors lead to sorcerers' lairs, scrying chambers, sacrificial altars, summoning circles, troves of sorcerous arcana, and unholy armories without number. All are employed by the great cults of the Thousand Suns in order to strengthen their many-faceted war machine. Further facilities lie within Tizca's fluid bounds, their purpose to support Magnus's martial endeavors. The vast, nine-circled pit known as the Abyssal Maw, in which demon engines and brazen battle tanks are fashioned, repaired, or bound into servitude. The glimmering spire of glass, the living crystal void docks that rotate constantly through ninefold astral alignments high above the Tower of the Cyclops. The sanctums sacrilegious, which contain fluctuating warp portals that, with skill, foresight, and favorable fate, can be used to travel thousands of light years across the galaxy and bypass even the most formidable enemy defenses with entire thrall bands. Amongst the most potent of Sortiarius's assets are the obelisks of ruin. Though each is different in form and precise function, these impero-geometrical constructs are the source of the demon world's orbital defenses. These constitute an overlapping and incredibly intricate interweaving of spells that wreathe the planet from one pole to the other. It is said that Sortiarius knows the weaknesses of all who attempt to approach it in anger, and delights in levering open the cracks in its enemies' defenses through twisted sorcery. Whether it is accurate to attribute such sentience to the demon world is questionable. It cannot be denied, however, that almost every attempted attack upon the Thousand Suns' unnatural homeworld has ended in disaster. Storms of writhing warp flame spring to life in the void, engulfing those foes who attempt to approach by stealth. Illusory glamours inveigle themselves into the minds of those who make a more overt approach, tricking them into firing on one another even as they seek to bombard the Sortiarian surface. Sensor networks fill with contradictory information, or crackle madly as they are possessed by unholy data demons, even as hatches open to depressurize decks, warheads detonate within sealed magazines, and warp drives implode to hideous effect. Such are but a few of the unnatural fates that have claimed those who dare approach Sortiarius with harmful intent. Beyond the bounds of Tisca, Sortiarius is freakish and ever-shifting. Certain landmarks and regions are known to the Thousand Suns, from nomad peaks to the shimmering amorphoric plains, the forests of tentacles, the glass fire chasms, and the predatory caverns of transmogrification. However, the locations of these places are ever in flux, dictated not only by the movement of the planet's land masses, but also the phases of Sortiarius' star and newfound sister worlds, and the ebb and flow of warp energies across the world's surface. It is amidst these strange environs that the Zangor herds scratch an existence. They prey upon one another, and on the mewling chaos spawn that haunt the wilds, avoiding only the enormous mutilith vortex beasts that are Sortiarius' unnatural apex predators. The Zangor labor to raise strange flux cairns where the planet's sorcerous ley lines converge, channeling Tzeentch's power through real space by erecting duplicate cairns in the wilds of other worlds. The longer these simulacra remain in place, the more mutating empiric energy bleeds through from Sortiarius, corrupting the natural landscapes before full-scale invasion. The fall of Ultimus. To do battle with the Thousand Suns is no simple or clean-cut matter. Duplicity, misdirection, the manipulation of fate, and the callous sacrifice of allies and enemies alike all play their parts in their intricate schemes. Worse, what looks to their foes to be the totality of the conflict may turn out to be but one strand of a far wider and more intricately woven web. Such was the case when Hasak Atali set his sights upon the bastion world of Ultimus and its hub fortress, Aquila in Cursus. When Indomitus Crusade Fleet Quintus pushed battle groups into the Mephisto sector, they reclaimed a valuable swathe of systems for the Imperium. In their wake, the battle groups left sturdy supply chains running through the bastion worlds of Ultimus and Vorsicon. Ultimus, in particular, was a seemingly impenetrable strongpoint. 10 regiments of Astra Militarum soldiery garrisoned its towering fortifications. Maniples of the Skitari occupied its subterranean bunker plexes. A maniple of the Legio Decimator Titans patrolled its irradiated deserts, and squadrons from Battlefleet Pacificus its orbital approaches. Despite, or indeed partly because of, all these defenses, Hasak Atali resolved to conquer Ultimus in Tzeentch's name. His reasons were many-faceted. Atali was a Rahadi Magister Templi of the cult of scheming, and he wished to prove his dominance, not to mention the might of his cult, by laying low an imperial world proclaimed impregnable. Moreover, Battle Group Delphi of Crusade Fleet Quintus continued to prosecute an effective offensive through the Omnicron Reach, drawing on supplies funneled through Ultimus. Their efforts threatened the Sorcerous Sanctum that Atali maintained in that region upon the moon of Vigoria. The Magister Templi also sought a precious prize. He had learned from a demonic familiar that a precious magical relic, the Talisman of Glass, languished within a sealed inquisitorial vault on Ultimus. His rival Rahadi, Korskaris of the Cult of Magic, sought to seize this relic, and Atali had determined to secure it first. Atali's attack upon Ultimus began with misinformation centered around a world far away across the Mephisto sector. Employing duped mortal cult agents, he saw to it that an aspiring sorcerer within the Cult of Magic learned of an entirely fictitious demon sword. The lie went that this potent weapon lay entombed beneath the mountains of the world of Narthis, and was soon to be discovered by dig teams of the Adeptus Mechanicus. While his lies were seeping their way to the intended target, Atali made a pact with a demonic entity. This creature manifested before Hapfester, an exalted sorcerer of the Cult of Magic, who had recently fallen from the favor with his cult's Rahadi, and would do anything to curry that favor with his displeased master. From the demon's whisperings, Hapfester learned of the so-called precious secret being hoarded by his acolyte. Predictably, he was quick to punish the aspiring sorcerer, and to pass on the information about the blade on Narthis to his Rahadi master. Believing that the fabled demon blade would lend him might in his planned attack on Ultimus, Horskaris launched an attack upon Narthus. His thrall bands were soon embroiled in a running battle with the Adeptus Mechanicus. While his Narthus gambit was developing, Atali set other plans in motion. He triggered cultist sleeper cells on several Imperial-held worlds along the Star-Spun Way, the stable warp route connecting Ultimus to both Narthus and the Omicron Reach. He fed small thrall bands and carefully picked kill teams into the escalating conflict, fanning the flames of war and imperiling the Star-Spun Way. At the same time, Atali himself met with the champions of several renegade bands of heretic Astartes within his sanctum on the moon of Egoria. There, he promised these rapacious pirates power and sorcerous rewards in return for their aid. They were to launch diversionary attacks against key task force from the battle group Delphi, their intent to draw in the battle group's reserves. The Imperial commanders would thus be left with no additional forces that could threaten Atali's sanctum, nor respond should Ultimus call for aid. Next, Atali had several of his sorcerer lieutenants send nightmares of disaster and defeat to poison the sleep of General Gresmond, Ultimus's commanding officer. Filled with nameless dread, seeing the flames of war burning hotter along the Star-Spun Way, Gresmond resolved that he had to act. Atali's lieutenants stoked Gresmond's growing panic with the skill of impresarios, ensuring his response was disproportionately heavy-handed. The general sent more than half his warships along the Star-Spun Way, bearing 3 of his garrison regiments, most of his Skitarii, and half the Titans to form a decisive army of reconquest. It was not long before this force detected the distress calls emanating from Narthus. Compelled to aid the hard-pressed Adeptus Mechanicus explorators, they fell upon the cult of magic thrall bands attacking the planet. Thus were Horskaris' thrall bands mauled. Atali, aided by his ally within the cult of prophecy, knew the precise moment to spring his trap. He unleashed demonic allies upon those same renegade warbands who had pledged to aid him in the Omicron Reach, offering his erstwhile allies up as sacrifices to the demons. Caught between their imperial foes and ravening demons, the piratical bands were slaughtered. In return for this offering, the Lord of Change, who led the demons, conjured up a short-lived warp storm that surrounded Narthus. It would burn out within 9 weeks, but that would be long enough. For until it did, more than half of Ultimus's garrisons was trapped. Still, Atali was not done. He dispatched thrall bands of Zangor to the agri worlds of Horgith and Kladak, and had them raise flux cairns in secret. So were the food stores destined for Ultimus infected with mutagenic magics. He swore a blood favor pact with a sorcerer of the Cult of Time, having them launch a raid against the planet Decimar. Atali's sworn allies used their temporal powers to cast Decimar a decade backwards along its own timeline. Everything that had happened upon that world for the last 10 years was undone, and while it would happen again as fate intended, this sent ripples through time and space. 4 of Ultimus's garrison regiments were Decimari, and now all 4 had not yet been raised. Thus, in an instant, they vanished from that world, and all forgot they had ever been there. At last, Rahadi Hasak Atali launched his invasion of Ultimus with vast and terrible forces. Against them stood a handful of warships, a demi-maniple of Titans, and a meager 3 regiments of Astra Militarum. Of course, the Imperial forces fought as hard as they could, but riven by a mysterious plague of mutation spreading through their ranks, from tainted rations and horribly overmatched in martial might, they could never prevail. Atali claimed the Talisman of Glass from amongst Ultimus's blasted ruins, but he also protected his personal sanctum, undermined an entire battle group of Indominus Fleet Quintus, and crippled the military might of his most despised Rahadi rival. Meanwhile, the punishments and inquisitions as to how General Gresmond had come to leave a crucial redoubt world so woefully unprotected would rage on for years to come. This was fortunate, as Hasak Atali had several schemes already developing that would benefit greatly from that ongoing strife. Deep within the dreaded expanse of the Eye of Terror, a great war party would soon embark. This hated region of space, a churning rift in the warp, and within it was home to the forces of chaos and their dark masters, the ruinous powers. Normally, these twisted factions were consumed by infighting, driven by their fractious and treacherous natures. Yet, from time to time, the unthinkable occurred. Their rivalries were set aside, and they united under the banner of Chaos Undivided, their combined wrath directed at their eternal enemy, the Imperium of Man. The spark that ignited this rare unity was the arrival of the Space Hulk, Devourer of Stars. This ancient and twisted vessel drifted into orbit around a demon world within the Eye of Terror, a planet ruled by the Demon Prince and former Primarch Angron, alongside his bloodthirsty World Eaters Traitor Legion. For 10 millennia, Angron had sought to impose some order of semblance upon the shattered remnants of what was once his mighty 12th Legion of Space Marines. But the World Eaters, driven mad by their devotion to the blood god Khorne, had long since devolved into a chaotic rabble of Khornate berserkers. Their lust for slaughter made them as likely to turn their weapons on one another as on their true enemies. The arrival of the Devourer of Stars was a gift that Angron could not ignore. The Space Hulk, massive beyond comprehension, provided the perfect opportunity to rally his fragmented forces. It was large enough to transport legions of Chaos troops. Yet its passage through real space was erratic and unpredictable, governed by the turbulent currents of the warp. It was aboard this cursed vessel that the forces of Chaos emerged unexpectedly and violently into the Armageddon system in the year 444 of the 41st millennium. Angron's arrival at Armageddon was likely not completely his choice. The chaotic currents of the warp had flung the Devourer of Stars there, possibly at the whim of Khorne himself. But whether by divine intent or random chance, the Primarch and his followers descended upon the unsuspecting world. At the same time, Armageddon itself was already simmering with unrest. A series of strange and foreboding events culminated in rebellion. Half a dozen of the planet's sprawling hive cities rose up in armed defiance of Imperial rule. Their citizens whipped into a frenzy by Chaos cultists exploiting food shortages caused by the warp storms. While the rebellion was swiftly crushed in the eastern region of the southern subcontinent known as Armageddon Secundus, the scattered hives of the western region on the northern subcontinent of Armageddon Prime proved far more troublesome. The Planetary Defense Forces, or PDF, and a handful of regiments from the Armageddon Steel Legion fought tirelessly to suppress the rebellion. Confident in their ability to handle the situation, the Imperium dispatched no additional forces, particularly once the warp storms had cleared. After all, Armageddon was far from the Eye of Terror, buried deep within the Segmentum Obscurus, and no one suspected that the revolts were anything more than localized civil unrest. And so, the defenders of Armageddon were unprepared when the Devourer of Stars erupted from the warp. The Space Hulk's arrival brought with it not just Angron and his berserker world eaters, but the full, unholy fury of Chaos itself. The war that followed would be etched into the bloody history of the Imperium forever. Aboard the Devourer of Stars, a vast and terrible army had gathered, its ranks swelling with the bloodthirsty legions of Chaos. At its head stood the demon Primarch Angron, his towering form wreathed in unholy energy, his fury an unstoppable force. And he was not alone. Millions of fanatical Chaos cultists, known as the Children of Sanguinary Unholiness, chanted praises to the ruinous powers, their devotion to the dark gods absolute. Among them were the 12, the Curor Praetoria, the most exalted of Khorne's demonic champions. These 12 horrors, whose lives and deeds had most pleased their savage deity, stood as towering embodiments of carnage and slaughter. Alongside them, the relentless Chaos Space Marines of the World Eater's legions readied their weapons, their bloodlust insatiable. And from the abyssal depths of the warp, countless other demonic creatures, all sworn to the blood god's eternal war, seethed with anticipation. When the Space Hulk had at last vomited its forces onto the surface of Armageddon, the land itself trembled beneath the weight of invasion. Like a crimson tide, the warriors of chaos surged forward, unstoppable and unrelenting. But the corruption of chaos did not spread only through the blade. It worked its will through treachery and deceit as well. As the battle began, nearly half of Armageddon's planetary defense force turned against their own, swearing fealty to the very invaders they had once vowed to fight. Their sudden betrayal shattered the loyalist resistance, leaving the defenders of Armageddon Prime utterly outmatched. With no choice but to retreat, the surviving loyalist forces fell back, pushing through the suffocating heat and tangled undergrowth of the equatorial jungles. Their destination was Armageddon Secundus, where the remnants of the Imperial PDF stood. There, along the banks of the Styx and Charon rivers, the last defenders of the world prepared for a desperate stand against the tides of chaos. The war for Armageddon had only just begun. The Imperial defense was swift and disciplined, a fortress of steel and strategy against the oncoming tide of chaos. Unbeknownst to Angron and his bloodthirsty horde, fate had already set a counterstroke in motion. Assigned to this sector of the Imperium, the great company of Space Wolves, led by the legendary Great Wolf Logan Grimnar, received the desperate astropathic distress calls from Armageddon. Without hesitation, the Space Wolves answered. With the speed of the All-Father's chosen, the sons of Fenris raced to reinforce the beleaguered defenders, bringing with them the fury of the Emperor's wrath. Yet fortune for a time favored the Imperium. Rather than pressing his advantage, Angron chose instead to indulge his savage thirst for slaughter. The Demon Prince paused to raise gruesome monuments to Khorne, sculptured from the shattered remnants of the dead. This delay proved costly. By the time his forces emerged from the equatorial jungles that separated Armageddon Prime from Armageddon Secundus, the defenders were no longer scrambling to hold their ground. They were ready, and they were not alone. The Space Wolves stood among them, their bolters roaring like thunder their howls echoing throughout the battle lines. Across the entire front, war erupted with terrifying ferocity. In the east, along the banks of the Karen River, the Imperial forces held fast, refusing to yield an inch of ground to the oncoming hordes. But in the west, along the Styx River, the battle took a darker turn. There, Angron himself led the charge, his fury a storm that no mortal line could withstand. The Blood God's Chosen tore through the Imperial defenses like a blade through paper, shattering the lines in a tide of carnage. The path to Hive Infernus and Hive Hell's Reach lay open before him. Nothing short of a miracle would stop the tide of chaos from consuming them. Now was when Logan Grimnar played his final and hidden card. From the moment he had learned of the enemy they faced, he had called for the only warriors in the Imperium truly capable of banishing such a monstrous foe. The Grey Knights, the Emperor's secret weapon against the demonic, and they had answered. Few in the Imperium even knew of their existence, for chaos itself was a forbidden truth, one of the most closely guarded secrets of mankind. Even among the Space Marines, knowledge of the Grey Knights was rare. Logan Grimnar was no ordinary Astartes. He had seen them fight before, and unlike most who had borne witness to their battles, he had never been forced to submit to the mind wipes required to preserve their secrecy. He knew what they were capable of, and he knew they were the only ones who could stand against Angron. Among the Grey Knights deployed to Armageddon was Squad Castian, who had joined an ad hoc force known as the Ragged Brotherhood, assembled under the command of Taramir Aurelian, the brother captain of the Third Brotherhood. When the moment came, the Grey Knights did not march. They struck like a hammer from the heavens, teleporting directly into the heart of the advancing Chaos hordes. Their target was singular: the demon Primarch himself. The battle was brutal. Angron, a whirlwind of destruction, cut through the Grey Knights with terrifying ease, his raw power dwarfing even the might of the Emperor's chosen demon hunters. The Grey Knights paid dearly in blood, but they gave as good as they got. Squad Castian, refusing to yield, engaged the Primarch in melee. And one by one, they fell. Their skill and faith not enough to overcome the pure, unrelenting rage of the Blood God's favored son. In the end, only one stood against the beast: Hyperion, a Pyrokine, a master of the Emperor's cleansing flame. With his last remaining strength, and in a staggering display of faith and power, he focused his psychic might upon Angron's weapon, the dreaded Black Blade, a cornate relic of unfathomable corruption. The air burned, the warp howled, and with a final, desperate effort, Hyperion shattered the demon blade. The explosion of energy sent him crashing into the darkness. Unconscious, his body broken, but his will victorious. The moment of weakness was all that was needed. Captain Aurelian stepped forward, and with grim determination, he faced the now bladeless demon Primarch of Khorne. With a final act of sacrifice, he channeled his full might and banished Angron back into the warp. The battle was won, though the cost had been devastating. Of the 109 Grey Knights of the Third Brotherhood that had stepped foot on Armageddon, only 13 survived. Among them was Hyperion, later found on the battlefield by the Space Wolves, barely clinging to life. His feat earned him the honorific Blade Breaker, though he would spend months in stasis and undergo extensive augmetic reconstruction before returning to duty. With their leader cast back into the abyss, the forces of chaos crumbled. At the very moment the Grey Knights struck, the Space Wolves launched a massive counterattack along the Imperial lines. The enemy broke, their ranks shattered. Only the World Eaters, ever stubborn in their madness, managed to retreat to the Devourer of Stars and escape into the warp's dark embrace. The Imperium had triumphed. It was an absolute victory. But the scars of battle, both seen and unseen, would linger for generations to come. With their leader banished, and the Chaos Hordes crumbling into disarray, the savage unity that had bound them under Angron's brutal will had shattered in an instant, replaced by the discord and madness that defined them. The remnants of the Chaos Force at the River Charon, once poised to overrun the Imperial defenders, now turned and fled as the Space Wolves unleashed their counterattack. The Sons of Russ pursued them without hesitation, their bolters roaring and their blades drinking deep of corrupted flesh. Across the vast, poisoned expanse of the ash wastes, the retreating forces of chaos found no sanctuary. Hunted relentlessly by the combined might of the Space Wolves and the mechanized divisions of the Armageddon Steel Legion, thousands of chaos cultists, mutants, and traitor guardsmen were cut down without mercy. The taint of the ruinous powers would not be suffered to linger. Those who managed to survive the merciless pursuit fell at Minos Bridge, where they made their last desperate stand. But there would be no salvation. The Imperium offered no quarter, and the slaughter was absolute. When the battle was done, their broken bodies were cast into the river Minos, their corpses set alight in a great inferno, a funeral pyre so vast that it turned the night sky red and could be seen for hundreds of miles. The dead drifted westward, carried by the current into the festering depths of the plague marshes. A place that even now, long after the war's end, remains steeped in corruption, a wound upon the land that festers still. The Imperium had triumphed. Armageddon was saved. But victory had come at a staggering cost. The industrial heart of Armageddon Prime lay in ruins. Its factories and foundries reduced to little more than twisted wreckage. The death toll was beyond measure, a grim testament to the horrors of battle. And yet, even in defeat, the mark of chaos remained. Though Angron's army had been annihilated, his monolithic monument to the blood god still stood, untouched by time or war. Deep within the equatorial jungle it loomed, a dark, unholy relic of the slaughter that had taken place. And its malignant presence had not faded, nor had its corrupting influence waned. Even now, it calls to those who dare to listen. A beacon of inviolable evil that stains the soul of Armageddon forever. The first warning signs of trouble with the Inquisition's post-war plans emerged solar months before the war's end, during Logan Grimnar's initial meeting with the newly arrived Inquisitorial Task Force. He had no illusions about the Inquisition's need to suppress the truth of the war. Yet, he made it clear that he would not tolerate their usual suppression campaign. Given the deep-seated suspicion of the Space Wolves within the Imperial hierarchy, rooted in past disputes and their defiant disregard for Imperial authority, Grimnar's demand seemed either naive or a deliberate provocation. His manner, dismissive and firm, did little to ease tensions with the Inquisitors. But beneath his defiance lay a genuine concern for the people of Armageddon. Grimnar questioned the logic of saving a planet only to see its defenders and civilians processed by the Inquisition for the sin of witnessing chaos firsthand. To mitigate the risk, he had deliberately structured the planet's defense to limit civilian exposure to the war's darkest truths, particularly to the existence of demons and the secret forces that fought them. His strategy, however, came at a steep price. Catastrophic casualties among both the Astartes and mortal defenders. The Inquisition remained unmoved. It was, by law and the Emperor's decree, the ultimate authority in what was best for the Imperium. To them, the truth of chaos had to be contained at all costs. Better to sacrifice millions than risk an unchecked corruption that could doom billions. A lesson learned from the Horus heresy. Containing the situation on Armageddon was the only logical course of action. Conclave of Inquisitors on duty at the planet voted in favor of the Armageddon containment, a draconian measure that would see all surviving civilians sterilized and quarantined in Adeptus Arbites work camps scattered across the galaxy. Even though the populace was largely untainted and ignorant of the war's true horrors, their fate was sealed. The same grim destiny awaited the human defenders, the Armageddon Steel Legion and the Planetary Defense Forces, who had fought valiantly against chaos. Some would be purged outright. Exterminatus was ruled out, as Armageddon's industrial power was far too critical to the Imperium's war machine to be sacrificed. Overseeing the operation was Inquisitor Lord Gesme Kisnaros, commanding from the commandeered Imperial Navy battlecruiser Coral's Hope. His orders were coldly pragmatic. Better to sterilize or execute millions than risking chaos taking root and spreading unchecked. As the war neared its end, despite Grimnar's loud objections, broadcasted to all Imperial forces, the Inquisition began executing the first phase of containment. Inquisitorial stormtroopers swarmed the hive cities, rounding up civilians under the guise of temporary security measures, and administering vaccinations that were in reality sterilization injections. The planet's human defenders, including over 1 million Imperial guardsmen sent for mop-up operations after Angron's banishment, were ordered into barracks to await their own processing. The Space Wolves resisted, but subtly. Outnumbered on the ground by more than 100,000 Inquisitorial stormtroopers and their forces, they could not openly defy the Inquisition, but in orbit, they held the advantage. 16 warships against the Inquisition's 12. Their vessels larger, better armored, and more heavily armed. Grimnar devised a desperate plan to escort transports carrying Armageddon survivors to safety. 20 such transports, waiting in orbit, stood ready to make their jump into the warp. The first ship, the Trident of Vilmatha, carrying both defenders and civilians, set course for the system's warp jump point, protected by the Space Wolves frigate Runefire. It never made the jump. The Grey Knight's frigate, Carabella, disabled its warp drive before scuttling the vessel, condemning all 400,000 passengers to their deaths. These were the opening shots and first casualties of a brutal conflict to come. The Space Wolves did not retaliate. Grimnar, unwilling to escalate the fight just yet, chose to wait and see if the Inquisition would truly go through with its purge. It was a grave miscalculation, one of many made by both sides. In response, Grimnar ordered all remaining transports to to break orbit simultaneously, each one shielded by Space Wolves' warships, which positioned themselves between the transports and the Inquisition's guns. Under no circumstances were they to fire back. This way, at least some would make it to the Mandeville points and escape. Isneros, locked in an exchange with Grimnar that devolved into insults and dire threats, was not deterred. He commanded his fleet to open fire, targeting both the interfering Space Wolf escorts and the transports themselves. But before his orders could be fully carried out, reinforcements arrived. The battle barge Gilferheim and its fleet translated into the system, tipping the balance in the Space Wolves' favor. With overwhelming naval superiority now against them, Isnaros had no choice but to stand down. Triumphant Grimnar demanded the Inquisition call off their attack. And this time, the Inquisitor Lord had no alternative. Most of the transports, along with the Armageddon survivors, escaped into the warp, escorted to safety by the Space Wolves. The battle for Armageddon was over, but the war between the Space Wolves and the Inquisition had only just begun. Imhotep did not awaken from the great sleep as the Pharaoh of the Sautek dynasty. However, compelled by circumstance and single-minded determination to reclaim the glorious Necron empire of old, he took upon himself that mantle and has borne it with confidence and skill ever since. Few who face the Storm Lord survive, and those who do are forever changed. When Imhotep awoke from the great sleep, it was to a world gripped by madness and petty ambition. He was soon to discover that even his revivification had not occurred in the name of galactic conquest, but to further the agenda of one amongst Mandragora's warring rulers. Their former Pharaoh had fallen to the ravages of the eons. The more ambitious amongst his royal court had wasted no time in beginning a grinding civil war for the vacant throne. In the hopes of breaking the deadlock, one pretender had ordered the famed Nemesaur Imhotep awakened. Surely this popular war leader would provide the edge required to see the war brought to a swift conclusion. This Imhotep did, though not perhaps in the way his awakener had imagined. Disgusted by the petty and short-sighted maneuvering of the warring nobles, Imhotep rallied an army of his own, and within a year had subjugated all other contenders for the throne. Imhotep became the undisputed Pharaoh of the Sautek dynasty, and with its considerable military resources now his to wield, he began a campaign of rapid expansion that has lasted ever since. Imhotep has consistently displayed a strategic acumen to best the galaxy's greatest war leaders. His strategies could be likened to intricate mechanisms whose wheels turn across interstellar gulfs and can encompass dozens of worlds and hundreds of armies at a time. To the more organic or superstitious of his enemies, Imhotep's incredible genius has the ring of prescience about it. How could he possibly put in place the multiple layers of contingencies that he does? How could he appear to simply know where his forces will meet victory or defeat, where the foe will commit reinforcements, and of what sort? How could he employ minute-perfect countermaneuvers with precisely weighted forces? Often, all while coordinating an entirely separate battlefront entire star systems away. The truth lies not in dark sorcery, nor is it, as some hope, a product of inflated rumor and fear-mongering. Rather, Imhotep awoke from his great sleep possessed of statistical and hyperlogical strategic ability that would burn out the mind of a flesh and blood being. Absolute recall of every detail, intense cogitation, and logistic processing power, and the ability to perceive with absolute clarity the fractal web of future probabilities lie at the heart of what Imhotep does. He also grasps better than most of his race the psychology of the lesser races. This has earned for his practice of raising vast, dark energy storms that sweep before his armies and engulf those who do battle with him. Communication and coordination collapse beneath the shadow of the storm, and even those few panicked enemies allowed to flee beyond its bounds do so laced with blood-swarm nanoscarabs. These hideous constructs seethe within the bodies of their hosts, sending out a signal that draws the hideous flayed ones to them like hounds on a scent. Only anarchy and illogic can undermine Imhotep's battle plans, and then only for a time. Not without reason does he revile the madness of chaos or the random aggression of the greenskins. This aside, Imhotep does have one other foe who can, on occasion, skew the incredible logic of his schemes: himself. Something within Imhotep cannot abide a rival, and he ever seeks to confront enemy generals in one-on-one honor duels. Those he defeats, Imhotep humbles, typically lopping off a hand as a reminder of his greatness, before allowing them to withdraw. This strange compulsion is the reason that, as his conquests continue, Imhotep amasses an ever greater list of nemesises who seek his downfall. It may also be the cause of his disdain for the return of the Silent King. Imhotep sees himself as the great uniter of the Necron people, and he has no desire to be eclipsed by the very being whom he holds ultimately accountable for the plight of the Necron race. Trazyn the Infinite. As the archivist of the Solemnance Galleries, Trazyn the Infinite's duty is one of preservation. Amidst the war-torn surrounds of the 41st millennium, however, even such a seemingly noble pursuit requires Machiavellian ways and no little flair for violence. Fortunately, for the tomb world of Solemnance, Trazyn possesses both qualities in abundance. Trazyn the Infinite goes into battle not simply to destroy, but also to collect, catalog, and preserve. True, he commands the legions of Solemnance with vicious cunning, but he would argue that he does this in service of goals loftier than military conquest. It is true, also, that his acquisitive drive knows no mercy, and that those who stand between Trazyn and his prize are struck down by blows from his empathic obliterator, a weapon that slays not only its immediate victim, but also all those nearby of a like mind and purpose. Yet Trazyn would assert that such measures are necessary, even merciful. He holds his mission to be of paramount importance, and in the time it would take to explain himself to the barbaric lesser races, countless priceless treasures would be forever lost to the flames. After all, to beings as enduring as the Necrons, most civilizations rise and dwindle again in the veritable blink of an eye. How does one explain such short-lived beings that their only meaningful contribution to the galaxy boils down to a handful of artifacts or individuals, or that they should willingly give these up instead of selfishly clutching to them? Yes, Trazyn the Infinite appears to his enemies a rapacious monster who attacks without warning or apparent cause, and leaves carnage and devastation in his wake. However, in his own mind, he is the most altruistic of his ancient race. The galleries of Solemnance are grand, almost beyond human imagining. The sunken chambers are crowded with artifacts of all forms, including the fabled Wraithbone Choir of Altanasar, the preserved head of Sebastian Thor, the ossified husk of an enslaver, and a giant of a man, clad in Baroque power armor, his face contorted in a permanent scream. Most magnificent of all Solemnance treasures are its prismatic galleries themselves, winding chambers of statuary that recapture events Trazyn deems worthy of preservation. The death of Lord Solar Macarius stands near to Doomrider's Folly, only chambers away from such wonders as the sword both stolen and sought, the last questions of Historicus Austin Varus, and the last stand of Uzarkar Creed. These scenes are not fabrications. Trazyn snatches true historical moments up wholesale, transmuting their inhabitants into hard light holograms that will forever stand testament to their deeds. It is Trazyn's greatest regret that nothing lasts forever. More often than he would like to admit, parts of his collection are destroyed by structural collapse, canoptic mishandling, or damage caused by hostile invaders. At such times, he is forced to pause in his works, assemble his legions, and strike out into the galaxy to harvest whatever replacements he requires. Trazyn is more concerned with spectacle than accuracy. He is more than happy to replace original participants in his dioramas with beings whose garb, alignment, or, in extremes, even species, are wildly historically inaccurate. Trazyn has fallen afoul of his own race more than once. His light-fingered proclivities are not reserved only for the worlds of the lesser races. He is forbidden to set foot upon Mandragora, is permitted onto Mobius only if his efforts will directly benefit the Necthist dynasty, and has been struck down by outraged enemies and politically motivated assassins many times. Trazyn is not known as the Infinite for nothing, however. He is cunning enough to work through countless surrogate bodies, leaping to a new lackey should his currently inhabited form be destroyed. In this way, he is rarely kept from his duties for long, while his enemies are left howling in frustration at the devious archivist's latest impossible escape. Illuminor Xeris. Illuminor Xeris is a merciless monster, a bioarchitect and hyper-technological vivisector who seeks to unpick the secrets of life itself. He puts his anatomical knowledge to use both on and off the battlefield, preying upon living specimens to better refine and enhance the Necron form. The Catan might have provided the knowledge for biotransference, but it was Xeris who made it reality. Even then, he saw it as the first of several steps on the path to ultimate evolution, a journey that would end as a creature not of flesh or metal, but as a god of pure energy. Until that day, Xeris is driven to take full advantage of and to labor constantly to improve upon the functionality of his android form. After all, no longer must he sleep, nor deal with the 1,000 frailties and distractions of the flesh. Xeris labors to unravel the mysteries of life, for he fears that he would be a poor sort of god without such secrets at his fingertips. Xeris has been on the brink of understanding for many centuries, yet somehow, final comprehension always escapes him. Perhaps there are some concepts in the universe that do not reveal themselves before logic, be those matters of the soul or of the ineffable power of faith. Whatever the reason, such secrets will almost certainly lie forever beyond Xeris's comprehension. This is a truth he will never accept. However, a fact that has, of late, provided the Silent King with the leverage required to secure Xeris's allegiance. After all, if the Illuminor wrought biotransference, then surely he can reverse the process's effects, and perhaps in doing so, garner the final revelations that he has sought for so long. Xeris haunts the battlefields of the 41st millennium like a ghoul. he requires a constant flow of living subjects. And the most efficient way for him to acquire them is to trade his expertise in exchange for captives. Though Xeras is obsessed with the secrets of life, his aptitude for augmenting the weaponry and bodies of his fellow Necrons is peerless. Xeras is delving into the form and function of so many living creatures has taught him how to augment almost every facet of Necron machinery, a trait seen as distasteful by many of his peers. The dissection of Vucelin aractoid compound eyes unlocked an improved array for targeting optics. The molecular disassembling of chitinous amble hide led the way to more efficient armor configurations, to name but two of many thousands of such advances. Xeras's own body and war gear are augmented with the most refined of his discoveries. His atomic energy manipulator allows him to deconstruct specimens in the heat of battle, while his studies of warp-sensitive active minds have given rise to his empiric overcharger, which can shock enemies' brains into sudden catastrophic psychic manifestation. It is a matter of some speculation how much involvement Xeras had in the design and implementation of the Pariah Nexus, but none can question that he is taking full advantage of its effects. Hundreds of thousands of stilled beings have already vanished into the Illuminor's horrific laboratories, and his harvest continues apace. Oricon the Diviner. The single eye of Oricon the Diviner pierces the veil of the present to reveal deeper secrets of time, space, and even fate itself. His astromantic powers allow him to inspect the skeins of fate with great clarity, and to direct events always towards whichever path will benefit him best. Yet, Oricon has other powers besides astromancy, powers that may yet make him a god. Long ago, in a time before the Necrons forfeited their souls in exchange for eternal forms of living metal, Oricon was a court astrologer to Zarek himself. A skilled diviner even then, Oricon read the portents and offered what guidance he could to the court of the last silent king. It is said that he alone spoke out against trusting Mephit-Ran, arguing against biotransference right up until it came to pass. Oricon has not forgotten that his warnings were ignored, and has not forgiven Zarek for dismissing his concerns. Since he awoke within a cold body of living metal and realized that all he feared had come to pass, Oricon has offered true fealty to no master save himself. There is no other that he now trusts to accord his divinations the weight of respect that they deserve. This is perhaps an unfair judgment on Oricon's part, for he has revealed the true extent of his power to no other. The diviner himself is only too aware of his own abilities, however, and for years beyond count, he has employed them to further a personal agenda, terrifying in both scope and scale. It is true that Oricon reads the flow of the cosmos and the auras of the stars, and that with the wisdom he gleans, he predicts history's great events with unfailing skill. The Great Crusade, the Horus Heresy, the coming of the Tyranid hive fleets, and the opening of the Great Rift. These and countless other dramas upon the grand galactic stage were revealed to Oricon long before they came to pass. With more focus, the diviner can even read the future of specific campaigns or individual heroes, predicting how events will transpire and selling his knowledge to whichever noble court will find him most valuable. Provided, of course, that they can pay Oricon's price. This is never anything so prosaic as coin or resources. The diviner seeks deeds, arcana, and gifts of promise, and he hoards his esoteric riches well. More than this, though, Oricon is also a chronomancer of prodigious skill and power. This is the talent he keeps hidden, his greatest secret and most potent weapon. Upon grasping some new revelation or spying an opportunity missed, Oricon embarks upon a journey down his own timeline in order to adjust events or provide himself with warning of what is to come. The diviner must, of course, be cautious. Even the smallest change in causality can have spiraling and unintended consequences. It speaks to Oricon's skill and cunning that his temporal interference has never been revealed, barring a few overly curious allies who soon met with horrible and entirely improbable twists of fate. Even without their knowing the full extent of his powers, most Necron nobles prize Oricon's service, if not his attitude, in their armies. The diviner is infamous for his insouciance and wiry mockery, which flies in the face of the Triarch's ancient codes and the most basic protocols of the royal courts. Most of Oricon's peers simply believe him to be louche and disrespectful, either because it is in his nature or due to some quirk of his revivification. A few canny souls suspect that the roots of this behavior lie in his last bitter exchanges with Zarek before the Necron's fate was sealed. None, however, suspect the real truth. Oricon takes to the battlefields of the 41st millennium in furtherance of a subtle agenda centuries in the making. He manipulates those armies he fights alongside and ensures that his own goals are achieved, pruning and tweaking the galactic timeline as a master horticulturist tends his garden. Very soon now, Oricon believes, the stars will come into a final alignment. At that moment, the unfettered power of the cosmos will be his to command, and his temporal traps, woven carefully across the galaxy like the fault lines of an earthquake about to strike, will be triggered all at once. When that moment comes, it will be Oricon who becomes the master, and all will be forced to obey his commands. Zondrek and Oberon. The title of Nimisor is a weighty one. Those Necron who do don this mantle assume tremendous military responsibilities. Battlefield commander, high strategist, champion of the dynastic codes, envoy, exemplar, and protector of their dynasty. Though revivication left him quite mad, Nimisor Zondrek still strives to embody all of these lofty goals. Zondrek is amongst the most famed of the Sautek dynasty's Nimisors. He enjoys the personal favor of Imhotep the Stormlord. Under his rule, the fringe world of Gidrim has risen to prominence as a powerful core world and military hub. He is noble, principled, and as a commander, quite brilliant, not to mention loyally defended by his constant shadow, Vargard Oberon. Sadly, Nimisor Zondrek is also afflicted with a delusional insanity so deeply ingrained, there is no chance he will ever recover from it. The Nimisor perceives the galaxy about him as it once was, long before the horrors of biotransference. Zondrek believes himself and his followers to be flesh and blood beings. So convinced of this is he that the Nimisor still employs several dozen food tasters to watch for poison in the feast served up to, but never consumed by, his royal court. Moreover, to Zondrek, the enemies he fights are not rampaging orc hordes, elite space marine strike forces, or demon-worshipping cultists. In their place, Zondrek instead sees armed and armored Necrontyr, servants of rebellious dynasties, deluded or deceived by separatist demagogues, but Necrontyr nonetheless. As such, the old Nimisor accords every foe he faces the full extent of the dynastic honor codes. He shuns the use of death marks, flayed ones, or destroyers where at all possible, and offers his enemies every chance to surrender or retreat. Zondrek even insists that enemy commanders be captured rather than killed, and afforded every courtesy as respected Necrontyr leaders. For all this, Nimisor Zondrek is a sublimely skilled strategist and a masterful battlefield tactician. Still, this might not have been enough to save him from the ill-favored attention of his mutinous royal court, but that he is protected at all times by Vargard Oberon. having served as Zondrek's protector since the days of Flesh and Blood. Oberon is utterly and selflessly loyal to his master. It is Oberon who quietly puts down courtly rebellions on Gidrim and who disposes of Zondrek's honored prisoners. He has been reprimanded by his rambling master more than once for the number of fatal accidents that seems to befall such captives. On the battlefield, the hulking Vargard watches over his master with unblinking eyes. True, he is happy to storm into the enemy at the head of Zondrek's legions, where he can butcher the lesser races with savage abandon. But Oberon is always alert to Zondrek's position. Should any foe threaten the Nemesor's person, Oberon activates his Ghostwalk mantle and steps through reality to appear at Zondrek's side a heartbeat later. More times than he can count, the Vargard has arrived in time to block an enemy's descending blade, typically eliciting a pleased chuckle from his master, along with bluff instructions to give the spirited attacker a fair fight. Anrakir. Some see Anrakir as the ultimate expression of Necron's stellar supremacy, an indefatigable warrior whose crusade for unity is nothing short of inspirational. Other Necron nobles see him as a rogue, an opportunist, and a privateer little better than the plundering vermin of the lesser races. Anrakir cares not either way, so long as he is able to continue his quest. Anrakir storms into battle with his war scythe swinging in vicious, decapitating arcs. Should a towering bastion or a mighty enemy bar his path, he merely raises his tachyon arrow, and with a thunderclap that could split a mountain in two, erases his target from existence. Should the foe send war engines against Anrakir, their shocked crews may find themselves suddenly unable to control their vehicle's weapon systems. The traveler can project his consciousness into the machineries of lesser races and bend their crude spirits to his will, making heavy cannons and energy blasters swivel suddenly to new targeting coordinates before unleashing punishing salvos that blow the enemy's commanders, elite warriors, or accompanying armor assets to smoldering pieces. Nor does Anrakir fight alone, of course. His legions are inveterate campaigners all, battle-scarred and deadly. At their heart march the Imperium Eternals, Necron soldiery that hail from Anrakir's own crown world, and who have fought at his side for hundreds of years. Few enemies can long withstand the assault of this rarefied cadre, of these Necrons who are as indomitable and resilient in close quarters as they are at range. What truly makes Anrakir remarkable is not his skill in battle, however prodigious it might be. Instead, it is his ceaseless campaigning, and the goals he seeks to achieve. Onrunkir fights not for the furtherance of his dynasty's greatness at the expense of all others, but rather for the greatness of the Necrons as a whole. Upon awakening from the Great Sleep, Onrunkir was fortunate enough to find himself hale and whole, with his faculties intact and his will undimmed. It did not take him long to grasp the true situation that the Necrons found themselves in. Scattered, lost, and awakening in increments while surrounded by hostile foes. Had the Silent King already declared his return, Onrunkir would undoubtedly have rallied to his banner as the uniter and savior of the Necron race. Robbed of such a figurehead, however, Onrunkir took it upon himself to become one. Thus he became the Traveler, leaving the rule of his crown world, Pyria, in others' hands, and taking the vast majority of his military might off into the stars. Onrunkir vowed to travel from one Necron world to the next, awakening those that still slumbered, and defending those that were under attack, until at last the Necron dynasties were all fully restored, and their race ruled the galaxy once again. His self-appointed mission has proven challenging, however, in ways that Onrunkir did not foresee. For one thing, the maps and charts he possesses are eons out of date, making it tremendously difficult to locate each world. Even when he does, Onrunkir often finds the cold dead ruin of tomb complexes already long plundered by lesser races. At such times, he descends with furious violence upon the transgressors, always hoping that word of such examples will spread and dissuade further trespassers. To his frustration, it never does. As Onrunkir's mission drags ever on, so his ranks are depleted. In order to maintain the momentum of his crusade, the Traveler demands a tithe of military might from every Necron world he encounters, awakens, or rescues. Sometimes this is giving willingly enough, but on occasion he is accused of extortion and brigandry and must take his reinforcements by force. Such incidents sadden Onrunkir, for he cannot understand how all of his race do not share in his vision or zeal. However, he pushes on regardless, certain that when at last his quest is complete, all of his race will understand and applaud his vision. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is a force that stands ever watchful against the horrors lurking beyond the stars. They are the Deathwatch, also known as the Long Vigil or the Long Watch, an elite brotherhood of warriors drawn from across the Adeptus Astartes, answering only to the Ordo Xenos of the Imperial Inquisition. When the Imperium requires strength beyond what the Astra Militarum or the Inquisition's own acolytes and throne agents can muster, it is the Deathwatch who are called upon. They are the last resort, the blade that strikes when none other can. Across the galaxy, the enemies of humanity are legion. From the savage, green-skinned orcs to the nightmarish Tyranids, from the cruel and twisted Drakari to the spectral Catan and the undying Necrons, each a threat beyond mortal reckoning. Against these horrors, the Deathwatch stands sentinel, an unyielding bulwark against the alien menace. Unlike the monolithic Space Marine chapters, bound to their own traditions and homeworlds, the Deathwatch is a brotherhood of many lineages. Each of its warriors is a seasoned veteran, handpicked from among the finest of the Adeptus Astartes to serve in the Inquisition's name. For those chosen, this is no mere assignment. It is an honor, bestowed only upon the most exceptional. But the cost is great, for their duty demands absolute secrecy. By sacred oath and inquisitorial decree, even their own chapters must never know the details of their service. In battle, the Deathwatch does not wage war in conventional formations of squads and companies. Instead, they strike with precision and expertise, forming elite kill teams, each a carefully assembled force of specialists, tailored for the mission at hand. If a Xenos threat proves formidable, multiple kill teams may be dispatched. But should even their might falter, Inquisition must turn to a full chapter of Space Marines or entire regiments of the Imperial Guard to stem the tide. The Deathwatch is more than just a fighting force. It is a sentinel at the edge of oblivion, a silent guardian of humanity's future. In the shadows of the stars, where ancient evils stir, they wait, ready to strike, ready to sacrifice, ready to endure the long vigil until the Imperium's final night. The origins of the Deathwatch are veiled in uncertainty, its inception buried beneath the tides of history. Yet, those who seek the truth often trace its beginnings back to the time of rebirth in 544 M32, a desperate era when the Imperium stood upon the precipice of annihilation. It was then that the largest orc Wa since the Ullanor Crusade surged into Imperial space, a tide of destruction led by a warlord known only as the Beast. This horde did not simply threaten the outlying worlds of humanity. It reached for the very throne world of Terra itself. In this dire hour, the newly elected Lord Commander of the Imperium, Horland, Chapter Master of the Imperial Fists, and last of his line, conceived of a new strategy. Rather than committing vast armies to meet the orc onslaught head-on, he proposed a method of precise, surgical extermination. Small elite teams of veteran Astartes could strike at the heart of the greenskin war machine. At first, the High Lords of Terra hesitated, wary of investing in such an unprecedented approach. But desperate times demanded desperate measures. In the end, necessity won out, and Corlin's plan was approved. The first warriors of this new force were drawn from the remnants of the chapter that had fought in the initial invasion of Ullanor. Their ranks had been shattered, their brothers lost to the carnage of war. Standing in solemn vigil over their fallen, they forged something new. From their sorrow and their fury, the seeds of the Deathwatch were sown. To ensure the survival and authority of this force, Corlin struck an accord with Inquisitorial Representative Wynand. In doing so, he quelled the fears of the Senatorum Imperialis, securing the Deathwatch's place under the command of the Ordo Xenos, though Anastartes would always serve as its chapter master. In the war's aftermath, as the echoes of the beast's defeat still faded across the stars, the Inquisition itself was forever changed. It was during this time that the first of the Ordos Majoris, the Ordo Malleus and the Ordo Xenos, were formally established. Just as the Grey Knights would become the demon-hunting sword of the Ordo Malleus, so too was the Deathwatch bound to the newborn Ordo Xenos, sworn to battle the alien horrors that lurked in the void. Yet history is never so simple. Other accounts tell of a different beginning. According to these records, the Deathwatch did not arise from the ashes of the beast's Wa, but from the foresight of a gathering of Inquisitor lords known as the Apocryphon Conclave of Orphite IV. Convened in secrecy, this conclave sought to formulate a grand strategy against the alien scourge, for they believed that a reckoning was inevitable. Among them were scholars and warriors, Puritans and radicals, all bound by the grim certainty that one day the Imperium would face annihilation, not from heretics or demons, but from slavering, unknowable Xenos. Some among them whispered of an ancient godlike being stirring from eons of slumber. Others feared an invasion from beyond the galaxy itself. Whatever the nature of the doom that awaited, they agreed on one thing. They could not afford to wait for it to arrive. For years, debate raged. Some inquisitors called for total war, a galaxy purged of all alien life, no matter the cost. Others, though few in number, proposed alliances with certain Xenos, such as the enigmatic craft world Eldari, in the hopes of surviving the coming storm. The conclave was nearly torn apart by these clashing ideologies. Some Puritan lords even decreed the gathering as an admission of defeat, for to prepare for failure was to them tantamount to heresy. But in the end, wisdom prevailed. A decision was made, and a summons was sent out across the stars. The Inquisitors called upon the chapter masters of the Adeptus Astartes, requesting an audience. It was a moment unparalleled in Imperial history. Few records remain of how many chapter masters answered the call, or what words were spoken when they stood before the conclave. But it is known that by the following solar dawn, a solemn oath was sworn. A new chapter would be created, not bound by a single gene line, but forged from the finest warriors of the Adeptus Astartes. Veterans, tempered by countless battles against the horrors of the void, would serve as its ranks. It would be known as the Deathwatch, for it would stand sentinel against the extinction of humanity. And so the pact endures. For millennia, the Deathwatch has fought in the darkest corners of the galaxy, striking against the alien with precision and relentless fury. The Battle Brothers of this order work in tandem with the Ordo Xenos, tracking and exterminating threats no single Inquisitor could ever hope to vanquish alone. But no matter the truth of the Deathwatch's origins, whether forged in the crucible of the Beast Swa, or in the secretive halls of Ophrite IV, one fact remains unshaken. Since its founding, there have been many times when the Imperium believed it had stemmed the tide of the alien menace, that the threat had been held at bay by the countless sacrifices of these silent warriors. Yet now, as the time of ending bleeds into the era Indomitus, that belief is shattered. The ancient prophecies of the Conclave whisper their warnings once more. The Xenos rise in numbers uncountable. The Imperium's defenders stretched ever thinner. And in the abyss of the unknown, something stirs. The Deathwatch remains at its post, as it always has. But now, in the 41st millennium, that bulwark has been shaken. Never before has the Deathwatch faced such an unrelenting storm. Never before have the enemies of mankind risen in such number, nor with such singular purpose. Where once the Xenos lurked in the void, scavenging the fringes of the Imperium's light, now they descend in force, each species seeking to claim the galaxy as its own. The age of ending has come to pass. The era Indomitus heralds a reckoning long foretold. The Eldari of the craft worlds, long a fractured and dwindling race, fight with a desperate fervor unseen in 10,000 years. They strike without mercy, burning entire worlds in their struggle to reclaim their fading empire before it is lost forever. In the shadows, their depraved kin, the Drakari, descend in never-before-seen numbers. Their raiding parties do not simply plunder, they erase. Civilizations vanish overnight, their people dragged screaming into the depths of Kamarog to feed an insatiable hunger for suffering. Beneath the surface of long-dead worlds, ancient tombs crack open, and the Necron dynasties rise faster than they can be put down. Each awakening brings forth legions of undying warriors, their soulless overlords determined to restore the cold, lifeless order that had once ruled the stars. And across the Imperium, the orcs, long held in check by the precision strikes of the Deathwatch, are stirring anew. Warlord Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka, the prophet of Armageddon, unites the warring clans into a force of destruction unlike any before. The Great Wa gathers momentum, a rolling avalanche of destruction that threatens to drown the stars in a tide of green-skinned carnage. Even in the distant eastern fringe, the enemies of humanity grow bolder. The Tau Empire, ever expanding, have unlocked new secrets of void travel. With the ZFR Horizon Accelerator engine, they push beyond the Damocles Gulf at an alarming pace, claiming Imperial worlds as their own with a speed the Imperium cannot match. But it is from the great black void that the most horrifying threat comes. The Tyranids, the great devourer, have arrived in numbers beyond reckoning. Hive fleets, Behemoth and Kraken, once thought broken, continue to spread their splintered tendrils into Imperial space, consuming all in their path. And still more come. A dozen others claw at the Imperium's edges, creeping ever onward. But none are as terrifying as Hive Fleet Leviathan, its tendrils slithering from beneath the galactic core itself. In the Era Indomitus, it surges forth, not toward the distant reaches of the galaxy, but towards the very hearts of humanity. The Segmentum Pacificus and Segmentum Solar, Terra itself, stands in its path. Against this apocalyptic storm, the Deathwatch fights with every ounce of strength it possesses. Its watch stations burn across the stars, its kill teams stretched to the breaking point. With each passing standard year, more urgent calls are sent to the wider Adeptus Astartes, invoking the sacred oaths sworn long ago. They demand tithes of warriors, veteran battle brothers, to replenish their ever-dwindling ranks. But the requests no longer flow in one direction. Hundreds of chapters, their own forces depleted, and their homeworlds under siege, call upon the Deathwatch to return their warriors, to send their sons home. Even knowing the stain of dishonor this request carries, they beg for the return of those who have served their long vigil. In this desperate hour, every Space Marine is needed in the wars that will decide the fate of the Imperium itself. The Deathwatch does not waver. They know what is at stake. They know what failure means. As the galaxy teeters on the brink of annihilation, they still hold the line. They strike from the void, purging, eradicating, sacrificing. They fight not for glory, not for banners or songs, but for the survival of the human race. And though the future remains uncertain, one truth remains. The Deathwatch will stand until the very last warrior falls, until the final blade is dulled, until the final bolt is fired. They will stand. Though the Deathwatch do not command vast armies, nor hold dominion over planets, their vigilance shapes the fate of entire sectors. Their watch fortresses scattered across the stars like lonely, defiant citadels, do not appear on Imperial records. They exist beyond the sight of bureaucrats and lords, absent from the tithes and tributes that weigh upon the Imperium's countless worlds. To the Deathwatch, secrecy is as much a weapon as the bolter and blade, for what cannot be found cannot be destroyed. In deception, they build their walls high. In silence, they keep their castles strong. Each of these mighty void-born fortresses is a sovereign domain, ruled with absolute authority by the Space Marine officer known as its Watch Commander. It is by his decree that entire worlds are put to the torch, entire threats excised from existence before they can fester into apocalyptic ruin. Unlike the Imperium's grand crusades of attrition, where victory is measured in the bones of uncounted dead, the Deathwatch strikes with precision, eliminating enemies before the wider Imperium even knows they exist. Some fortresses, like Castellos Nullifact, stand eternal vigil over the stirring Necron dynasties of the northern Ultima Segmentum. Others, such as Fort Pikeman, keep watch on the abyssal horrors of the Ghoul Stars, ensuring that what lurks beyond remains beyond. Each fortress is a sentinel against a specific danger, a bastion dedicated to one unrelenting mission. But not all of the Deathwatch's outposts are vast fortresses brimming with warriors. There are smaller watch stations, isolated redoubts where only a handful of battle brothers stand their vigil, waiting in silence for a threat that may one day awaken. Yet, whether a lone watch station or a fortress housing entire watch companies, every stronghold is a fortress unto itself, bristling with weaponry, an island of defiance in the endless black. The galaxy is not as it once was. With the Great Rift's birth, the Imperium was torn asunder, and in the era Indominus, many of these hidden bastions were swallowed by the void. Some fortresses, severed from Terra's light, now drift alone in the madness of Imperium Nihilus. Others have been consumed in the fires of demonic incursion, their warriors beset by terrors both mortal and empiric. Yet the watchmasters of these forsaken strongholds have not faltered. Cut off from reinforcements, denied the lifelines of supplies and support, they endure as they always have, ruthless, unyielding, and relentless. They exploit every advantage, every ounce of their remaining strength, to ensure that their long vigil does not end. But the Deathwatch knows a truth the Imperium dares not face. The war against the alien is not won by grand victories or glorious crusades. It is won in the shadows, in the silence, in the places where no banners fly and no triumphs are sung. It is won in the watch fortresses that burn unseen, their warriors forgotten, their sacrifices unknown. And though the Imperium crumbles and the stars go dark, the Deathwatch will stand. They must. Beyond the great void fortresses of the Deathwatch, scattered like silent sentinels across the Imperium's vast domain, lie the hidden watch stations, fortified outposts that serve as the unseen eyes and ears of the long vigil. These lone bastions dot the stars, concealed among the desolate wastelands of dead worlds, carved into the jagged peaks of forgotten moons, or drifting as blackened void stations amidst the endless abyss. Each one is unique, shaped by the nature of the war it watches over. In the forsaken reaches of Jericho Reach, countless watch stations remain, their structures as varied as the threats they observe. Some stand as singular armored bastions, their weathered facades crowned with stone-carved gargoyles, their hollow eyes ever staring into the eternal night. Others, spires of cold metal, loom amidst the lunar mountain ranges, their forbidding towers linked by bridges that no mortal foot will ever tread. And then there are those suspended in the void itself, small, jagged stations of silent steel, their hulls bristling with auspex arrays, their sear webs unraveling the currents of space. Yet, whatever their form, their purpose remains the same. These stations are more than outposts. They are the hidden gaze of the Deathwatch, their eyes ever fixed upon the darkness beyond. Each watch station is fitted with augurs beyond the reckoning of most Imperial forces, their sensors reaching across the void to gather whispers of movements, of threats unseen and enemies yet to strike. They scan the airwaves for transmissions or coded signals that may spell the rise of a slumbering horror. They skim even the warp itself with witch sight augurs, peering into the empiric tides to glimpse what nightmares lurk beyond reality's veil. All that is seen, all that is learned, is stored deep within the station's armored heart, its data reservoirs holding knowledge that no other Imperial force may ever know. And though these stations are silent, they are never blind. Deathwatch ensures that no revelation is lost. Whenever a battle brother departs a watch station, he carries with him the weight of its knowledge, data harvested from 100 encounters, intelligence scoured from 1,000 sensor sweeps. It is his duty to return this knowledge to the greater watch fortresses, where it is added to the great archives of the Long Vigil. But even in the absence of warriors, the Deathwatch has its methods. There are the Dark Hunters, small, warp-capable vessels that prowl the stars unseen. These silent ships slip through the void like shadows, flitting between watch stations, collecting their hidden knowledge before vanishing once more into the darkness. It is through them that the Deathwatch remains ever watchful, ever aware, no matter how far their enemies may lie. Yet, these stations serve more than just the mind of the Deathwatch. They are its armories, its stockpiles for the war that never ends. Within their vaults lie weapons and material caches, waiting to be claimed by any kill team that finds itself in need. Some hold entire medical and analysis chambers, where wounded warriors may be tended and ancient war gear restored. But such tools require a skilled hand. Only the practice arts of an apothecary or the technical mastery of a tech marine can unlock the full potential of these facilities. Despite their power, most watch stations remain unoccupied for decades, their corridors untouched by any living soul. They stand silent and waiting, their halls patrolled only by the relentless precision of the machine cult's finest automated defenses. These guardians, unseen, unsleeping, monitor the station's systems, ensure its operations continue, and if need be, defend it from intruders. But no fortress lasts forever. Should a watch station come under attack, its defenses can hold against all but the most determined assault. But if the line is truly broken, if the enemy breaches its walls and threatens to uncover its secrets, the station will not fall into alien hands. Instead, it will annihilate itself, purging all records, all knowledge, all traces of its existence in a single blinding moment of destruction. Yet the Deathwatch does not rely on fire alone to guard its secrets. The greatest defense of these stations has always been their secrecy, their remoteness, their concealment. They are hidden sentinels, unseen guardians watching from the void. And in their silence, they ensure that when the Deathwatch strikes, it does so with the full knowledge of the horrors it faces. For in this war, knowledge is not just power, it is survival. To be chosen for the Deathwatch is an honor beyond measure. It is a distinction reserved for the finest warriors of the Adeptus Astartes, the elite among elites. The Adeptus Astartes itself is a brotherhood formed from only the strongest of mankind, but the Deathwatch takes them from only the best, the most relentless, the most lethal, those whose skill against the alien has already been proven in the crucible of war. Unlike a traditional Space Marine chapter, the Deathwatch is drawn from no single world, nor is it forged from a single gene line. It is a force unlike any other. Its ranks filled by warriors pledged from countless chapters across the Imperium. Each is a hero in its own right, an alien hunter without peer, selected from among his battle brothers to undertake the long vigil. The path to this honor begins with the scrutiny of a warrior's superiors. His captain watches his deeds in battle, weighing his skill against the Xenos. His apothecary ensures his body is flawless, his enhancements untainted, his physical form a weapon as perfect as any bolter or blade. And his chaplain peers into his soul, searching for weakness, measuring his devotion to the Emperor and his resistance to the temptations of heresy. Only when all three stand in agreement is the chapter master consulted. and if he grants his approval, the warrior's fate is set. Though it may take solar years before the summons arrives, the chosen battle brother knows his destiny. When the time comes, he will leave behind all he has known, his chapter, his oaths, his traditions, and become something else entirely. Among most chapters, a solemn ceremony marks his departure. The Ultramarines gather as many of the company's warriors as possible, offering a final salute as their brother boards the black-hulled Thunderhawk that will take him to his new life. The Dark Angels, ever secretive, remind him of his oath of silence. He may never speak of certain truths, not even among his new brethren. Regardless of the rituals, all know that they will never likely see him again. He is departing for a war unlike any other, a war that will claim him as a martyr to humanity's survival. In recognition of this, his power armor is painted jet black, marking him as a son of the Long Vigil. Upon his arrival at a watch fortress, his true transformation begins. The training that follows is brutal, beyond anything he has ever endured. Though he may have slain dozens of alien species in his former life, now he learns of thousands more. Every waking hour is given to his conditioning. Through rigorous hypno-indoctrination, knowledge is burned into his subconscious. When he faces an alien he has never seen before, its weaknesses will rise unbidden to the forefront of his mind. In the end, he is no longer merely a space marine. He is Deathwatch. No matter what rank he once held, it is set aside. He is now part of a kill team, a band of warriors drawn from different chapters, each with their own cultures, philosophies, and fighting styles. Some teams clash at first. Pride and tradition do not vanish overnight, but shared war forges bonds stronger than any ritual. And as they fight together, they come to respect each other's skills. When the time comes to plunge into further battles, they do so not as strangers, but as a single, lethal entity. The Deathwatch kill team is not merely a squad. It is a weapon, tempered and honed to a razor's edge. A single strike can decapitate an alien empire before it can rise. As a master swordsmith folds steel upon steel to create a blade of peerless sharpness, so too does the Deathwatch forge its warriors, hammering them into an instrument of extermination that can sunder the Imperium's foes with a single, well-placed blow. As the chamber militant of the Ordos Xenos, the Deathwatch's duty is more than just war. It is knowledge. They do not simply fight the alien. They study it, analyze it, and, when necessary, harness its own weapons against it. Their work ensures that the Imperium understands its foes, anticipating their movements before they can strike. Sometimes, in dire circumstances, they even turn Xenos technology against its creator, but never without caution. Sabotage is always a possibility, and the Deathwatch watches for such treachery with ruthless vigilance. The Adeptus Mechanicus is ever eager to recover alien artifacts for its own ends, as evidenced by the Catan phase sword wielded by the Calidus assassins, a weapon harvested from a Necron tomb world and successfully integrated into the Imperium's arsenal. The chapters of the Adeptus Astartes are bound by an ancient oath to provide warriors to the Deathwatch. Yet not all do so willingly. Among some of the more independent or secretive chapters, such as the Dark Angels and the Black Templars, service in the Deathwatch is viewed with distrust. They see the Inquisition as meddling, even corrupt, an intrusion into the autonomy of the Adeptus Astartes. For chapters like the Iron Hands, Space Wolves, and Blood Angels, relations with the Inquisition remained strained at best. It is not unheard of for radical Ordo Xenos Inquisitors to strike bargains with these chapters, offering aid against political machinations of the Ordo Hereticus in exchange for the secondment of warriors to their cause. Others, such as the Ultramarines, Crimson Fists, and Imperial Fists, maintain far closer ties to the Ordo Xenos. Their warriors are sent to the Deathwatch in greater numbers, fully embracing the role they play in the Imperium's survival. Yet, a kill team may be composed of warriors from any chapter, for the Deathwatch's reach spans the stars, ever drawing upon the greatest warriors of humanity. Despite their differences in origin, philosophy, and method, every warrior of the Deathwatch shares the same core ideals: unflinching loyalty to the Emperor and an undying hatred of the alien. It is this common purpose that binds them together, forging them into a force of unparalleled precision and lethality. A battle brother will remain with the Deathwatch until his watchmaster or the Inquisitor he serves deems his duty fulfilled. Only then may he return to his chapter, his honor intact. But even should he go home, it will never truly be the same. The long vigil leaves its mark, searing itself into the very soul of those who endure it. The Deathwatch is more than a brotherhood, more than a duty. It is an unending war, fought in the shadows, waged against the horrors of the void, and those who walk its path are forever changed. For over 10 standard millennia, the Adeptus Astartes have waged unending war in the Emperor's name. Theirs is a duty that spans the stars, an existence defined by battle and the defense of mankind. Each chapter fights as it sees fit, bound by its own traditions, and guided by the wisdom of its chapter master. Figures who stand among the greatest leaders in the galaxy, whose decisions shape the fates of entire worlds. Few command the respect of the Adeptus Astartes. Fewer still would dare to impose their will upon them. Yet among those who claim such authority, there are none so bold as the Inquisition. The Inquisition arrives upon a battlefield, its word carries the weight of absolute authority. It does not request, it demands. It does not negotiate, it decrees. And for many Space Marine chapters, this is a bitter pill to swallow. Though most Astartes recognize the necessity of the Inquisition's role, there are those who view the shadowy organization with deep mistrust. The Space Wolves, fiercely independent and unwilling to bend the knee to any authority save their own, openly resent the unchecked power wielded by the Inquisition. Other chapters bear grudges born of experience, memories of battles lost, of costly decisions made by Inquisitors who did not understand the price of war as the Astartes do. Yet, despite these tensions, the Ordo Xenos remains the Deathwatch's closest ally. Bound together by necessity, these two organizations fight side by side on battlefields across the galaxy. It is the Inquisition that identifies many of the targets that the Deathwatch must strike down. The Inquisition that unearths secrets long buried and uncovers threats before they can fester into apocalypse. Such is the closeness of their alliance that on occasion a Lord Inquisitor has even assumed command of a watch fortress, just as there have been times when a Deathwatch battle brother has led the esoteric forces of the Inquisition into war. But for all their cooperation, they do not always see eye to eye. The Deathwatch is by nature a force of Puritan belief, unyielding in its hatred of the alien, unshaken in its conviction that Xenos must be annihilated, not studied or bargained with. Many Inquisitors share this philosophy, but there are those among the Ordo Xenos, radicals, who believe that to fight the alien, one must understand it. Some have wielded Xenos weaponry, reasoning that their duty to humanity supersedes any dogma. Others have even consorted with alien races, forging uneasy alliances in the face of a greater threat. To the Deathwatch, such acts are anathema. More than once, this divide has ended in bloodshed. A kill team sent to assist an Inquisitor in his mission has instead executed him for heresy. A watch commander, upon learning of an Inquisitor's dealings with the alien, has declared him excommunicate Traitoris and ordered his death. The Battle Brothers of the Long Vigil do not compromise. They do not tolerate deviation from the Emperor's will. Despite this, the Deathwatch remains tied to the Inquisition, its missions often dictated by those who wield the rosette. This can lead to tensions even among the Astartes, as kill teams are deployed to retrieve obscure artifacts, while greater threats, Tyranid incursions, Necron awakenings, Orc warbands, all loom on the horizon. To the warriors of the Deathwatch, it sometimes seems that the Inquisitors pursue their own agendas rather than the true defense of humanity. And when a kill team begins to question its orders, the seeds of conflict are sown. There are times when this discord reaches its peak, when an Inquisitor, entrusted with the Imperium's power, turns from the light of the Emperor and becomes the very thing he once sought to destroy. When such a crime is uncovered, the response is swift, decisive, and veiled in absolute secrecy. The kill team assigned to hunt down a rogue Inquisitor does not undertake an ordinary mission. Such an operation is declared only in the most dire of circumstances, when it has been deemed that there is no other way. The Inquisition itself is loath to acknowledge such treachery, even among its own ranks. Knowledge of such missions is locked behind the highest levels of security. Those who take part in the hunt do so under oaths of silence, their memories of the event sealed behind layers of psychic and hypno-indoctrination. For if there is one truth in the Imperium, it is this: the Inquisition must always appear infallible. It cannot afford weakness, it cannot afford failure. And if one of its own is found wanting, the Deathwatch ensures that no trace of his betrayal remains. Even among the Adeptus Astartes, where warriors are bred for war and trained to defy death itself, few live long enough to earn the title of veteran. The endless war for the Imperium claims many before they have served even a fraction of a standard century. Unlike the ranks of the Astra Militarum or the Imperial Navy, where a soldier might be considered a veteran simply for surviving his first campaign, the status of a veteran Space Marine is not bestowed lightly. It is not survival that marks an Astartes as a veteran. It is triumph, earned through years of war, victories hard fought and won in blood. The Deathwatch is no different. To serve the long vigil is to fulfill one's duty, but mere endurance is not enough. The Deathwatch warrior is expected to be lethal beyond compare, a perfect blade in the Emperor's hand. It is only those who prove themselves again and again, rising above even their transhuman kin, come to be recognized as veterans of the Deathwatch. For most Astartes, the chain of command is simple. Loyalty belongs first to the chapter master, and then to the company and squad commanders, and ultimately to the Emperor. For those who serve the Deathwatch, the question of allegiance is far less clear. When a battle brother joins the Long Vigil, he comes under the command of the Watch Commander, and the chamber vigilant of his assigned watch fortress, often under the influence of Inquisitors of the Ordo Xenos. And yet, at the same time, he remains bound to his parent chapter, still holding rank and title, even though he no longer marches beside his brothers. Over time, these ties shift. The longer a warrior serves, the more he adapts to the Deathwatch's unique ways of war. His kill team becomes his family, his bond with its warriors forged in fire and blood. With each mission, each battle, his devotion to the Emperor expands, his duty to the Imperium growing beyond the narrow teachings of his chapter cult. And then there are those rare few for whom the change is even deeper. Some warriors after decades in service, find that they no longer look first to their chapter, but instead to the Deathwatch itself. They still honor their origins, still bear respect for their chapter, but their true place, their true loyalty, now lies with the warriors of the Long Vigil. They see the war against the Xenos as the war, the only war that matters. For such warriors, the chain of command becomes blurred. Their chapter master may understand their choice, or see it as a betrayal. Even their former brothers may look upon them with divided judgment, questioning their loyalties. But for the veterans of the Deathwatch, there is no question. Their war has never ended. A battle brother who remains with his chapter will see years of brutal conflict, but he does so surrounded by the might of his legion's descendants, Predator tanks, Thunderhawk gunships, squads of Devastators and Dreadnoughts. He marches with his company, supported by orbital firepower and the engines of war. The Deathwatch fights differently. A kill team stands alone, its missions often deep in enemy territory, cut off from support, with only their skill, strategy, and superior technology to ensure victory. While they have access to some of the Imperium's rarest and most powerful weaponry, they cannot rely on overwhelming force. Instead, they are the scalpel to the Adeptus Astartes broadsword, surgical, precise, and devastating. More than that, they face foes their parent chapters may never encounter. They do not battle endless hordes or clash in grand wars of attrition. Their enemies are often ancient and powerful. Alien warlords, Xenos horrors, monstrous beasts of nightmarish design. In a few short years, a Deathwatch warrior will have fought and slain foes that even a seasoned Astartes captain might never encounter. It is little wonder, then, that so many who serve the Long Vigil rise to the rank of veteran, their experience eclipsing even some of the greatest warriors of their original chapter. Deathwatch veteran is not simply an Astartes who have survived years of service, nor is he merely one who has formed bonds with warriors of other chapters. He is something more. He has been shaped by the Deathwatch. His skills, his mind, his tactics have evolved beyond what his chapter first taught him. He has adapted to the demands of kill team warfare, to the expectation of autonomy and independence, to the requirement that he functions as a part of a seamless whole, with warriors whose doctrines may be completely alien to his own. Some battle brothers return to their chapter when their duty is fulfilled. They take with them the skills they have honed, the knowledge they have gathered, the wisdom of war they have acquired. They become living repositories of the Deathwatch's teachings, warriors respected and honored by their chapter for what they endured. But for others, the Deathwatch becomes home. For them, the war against the Xenos is the only war that matters. They will fight it until death claims them. Within the Deathwatch, bonds can form that do not exist elsewhere in the Adeptus Astartes. Most Space Marines know only their kind. They train, fight, and die among warriors who share their culture, doctrines, and beliefs. But the Deathwatch is different. Here, warriors of 1,000 chapters fight side by side. Battle brothers of vastly different origins, forging unbreakable bonds in the fires of war. The journey is not always smooth. Many enter the Deathwatch with deep-seated prejudices, believing their chapter's ways to be superior, unwilling to trust those who do not share their doctrines. Some serve their vigil grudgingly, tolerating their kill team only out of necessity, keeping themselves apart even as they fulfill their duty. But those who rise to veteran status have overcome such barriers. They have embraced the difference in their team, turning them into strengths. They have forged their kill team into a singular weapon, greater than the sum of its parts. Yet the Deathwatch is not without cost. For some, the gulf between the Deathwatch and their original chapter becomes too wide to cross. When they return, they find themselves changed in ways their brothers cannot understand. Some still cling to their chapter's ways, seeking to prove its superiority among their kill team. Others remain distant and reserved, fulfilling their duty, but never truly accepting their new brethren. But the strongest among them, the true veterans, adapt. They conform to the new brotherhood, finding their place within the Deathwatch, balancing their duty to both Emperor and Imperium. In the end, the kill team is only as strong as its weakest link, and its greatest strength is the brotherhood forged in the crucible of war. A battle brother who cannot trust his kill team weakens it, but a veteran of the Deathwatch understands. Strength lies not in uniformity, but in the unity found through diversity. He knows that the battle brother who once stood as an outsider has now become a brother in truth, bonded not by shared blood, but by shared war. And so, in the end, a Deathwatch veteran is more than an Astartes. He is the pinnacle of what a Space Marine can become. A warrior honed to absolute lethality, tempered by knowledge, unshaken by adversity, and bound to a cause greater than himself. He is the Deathwatch, and his war never ends. Undeniable is our loyalty. Undeniable is our zeal. Undeniable is our fury. Undeniable is our martial power. Undeniable is our devotion to the Emperor of mankind and to the memory of our Primarch. Among the Adeptus Astartes, it is we who have stood the longest, who have bled the most, who have wavered the least. Our legacy has been over 10,000 years in the making. Yet, in a single instant, in a single moment of laxity, it might all be for naught. There are those who once called themselves Dark Angels of the First Legion, those who betrayed everything. They declared war on their brothers and their Gene Father. They were led by the man who should have been most loyal, the most staunch in his love for the Primarch. To this day, his weakness, his vanity, threatens to undo everything the Lion sought to build. By his false loyalties was noble Caliban torn asunder. We mourn its devastation still. By his late realization of his own frailty were his fell followers scattered. By his tainted hand was our Gene Father struck down and lost. By our righteous hand will his followers be made to repent. Sons of the Lion. The Dark Angel's deepest history is shrouded in mystery, not merely due to being thousands of years in the past. Successive Dark Angels masters and veterans have deliberately obscured it. The truth is hidden within chapter mythology, concealed by circles of metaphor and allegory, or sealed behind barred doors. Knowingly or otherwise, the events of the chapters past have shaped the life of every son of the Lion, and will likely do so far into the future. Only the most veteran warriors of the Dark Angels and their successor chapters know what happened when Lion L. Johnson returned to Caliban after the Horus Heresy came to an end. Luther was a knight of Caliban who had discovered the infant Primarch of the Dark Angels, a feral child living wild and unkempt. He appeared at first to Luther to be a savage creature. Rather than slay the young lion, Luther brought him to civilization. A deep bond of brotherhood and friendship formed as they hunted together from Caliban's dark keeps, and Luther was granted guardianship of the planet during the Horus Heresy. In L. Johnson's absence, however, something bitter entered Luther's heart, and he fostered rebellion in those Dark Angels serving under him. When L. Johnson's fleet reached Caliban after years abroad, Luther ordered his warriors to fire upon it. The battle that followed shook the Dark Angels' legion to its very core. Thousands were slain by those they once called brothers. Caliban cracked and heaved as supernuclear ordnance and high-powered laser blasts struck it from orbit on the Lion's orders, before the Primarch ordered his warriors to make planetfall. The most pivotal battle of all was fought between L. Johnson and Luther, who was infused with the powers of the Dark Gods, and more than a match for the Lion. Though the Primarch was victorious, he could not bring himself to slay his former friend. In this moment of noble hesitation, Luther struck back. The Lion was left mortally wounded. As Luther looked upon the grievously injured form of the Primarch, a veil was lifted from his eyes. He realized the full magnitude of what he had done. His sanity was shattered. It is told that Luther's anguish echoed through the warp, churning and boiling so violently it brought psychers across the galaxy to their knees. Its power was so great that a warp storm emerged to engulf Caliban, though how this came about is beyond the speculation of even the most learned of the chapter's librarians. The tempest destroyed almost all of the planet, weakened as it was by the fleet's bombardments, and pulled those fallen Dark Angels who served under Luther into the warp, casting them throughout time and space. When the surviving loyalist Dark Angels sought out their Primarch amidst the ruins, all they found was Luther, reduced to a gibbering wreck. He ranted that the Watchers in the dark had taken the lion away, and that one day the Primarch would return and forgive him. Luther was captured, imprisoned, and hidden from sight. The Dark Angels searched everywhere for their Gene Father, to no avail. With but a portion of their homeworld still intact, thousands of their number dead, and their Primarch lost, the Dark Angels faced numerous challenges and obstacles as they looked to an uncertain future. The Lion had imbued in his Gene Sons a stoicism and self-sufficiency, built over years of being the First Legion, that which paved the way for those that followed. Never before had the Dark Angels drawn upon their resolve as they did in this moment, for the Imperium was now a very different place to what it had been before Horus had turned on the Emperor. In the aftermath of Horus's failed rebellion, the Imperium seethed with mistrust and anarchy. Even with the eventual success of the Scouring, many Imperial worlds operated without oversight. Piracy was rampant, ignorance was widespread. The authorities that attempted to fill the void left by the Emperor, by now ensconced on the Golden Throne, had 1,000,001 tasks following up any leads of treachery that still tainted the Imperium. Suspicion hung over everyone and everything. Investigation after investigation yielded corruption in every strata of the Imperial society on thousands of worlds. Pyres burnt for weeks on end as heretics were put to the torch. Blood flowed in rivers as executioners' axes were blunted on the necks of traitors. The Imperium was steeped in paranoia, recriminations, and vengeance. That innocents were slaughtered in these campaigns of retribution is certain, and the Dark Angels knew they were guilty. They believed that should any learn of what had occurred in Caliban's last days, they too would be declared excommunicate traitores. Already an insular brotherhood, the Dark Angels Legion turned inward further. The Masters enacted a plan to ensure the Legion survived what it had endured. They were determined it would. The Dark Angels were, in a manner of speaking, reborn, rededicated to serving the Imperium. None could be allowed to doubt their resolve or commitment in such trying times. The Masters knew, however, that zeal alone could not be enough. All of the Legion was sworn to secrecy. No brother was to ever reveal the events that transpired on Caliban. They knew no one outside the Legion could learn of what had happened. What the Dark Angels did with the tens of thousands of serfs, astropaths, tech priests, and other non-Space Marine support staff that undoubtedly bore witness to Luther's treachery and the destruction of Caliban has long since faded even from the Dark Angels' records. In addition to the vows of secrecy, the senior elements of the Legion formed a secret conclave known as the Inner Circle. Though these were dangerous times indeed for the Dark Angels, they were not without their advantages. The Imperial authorities launched a multitude of inquiries into the chapter. It was impossible to conceal the loss of Caliban, Lionel Johnson, and a considerable portion of the Legion's strength and fleet. But the inquiries found nothing. Thanks to the upheaval in the Imperium, traders remained in abundance. Xenospecies kept in check for decades grew in confidence, striking again and again. The investigators lacked the time and resources to carry out the kind of thorough inquiry that might have revealed the cracks in the Dark Angel's cover story. The Legion's intensely reclusive manner was put down to the terrible losses that they had sustained, and they were largely left to do what the Imperium needed them so desperately to do: fight humanity's enemies. The Dark Angels sought new recruiting worlds and readied their fleets for fresh campaigns. They fought with remorseless dedication, earning admiration and gratitude from all quarters. Countless were the battles fought in these times, the names and details of which are almost all lost to history, their accounts buried in vast data stacks or rotted away in forgotten corners. Nonetheless, the Dark Angel's reputation as a legion made up a truly steadfast warriors was reinforced during those years and continues to be maintained. The Dark Angels only learned later that many of the Fallen had survived the events on Caliban. This was a new vulnerability. Any one of the Fallen could reveal what happened. Yet it was also a boon, for if the Dark Angels slew the Fallen, absolution could be theirs. Thus, they made it their mission to hunt them all. The Inner Circle. After Horus's rebellion failed, the shattered Imperium was in a state of turmoil, as Imperial authorities sought to regain control. It was in this time that the Inner Circle was formed, a closed network of the Dark Angel's most senior warriors. The Dark Angels swiftly agreed that what transpired on Caliban was to be kept secret at all costs. Every surviving battle brother was sworn to silence. All recognized that the Imperium's state of paranoia could easily result in the Legion being declared excommunicate traitores. Though the Dark Angels were subject to scrutiny, Caliban's destruction was impossible to hide. The sheer scale of the challenges faced by almost every Imperial world and every branch of its organizational structure meant that the Sons of the Lions never suffered the intense inquiry that might have revealed the weakness in the Legion's cover-up story. The Inner Circle took shape over a period of decades and centuries, evolving from an ad hoc formation into a formal conclave. The Inner Circle ensured that the Dark Angel's ways grew more monastic and ritualistic. They emphasized the need for strictness, discipline, and brotherhood, as did the second founding chapters after the Dark Angels embraced the Codex Astartes, an act they undertook to avoid further suspicion. As time went by, the number of warriors who had witnessed what had befallen Caliban dwindled to none. The dark secret of that grim time lived only in the memories of later generations of the Unforgiven chapter's inner circles. To this day, only the Deathwing, Select Masters, the Interrogator Chaplains, and librarians of the chapter have any real knowledge of the Unforgiven's past, and most of them are deeply ignorant of the full extent of the Dark Angel's hidden knowledge. Ezekiel is a stern and uncompromising character who rarely speaks outside of chapter rituals or during interrogations of the fallen. Even the purest of the chapter feel unsettled by his gaze, as Ezekiel has the ability to read the intentions of any individual. One glance into his good eye, the other was replaced with a bionic at the Battle of the Silurian Gate, reveals the look of one who has stared deeply into souls and found something wanting. It is this trait in particular that is so vital for assessing the worthiness of candidates for the inner circle. 1 in 3 politely decline promotion, knowing Ezekiel will probe their minds for as long as it takes to ensure their worth. Stories persist of those who have failed to meet Ezekiel's exacting standards, or whose minds were not strong enough to withstand his psychic interrogations. Some are said to have vanished or been locked away in dark cells, though none will confirm or deny what is told of them. Regardless of the truth, these tales ensure only the most pure of heart consider themselves worthy for elevation. Ezekiel was recruited on Delphina 3, discovered, branded, and scarred in lightless Obulette by Dark Angel forces, purging the heretic population. Codicil Meroth, part of the Dark Angel's force, could sense the young Ezekiel's immense psychic potential from many miles away. Ezekiel progressed through the Librarius ranks incredibly quickly, outranking Meroth within 10 years. Such was his awesome power that he gained the rank of Grand Master of the Librarius, because the former Grand Master, Danathium, stepped down from his position and awarded it to Ezekiel. As Grand Master of the Librarius, Ezekiel is the keeper of the keys. With the privileges associated with this title, he can open all portals on the rock, save but a handful. He has never been told of these locations, but as he walks the rock's corridors and passageways, he can sense the area shielded from his psychic gaze by ancient esoteric technologies. Another vital duty of his role is guardianship of the Book of Salvation. Within it, the name of every fallen ever captured is written in the traitor's own blood. Most archangels have no idea of the tome's true significance, but will die to protect it. As keeper of the unseen ritual, Lazarus is responsible for collating ancient knowledge of Caliban's ancient orders, much of which is held only by the inner circle. In recent years, he has more than earned this esteemed position. He has fought in many wars against the forces of chaos, those combating Magnus the Red in particular. He earned the esteem of his superiors defending the rock from tides of demonic invaders as a sergeant of the 5th Company. But seeing his revered home tainted by such creatures affected him deeply. He wanted vengeance. By the time of the Stygius campaign, when Magnus the Red was attempting to draw an entire sector into his grasp, Lazarus had become the master of the 5th Company and had been inducted into the inner circle. Though eager to fight the forces of the arch-enemy, he maintained a cool head. Thanks to his careful leadership, the disaster at Rhymnach was prevented from developing into a full rout, though he was savagely wounded. Such were his injuries that the only way to preserve his life was for him to cross the Rubicon Primaris. He survived the ordeal, and included with his new war gear was the Spirit Shield helm, newly forged and gifted to him by the Dark Angel's Tech Marines. Incorporating a shard of one of old Caliban's Stone Guardians, this masterwork projects a mystical warding field, protecting Master Lazarus and nearby warriors from all but the most devastating attacks. Lazarus has seen too many battle brothers slain by the evils of the warp, and the only time his trademark calm fades is when he wages wars against Psychers. He faced the forces of Magnus the Red in battle alongside the Grey Knights in a daring raid against the planet of the Sorcerers to disrupt a terrible ritual of the Crimson King. Though the strike was ultimately successful, a great many Dark Angels were slain or had to be abandoned in the withdrawal. Each day Lazarus carries his shame for these losses, and his hatred for the forces of chaos and the Thousand Suns burns ever deeper. On every tier of their chapter's organization, the Dark Angels have a bewildering array of ancient rites and traditions. From the Feast of Malediction and the Rite of Sins Renounced, to the 3-day mind chant of the Iron Penance, and the recital of the Liturgy of the Thrice Avenged. Most sacraments are led by the Dark Angels' chaplains, often accompanied by company masters. Many of these only involve small groups of robed and hooded figures, but others are delivered to whole companies, or even, though very rarely, the entire chapter. Some are instructional, some involve oath-taking, while others are mysterious, leaving neophytes in awe at the unusual proceedings. All, however, are cold and solemn ceremonies, for the Sons of the Lion are serious-minded and believe in a singularity of purpose, that of absolute devotion to defeating the Imperium's foes. None of the Dark Angels' ceremonies are without meaning. Whether or not all of the participants understand it is another matter. The door is truly opened when a Dark Angel joins the inner circle and learns some of the chapter's secrets. The epiphany of the moment strikes like a silent thunderbolt as all the lessons, rituals, and apocryphal tales coalesce into a single terrible truth. Through devotion to these traditions, the Masters strive to make their brethren stronger in mind, body, and spirit. Indeed, with the galaxy torn asunder and the power of the warp rife throughout it, never have these ceremonies and observances been of greater import to the Dark Angels. Hunt for the Fallen. The Fallen's continued existence is anathema to the Dark Angels. It is a persistent stain on their honor that must be purged in its totality. That those who turned upon the Lion and caused his demise are still alive is an affront to those of El Johnson's sons who fight for the Imperium still. For the unforgiven to be redeemed, their traitorous brethren must be hunted down and made to repent. Those loyalist Dark Angels that survived the destruction of Caliban believed their traitorous brothers were all slain in the warp storm that tore Caliban apart. During later attempts to discover their lost Primarch, the Dark Angels' librarians came across the psychic signatures of the Fallen. They determined that their traitorous brethren yet lived. The Dark Angels' masters met this revelation with typical stoicism, despite the turmoil it caused. Many feared the Fallen would reveal the Legion's secrets, for the traitors had no reason to conceal what they knew, and were in themselves evidence of the calamitous events on Caliban. On the other hand, the Fallen were an opportunity for absolution. Should the Dark Angels successfully capture them and force them to repent? Thus began the Dark Angels' secret mission, and the driving force behind their actions for millennia to come. Each of the Fallen found their own way of surviving in the wider galaxy after being spat out by the warp, whether alone or in groups. Many embraced chaos, becoming heretic Astartes. Some of these even ascended to demonhood. Others lived life as pirates and raiders. Fighting was all they knew and all they believed they could do. A handful rose to become mighty tyrants, enslaving worlds or even star systems. Not only were many of the Fallen scattered throughout space, many also found themselves spread through time. For these souls, thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. The realization of what had happened to them and what was lost drove many to madness. Thus they wreak horrific violence and rave aloud the terrible knowledge they hold in memories unaffected by the passage of years. Not all of the Fallen who dwell in the galaxy are the same warriors who fought for Luther at the end of the Scouring. Some who escaped Caliban had the skills and knowledge to produce Space Marines, and a handful somehow acquired the means to do so. A number of Fallen groups have even managed to build considerable strength and replace the losses they have sustained over the millennia. To the Unforgiven's inner circles, these are among the most dangerous of all, for each new Space Marine created by these traitors pushes the Dark Angel's absolution further away, and makes their secret harder to contain. Some of the Fallen regret their past actions. They live a lonely existence, becoming mercenaries, or integrate themselves into hidden parts of Imperium society to work toward some kind of noble cause. The hunt for the Fallen has never ceased, and never will until all are captured, though the Unforgiven can fight for decades with no sign of them. L. Johnson's loyal sons are nonetheless eternally vigilant. Most of the wars they partake in have little or nothing to do with the Fallen, though they scour every battlefield for signs of sedition, corruption, and human augmentation. Though most Dark Angels have little idea what it is they are searching for, those of the inner circle understand the subtle clues that might aid them in hunting the Fallen. The Unforgiven have other means of finding their quarry. The Master of the Watchers is responsible for a network of tens of thousands of human agents scattered throughout the galaxy, ever vigilant for the slightest clue. Almost all of these people are heavily psycho-indoctrinated with no idea that they even serve the Dark Angels. Most live normal lives in deep mines, at the top of hive spires, aboard void-crossing vessels, and everywhere in between. Most will never encounter the kind of information that could spur them into action. But should they discover anything, they follow pre-programmed protocols to ensure what they learn reaches the chapter. They will use methods so subtle and signals so banal that even if identified by others, their communications resemble nothing of significance at all. On occasion, a member of the Fallen has been captured by other Imperial forces, with no idea who they have in their midst. Often, none believe the tales these captives tell, the stories deemed as heretical lies to all but the most well-informed of Inquisitors and Space Marine captains. More than one inquisitorial safe house has fallen silent over the years, its captives going missing after a mysterious and devastating raid by unknown assailants. Those fallen captured by the Dark Angels are taken to the Rock, where they are subject to hideous excruciation and forced to repent. Those that do die quickly. For others, their fate is more agonizing. Many die with curses on their lips. Some accept their fate, seeing it as the price they pay for their actions. Others expect a different kind of salvation for their souls in the warp after death. The Rock. The Dark Angels have had no fixed home world since Caliban was shattered in the wake of Luther's rebellion. What is now known as the Rock is all that is left of that world, preserved by mighty force fields and honeycombed with labyrinthian tunnels and chambers. A void-born hunk of solid rock, fitted with enormous engines. It is larger than the heaviest class of Imperial warship, and is fitted with a vast range of formidable defensive weapons, cavernous docking bays, and wide-reaching comm arrays. Following the breaking of Caliban, the Dark Angels made the Rock their new base of operations. There are few gloomier places, for although the warp storm that devastated Caliban could not penetrate the Dark Angels' fortress monastery's ancient shields, the tempest left an indelible mark. The force field over the fortress monastery held, but was rent with cracks. To this day, there exists a disturbance within the field's protective shell, as if part of that storm still rages within. Chain lightning arcs around the artificial atmosphere that surrounds the Rock, briefly outlining the ruins that crown the vast craft. The Dark Angels explored the halls and dungeons beneath the fortress monastery in the aftermath of the battle. There they reclaimed the hoard of machinery that had sat untouched since the little understood age of technology. Many of the devices from that apex of human invention still worked, like the Great Shield generator itself. But their mechanisms were now unfathomable. Although the existent halls were large, a massive labor carved out deeper and deeper catacombs beneath the asteroid's bedrock, excavating room for the entirety of what was left of the Legion. With the aid of the tech priests of Mars, docks were later added, allowing for the entrance of spacecraft. Although it took centuries to complete, the Rock was also outfitted with warp engines, allowing the Dark Angels' headquarters to travel across the galaxy. While artisans crafted halls full of clustered columns rising to arched vaults and much decorated ceremonial crypts to hold the Legion's precious heirlooms, the Rock is nonetheless a grim place, full of echoes and cold stone. Given the Rock's vast size, plethora of heavy weaponry, and the large fleet of Dark Angel vessels that escort it, it is hard for those that have laid eyes upon it to not immediately consider it impregnable. To the horror of the Dark Angels, in recent years the Rock has felt the tainting presence of the followers of the archenemy. In the wake of Noctis Aeterna, the fallen demon prince Marbaz and legions of his demonic followers invaded the Rock. How he achieved this feat remains a pressing mystery to the Dark Angels, one that the chapter's librarians, interrogator chaplains, and tech marines labor to solve by order of Supreme Grand Master Azrael himself. The slaughter Marbas inflicted and the damage he caused was terrible, yet the Demon Prince's forces disappeared as swiftly as they arrived. Only Azrael has any understanding as to why the attack happened, and why it ended so suddenly. Thanks to knowledge of secrets only he is privy to. A Supreme Grandmaster leads each chapter of the Unforgiven. Rule over each chapter falls to a council formed by the Supreme Grandmaster and the most senior members of the chapter's inner circle, including the Grandmasters of the First Company, Second Company, Reclusium, and Librarius. It also includes a number of company masters, some of which carry titles from the Codex Astartes, such as Master of the Fleet or Master of the Arsenal. Others bear appellations that are unique to their chapter, such as Master of the Watchers, Keeper of the Unseen Ritual, the Silent Champion, Seneschal of the 500, or Master of Condemnation. Not all titles are in use at any given time, and many have a purely ceremonial role, the original purpose of which has long been forgotten or suppressed. The Unforgiven chapters largely follow the Codex Astartes. However, while the Codex's mandates concerning organization and size are followed in companies 3 through 10, the first two companies deviate in nature. In the case of the Dark Angels, these two companies are titled the Deathwing and Ravenwing, and rumors persist that they do not conform to the standard company complement of 100 Space Marines. The Dark Angel's equivalent to the Master of the Forge is the Master of the Rock. Upon ascending to this rank, the Master of the Rock is permanently spliced into the control nave of machine banks deep within the rock. It is his solemn duty to placate the rock's machine spirits and direct the maintenance of the engines that allow the enormous vessel to travel the galaxy. It is his mind alone that perceives the workings of the force field that shields the rock. His augur senses monitoring every inch of the asteroid's outer shell. The previous masters of the rock, whose flesh has withered, are left in place, their mechanical upgrades still working while their bones eventually fall in dusty heaps below. Because of their allegiance to both the chapter and the Adeptus Mechanicus, no Tech Marines can join the inner circle, and this includes the Master of the Rock. He is, however, privy to many secrets relating to the fortress's vast hoard of ancient technology that few Dark Angels know of and are barred to other Tech Marines. During the salutation to the new servants of the Machine God, new Tech Marines are told that 3 areas of the rock are off limits: the upper reaches of the old fortress monastery, the vault at the end of the Halls of Silence, and the Door of Secrets. They are also ordered to ignore the strange signals from the storms over the rock's ruins. The Ultima founding sent shockwaves through the chapters of the Unforgiven. Almost overnight, thousands of Space Marines who had not undergone the strenuous trials the Dark Angels and their successors put their recruits through were to join the chapter's ranks. Not only that, but there were numerous new chapters made using Lionel Johnson's gene seed. While some of the Unforgiven were welcoming of their Primaris brethren, Others regarded the Grey Shields and Ultima founding Space Marines with a great deal of mistrust. Over a period of years, these warriors proved themselves in battle, and Azrael eventually decided that they could be inducted into the inner circle if declared worthy. None bar him know his full reasons for doing so, for none are completely privy to his theories on events rumored to be taking place in the Somnium stars. The Raven Wing. Black-clad huntsmen and masters of the art of lightning warfare, the Raven Wing race before their chapter like thunder before a storm, prizing speed and mobility above all else. They are an integral part of the Dark Angel's battlefield strategies, as well as a powerful asset in the Unforgiven's secret quest. The Raven Wing is the Dark Angel's second company, and is a specialized formation that takes to the field in rapid assault vehicles manned by the chapter's most capable riders and pilots. The warriors of the Raven Wing are selected for their skills with the fastest assets, and are given more advanced training upon their induction to the company, so that they can perform even more incredible maneuvers, adopting new formations that only the Raven Wing know. A new inductee can expect to master the beat of the unfurled wing, the strike of the piercing beak, and the slash of the bladed claw within months of joining, pushing himself and his allocated vehicle beyond what he thought possible. Detachments of the Raven Wing accompany most Dark Angel's strike forces, where their skills are put to use in reconnaissance missions and voxing back what they have learned to the main force. On occasion, warriors of the Raven Wing form their own strike forces for missions of particular import to the chapter. Regardless of their battlefield tasks, when the Raven Wing fight, they strike at precise moments, gunning into action in a burst of thunderous acceleration. Their squadrons, formerly made up of a mixture of bikes, land speeders, storm speeders, invader ATVs, and others, break up into their constituent parts. They sweep aside all resistance in a roaring tide of black armor, moving between numerous attack patterns seamlessly to encircle, entrap, flank, harass, and break apart enemy formations. Such a relentlessly fluid way of making war ensures they are not bogged down even by the most numerous foes, and allows them to wear down much larger forces. Some of the Raven Wing's most important assets are the teleport homers many of them bring to battle. These are the devices by which Deathwing Terminators can manifest onto the battlefield with unerring accuracy, delivering the death blow to an enemy already ravaged by the Raven Wing. This also gives us a clue as to the Raven Wing's role in the chapter. Though none in the second company bar the Grand Master and Black Knights are aware, it is their task to hunt down the fallen. To carry out such a vital duty, each warrior of the Raven Wing must be exceptionally skilled, as well as having a dedication to the chapter that is beyond any doubt. Few Dark Angels are as likely as they to be exposed to the malicious lies of the fallen, and therefore they must be thoroughly unquestioning. The warriors of the Raven Wing are always monitored to ensure there is no weakness in their armor of indoctrination, and that no spiritual turmoil or corruption simmers in their minds. Talon Masters are the Raven Wing equivalent to the Lieutenant, and typically are elevated to this role from the Black Knights. They are selected for their commitment to the hunt as well as their aptitude for command. They also have to be independent of thought, for they are often given command of smaller detachments as part of a devastating flanking attack or secret missions. Those who survive in the Raven Wing long enough learn to take mobile warfare to another level of proficiency. If they can pass the 7 rites of the Raven, brutal ceremonies that test not only skill but also the extremes of chapter loyalty, they will be inducted into the Black Knights and initiated into the Inner Circle. There, after taking part in the long and solemn ritual that culminates in the vow of the Beast Slayer, they will learn the real reason behind the Ravenwing hunt. Whether deployed on their own or forming a veteran corps in the center of a larger Ravenwing spearhead, the Black Knights, mounted upon Mk4 Raven pattern bikes, are the ultimate weapon of the Grand Master of the Ravenwing. Although Dark Angels rarely recount battle deeds or heroic tales unless doing so addresses some special need, the Black Knight's Ravenring brethren often cannot hold their tongues as they speak in wonder about the fighting prowess of their company's elite battle brothers. The STC for the large chassis of what was later named the Landspeeder Vengeance was discovered in M36. It was around this engine that the Dark Shroud was developed. Of all the archaic relics deployed upon the field of battle by the Unforgiven, the Dark Shroud is perhaps the most unusual. Those who have witnessed it at close range and felt its colliginous paw are disturbed forevermore. How such a device came to be is a tale that began when much of the planet of Caliban was engulfed and ripped apart by a warp storm. Only that which was protected by an ancient force field of prodigious strength survived. The collision of that storm with the indestructible force field, however, had many repercussions. Some contaminant leaked past the shield's perimeter. Amidst the debris of the ruined fortress monastery that survived the warp storm, there stood statues, carved figures from a past age. Their stone eyes had seen the tragedy that had befallen the Emperor's First Legion, and they now glowed with mysterious power, imbued with the energies released on that fateful day. The Stone Guardians, or 10 Brothers of the Order as they were known, were taken into the rock and locked in stasis in the Reclusium for years. It wasn't until the desperation of the Vendetta campaign that the Dark Angels at last felt compelled to unleash the statue's arcane power upon the battlefield. Each statue was mounted upon the chassis of a Landspeeder Vengeance, with great cables siphoning off their esoteric energy and amplifying it. A power field of indeterminable origin rippled outwards from this ominous relic, obscuring Ravenwing brothers from enemy fire. The Ravenwing's oversized second and third squads have traditionally provided the pilots for the Dark Angels' arsenal of sleek aerial fighters, of which the Dark Talons and Nephilim jet fighters are unique to the chapters of the Unforgiven. Though lightning fast and equipped with ancient and esoteric weaponry, the most terrifying feature of the Dark Talon is not a weapon at all. Concealed within the craft's hull is a small chamber, little more than a metal tomb that echoes with sinister, whispering voices, into which a captured Fallen can be loaded for transport back to the rock. This holding cell has the capacity to engage a stasis field to prevent escape if deemed necessary. For the captive, such an act would be a mercy. Otherwise, they spend days or longer trapped in a void dark casket with the voices of the lost gnawing at their mind, knowing that at the end of this torture, another awaits them on the rock. The STC for the Nephilim jet fighter was discovered on the hunt for suspected fallen Balor the Imposter. The technology, designated the Lionheart engine, was used to modify older designs, though to placate machine spirits, many elements were left untouched. The result was a highly agile fighter capable of achieving aerial dominance. On the suggestion of Ravenwing Battle Brothers since then, the Nephilim has been improved on a number of occasions, producing an aircraft that can rival almost any other in the galaxy. The Deathwing. Renowned as one of the finest fighting forces in the Imperium, the Deathwing are the chapter's mailed fist. No foe is too great for them to subdue, and no mission is too difficult or dangerous for them to complete. Their reputation is such that the mere sight of their bone-white armor is enough to put many foes to flight. The Dark Angels have such incredible resources that they can outfit their entire first company, the Deathwing, with nigh-on impenetrable Terminator armor, lightning-wreathed power weapons, and towering relic shields. All being members of the Inner Circle, the Deathwing are the primary force to which the task of capturing the Fallen is assigned. Thus it follows that they be equipped for such a task, for the Fallen are duplicitous and dangerous in the extreme. Only the most skilled and loyal Dark Angels can join the Deathwing, and must survive exacting rites of initiation that stretch and test them mentally, physically, and spiritually. Among other things, they must go through the March of the Shattered Crowns, perfectly perform all 13 blade sequences of the Argent Spire, and recite from memory the hours-long 9-fold invocation, an ancient tract written in Old Calibanite that none can fully translate. Only when they have completed these tasks to the satisfaction of their betters do they begin to learn the truth of Luther, gradually taught in a tightly controlled manner. In this time, their shame and contempt grows. They become more angry, more hate-filled, and thus more committed to capturing the Fallen to secure the chapter's vengeance and absolution. Such a mentality breeds devoted and unquestioning warriors who follow any order to complete the chapter's goals, no matter their callousness. The Deathwing are a hard-hitting assault force, launching battle-deciding attacks to shatter the foe in a short time frame. They do so either by pinpoint teleportation strike or aboard a variety of armored assault vehicles, such as Land Raiders and Repulsors. Their trademark is the perfectly placed strike aimed at the enemy's most vulnerable point. Such assaults are almost impossible for the enemy to stop, and have won battles on numerous occasions. When not dispatched to engage the Fallen, Deathwing warriors are sent on the most desperate missions, boarding infested space hulks, carrying out unsupported alpha strikes, or attacking the most horrific enemies. Possessed horrors, Xenos monstrosities, earth-shaking demon engines, and any other monstrous terrors that call the galaxy home. A number of Deathwing accompany most Dark Angels strike forces, not only for the veterans' conflict-winning power, but also because, should it be required, they can undertake secret missions on orders originating outside their strike force's command structure. Those who join the Deathwing and learn the chapter's secrets believe they have discovered everything there is to know about the Dark Angel's past. They are wrong. They have merely entered the first ring of the inner circle. There is more to uncover, only revealed to them when they are deemed ready. Warriors new to the Deathwing are prepared for the secrets they've yet to learn in the same way that other Dark Angels are gradually prepared for greater levels of understanding. The Deathwing prize only combat skill, monastic asceticism, and selflessness, and care little, if at all, for the strong reputation they have earned throughout the galaxy, or the esteem in which they are held by their allies. They detest arrogance and false platitudes, seeing these as weaknesses that were possessed by Luther and those who followed him. They view their abilities as the minimum standard required to accomplish their goals, and feel no compassion, remorse, or fear. Devotion to the chapter is all that matters to them. The Deathwing Knights are the most proven warriors of the Dark Angel's first company. Robed and cowled, Deathwing Knights are an imposing sight, for in them lives on some semblance of the Lion himself. They too embody silent strength and a veiled yet palpable nobility. In the stratified circles of the Dark Angels, few are higher than they, and there are few who do not aspire to one day join them. Displaying might in battle is not enough to join the Deathwing Knights. A Deathwing warrior must be wholly dedicated to the chapter and obsessed with the secret hunt for the fallen. When a member of the Deathwing is deemed potentially worthy, he is brought into the Chamber of Judgments to face a series of individualized challenges to test his strength, resolve, and loyalty to the chapter, past any breaking point he may have. Should he prevail, he is granted the title of Knight. The appearance of Deathwing Knights upon a battlefield is portentous, for they are rarely deployed without either great need or because there is a strong prospect of the fallen's presence. Often, their only appearance in a campaign will be at its final battle, where they will teleport in to annihilate the greatest of threats. So have towering war machines, mighty Xenos creatures, despotic rulers, and monstrous demons been destroyed. Strike Masters serve as the Deathwing's lieutenants, but have additional vital functions. Ranked more senior even than the Deathwing Knights, to Strike Masters falls the onerous duty of managing the jails deep within the rock, where the most treacherous prisoners are held and the most dangerous relics secured. To some chapters, managing their cells is a menial task, best left to lower-ranking Space Marines, or even trusted serfs. For the Dark Angels, the danger posed by those they keep prisoner is so great that none less than some of the chapter's greatest heroes are sufficient for the task. It is the Deathwing Strike Masters who thrice write the name of each jailed prisoner upon the stiff pages of the volumatis illicitatum with the black quill upon the captive's internment, and scratch out the name upon the detainee's death. It is the strike masters who cleanse the cells of since-executed prisoners, reciting the 121 canticles of the Argent Crows as they do so to purify the space. They arrange the guards as they see fit, depending on the nature of the prisoners at a given moment, choosing the rotation of the black shrouds, the rotation of the bloody claws, or one of many dozen others devised by the Deathwing over the millennia. It is they who allocate and prepare the correct cell to those prisoners being brought to the rock. Not all of the Dark Angel's captives are of the Fallen, or are even Space Marines. Some are conniving Xenos, who require cells constructed with ancient technology that snuffs out all sound to ensure the occupants' lies cannot corrupt those nearby. Others are enormously powerful rogue human psychers, whose cells are lined with silver plating and psychic nullifiers. A fraction are former agents of the Dark Angel's sleeper cells, brought to the rock for interrogation and execution after their worth has been exhausted. All of these detainees share two things in common, however. The first is that, even in the slightest ways, they have knowledge of the Fallen. The second is they will never leave alive. The rock's cells are secured by more than lock and key. Some only respond to specific invocations spoken in languages known to but a handful of individuals. Some will only open once in a given cycle of time, when an extremely rare incense is burned in their presence. Others are secured by rune sequences thousands of characters long that must be committed to memory and change every handful of days. Many more require specific biomarkers, psychic signatures, and esoteric coding mechanisms, the workings of which even the Deathwing barely understand. The most revered land raiders, repulsors, and on occasion other battle tanks, those that have served the Dark Angel's chapter the longest or with notable accomplishments, are granted a great honor, induction into the Deathwing. The hulls of these vehicles are painted bone white, and the signs and markings of the Deathwing are wrought upon them so that forevermore they are reserved for use by the First Company. Some venerable dreadnoughts bear the bone-white armor of the Deathwing, their occupants veterans who served with distinction in the First Company before being laid low. Many of these interred warriors have bore witness to the chapter's secret hunt for millennia, and it is not uncommon for current members of the Inner Circle to enter the lower bays of the armory in order to seek out their sage advice. Samael, leader of the hunt. Grand Master of the Ravenwing and Captain of the Second Company, Samael is the 348th Dark Angel to hold this role. He has served in this capacity for over a century, an unusually long period of time. The Ravenwing have suffered the loss of a master more than any other company in the Dark Angel's chapter. He was also the youngest Dark Angel to ever be accepted into the Ravenwing, when then Grand Master Gideon elevated him to the Brotherhood from the 8th Company. After numerous early successes fighting orcs, Tyranids, and traitors, Samael was later inducted into the Inner Circle and the Black Knights by Grandmaster Gideon after fighting against Eldari pirates on Kafon Betis. With the world subject to relentless harassment from the Xenos raiders, the Fallen were given ample opportunity to stoke the fires of rebellion among the population. Once the Eldari attacks were defeated, Samael interrogated a number of captured rebels, learning that an individual called Cypher was responsible for the uprising. It was this discovery that saw Samael elevated to the inner circle. Samael was made Grand Master during the Capua uprising, in which the Ravenwing engaged in brutal clashes with heretic Astartes of the Black Legion and Wordbearers. In later fighting, the Ravenwing engaged the Chaos Reaver Titan Traitorous Ire, and Grandmaster Gideon was mortally wounded. Through blood-flecked lips, the old master declared Samael his successor and handed him the Raven Sword. This is the blade wielded by all Grand Masters of the Ravenwing, and forged from the same meteorite as the Sword of Secrets, the weapon carried by the Dark Angel's Supreme Grand Master. Samael is noted for his boldness, which often verges on recklessness. He prefers to take the fight to the enemy, drawing the Raven Sword to slash his foes down. Such traits are vital in the warrior commanding a company with a role dedicated to high speed and hard-hitting surprise. Nonetheless, he is a master at orchestrating feints, distracting maneuvers, and employing traps and ploys in his relentless pursuit of the foe. Samael can master his own desire to fight the enemy up close when he recognizes that victory is best achieved through calling in aid. The Ravenwing are the only Dark Angels outside the First Company trusted with the teleport homers that enable Deathwing Terminators to accurately deploy into a battle zone. And none have more daring than Samael when it comes to placing these devices. The Grand Master of the Ravenwing never sacrifices his duty for the sake of his personal pride, as is fitting for a warrior of the Dark Angels. So many are Samael's victories that none can recount them all. He uprooted the Hrud infestation that plagued the Qualivar system and turned its once proud merchant cities to decaying rubble. He purged the world of Lintus Arbedium of the enslavers that had taken over the minds of the planet's ruling body and governor, seizing the world's vital tithes of grania paste that fed much of the subsector. It was Samael who opposed the Onyx Tyrant of Santa Tlusa, who had turned the once glorious Paradise Enclave into a hellish pit of brutal sadism. Though few of his Ravenwing brothers knew, the Onyx Tyrant was a member of the Fallen, who had been hunted to no avail for 2,000 years. Since the Great Rift's emergence, it has become harder and harder for Samael to conceal the Fallen's existence from those of his warriors not inducted into the inner circle, as Fallen activity has dramatically increased since turmoil in the galaxy surged. Whilst he has had great success hunting his chapter's quarry, Samael broods on those Fallen who have escaped him, and his determination to see them all brought to justice has never been greater. Belial, Grand Master of the Deathwing. Countless are the great deeds Belial has carried out to earn the title of Grand Master of the Deathwing. Combined, they mark him as one of the chapter's most loyal paladins, and to know of his history is to read the account of a warrior destined for greatness. The annals in which Belial's life are recorded are locked away, preserved only for the eyes of future grandmasters who might learn from his many victories. They tell that he hails from the semi-feudal world of Burgundia, born into a knightly order known as the Society of the Ebon Star. Imbued with a deep sense of honor and duty from birth, the record tells that when a Dark Angel's chaplain arrived on the world seeking fresh aspirants, Belial challenged him to single combat. Though the young, unaugmented Belial was inevitably defeated, he impressed the chaplain so much he was swiftly recruited. He brought to the Rock with him that same determination and courage, and soon excelled in all areas of training. His ascension to Master of the Third Company came after he slayed the Chaos Lord Furion of the Skull Scythes warband in single combat. Furion, a follower of Khorne, had already raised 17 star systems by the time he reached the cardinal world of Durga Principe. The Third Company began constructing defenses in the vast temple Saturnus. Such was the Chaos Lord's bloodlust that he force-marched his army through the night, catching the Dark Angels unaware. Brutal fighting spread into latticeworks of corridors, cloisters, and chambers. Master Nadel fell early in the fighting, with Belial acting in his stead. Ordering the withdrawal of his company, he led a rear guard into the maze. In the ensuing conflict, he struck down Furion in combat. It was Azrael himself who then made Belial master of the Third Company, at the same time awarding him with the Sword of Silence, a blade forged from the same meteorite as the Sword of Secrets, and traditionally granted to the chapter's greatest fighter. Belial earned yet more renown at the Battle of Pesquina IV, defending the world's capital, Cadillus Harbor. He led the Third Company in a weeks-long delaying battle against the Greenskin Horde. At their head, none other than Ghazghkull Thraka, that outnumbered his warriors thousands to one. Belial was wounded facing the gigantic orc warlord, but continued to lead his warriors for weeks longer, time enough for the rest of the Dark Angels chapter to arrive and save Pesquina IV. Belial's heroics there were noticed by the upper echelons of the chapter, and he was promoted to the rank of Grand Master of the Deathwing following the death of Gabriel, the previous holder of the title. Though Belial's tally of victories is long and great indeed, he celebrates none of them, instead dwelling on his defeats and perceived failures. No doubt bred into him by his severe upbringing as well as the Dark Angel's stern ways, he leads his warriors in the same way. Even after winning glorious victories, he gives each combatant their own specific penance, whether it be battle drills, hymnals, or arduous rites of atonement. Those beneath him welcome this, each seeing it as a way to improve themselves. Belial's methods have led to unparalleled success in battle, converting the most skeptical in the chapter to his ways. These achievements include the purging of the labyrinthian seabed fortress of Akloth, the destruction of the 100 orbital cities of Lycir, and the clearing of the scorching deserts of Aspar. As a warrior, Belial's combat technique has no great style, flourish, or artifice. Instead, it is driven by a ruthless killing efficiency and well-honed strength. Each of his parries and thrusts is a decisive and precise act, and Belial's strategies and tactics on the battlefield are no different. leading him to victory in ruinous, bomb-churned cityscapes, in fierce boarding actions, in grueling space hulk clearances, and every other environment of war. Interrogator chaplains. Menacing figures, the Dark Angels' interrogator chaplains unsettle even their own battle brothers with their silent scrutiny. Sworn to the inner circle during a convoluted ceremony in the Hall of Secrets, every interrogator chaplain has passed the test of faith, taken the solemn vow of the Deathwing, and learned the dark secrets of his chapter's history. Interrogator chaplains are changed warriors. The battle brothers they were before they took their oaths no longer truly exist. And as the years go by, the difference grows all the starker. Once close battle brothers no longer look them in the eye and greet them only with the most formal words and gestures. A warrior who might have been relatively jovial amongst the Dark Angels develops a deep, intense silence upon becoming an interrogator chaplain. They have no time for the concerns of their previous life. Now, their every waking moment is spent identifying hints of heresy or weakness within the chapter and without. What the interrogator chaplains learn of their chapter's deep and disturbing history contributes greatly to the shift in their manner, as learning of the true fallibility of their brothers is a reality-shaking experience. But it is their unique duties that affect them most. It is their responsibility to extract confessions from the captured fallen that are brought back to the rock, and they must do so by any means necessary. Even for a mind as attuned to the dispensation and witnessing of incredible violence as a Space Marine's, the horrific acts an interrogator chaplain must inflict on their captives are a tremendous burden to bear indeed. Their will must truly be unshakable, not only to carry out deeds over a period of weeks that would cause even other Space Marines to blanch, but also because of what they might hear during that time. The fallen they excruciate unleash endless heretical rantings, lie profusely, and speak of events and individuals no Dark Angel has ever heard of. The interrogator chaplains must listen to all of this and extract rare truth from volumes of fiction whilst keeping their souls intact. It is a process that sours them, but one that must be borne if salvation is to be attained for the unforgiven. Asmodai is the Dark Angel's master interrogator chaplain and master of repentance. His talents for torture and interrogation first made themselves known during the Makarian heresy, when he set to work questioning the leaders of a rebel group. He displayed his ruthlessness and determination when hunting the instigator of the rebellion and fighting his way free of the traitor's deadly ambush that followed. Such an act saw him elevated to the inner circle, and he chose the path of the interrogator chaplain. Since then, he has earned a formidable reputation amongst the unforgiven, as well as the fallen themselves. A great many of the traitors have heard the tales of Asmodai, and there are few things they fear more than remorseless interrogation at his hands. Asmodai does not suffer fools or weakness of any kind. His interests lie only in the chapter's goals and in battle. Such is Asmodai's motivation. Many of his actions border on the indefensible. He ordered the orbital bombardment of the city of Hostengard, stating without regret or hesitation that the death of 50,000 innocents was preferable to one traitor escaping. Though over time, Azrael has covered up Asmodee's actions or moved swiftly to protect the Dark Angel's reputation, this was a statement too far. He revoked Asmodee's command status and placed the interrogator chaplain within the chapter's 10th company structure, where he oversaw the induction of aspirants. His methods were not softened by this censure. He went on to order the slaughter of all new recruits from the planet Narkium because of their lackluster answers to his inquiries raised the question of gene stock contamination. Later, upon hearing laughter in the halls of the Rock, he placed the penance of silence upon the entire 7th Company. For a standard Terran year, the formation was unable to utter a sound save for hymnals and in-battle communications. Asmodee has made enemies in the Inquisition and even risked conflict with other Space Marine chapters. But no Dark Angel can contest his dedication to the chapter. To him, the ends justify the means. In combat, Asmodee's zeal reaches new levels, inciting the fighting spirits of his battle brothers to a fever pitch. He led the frontal assault against the traitorous Helstinian 89th, smashing through the heretics. As the Dark Angels held the walls of the Fortress of Eternal Devotion, Asmodee's oratory filled the ravine the mighty bastion was built into, steeling the Dark Angels to hold for weeks against relentless demon assaults. Asmodee single-handedly stormed the Barbican of Harlequins Citadel when the meta-heretics of Elancantis Nocturnus unleashed the power of their moonsingers, opening the gates to allow the Ravenwing to pierce the heart of the enemy fortress. In addition to his Crozius Arcanum, Asmodee bears the Blades of Reason, normally kept in a sacred reliquary made from stone hewn from old Caliban's bedrock. The Blades of Reason are an ancient, arcane, and horrific device that resembles a knife with many honed and polished blades. It is etched with scriptures of repentance, and crisscrossing the weapon are cables and fine neural wires, mysterious technology that amplifies pain beyond endurance. None who feel its touch live to tell the tale. It is said that the fallen fear the Blades of Reason above even death itself, for none can suffer beneath it and resist the urge to beg for forgiveness or death. Whilst not primarily designed for combat, numerous Master Interrogator chaplains have used the Blades of Reason throughout the ages, incapacitating the most dangerous foes. Azrael, Supreme Grand Master of the Dark Angels. Azrael is arguably the greatest to ever hold the title of Supreme Grand Master. His martial skill and strategic nose are well regarded throughout the Imperium. Deeply committed to his chapter's secret agenda, the hunt for the fallen is never far from his mind, and in recent years, his thoughts on their threat have only grown more grave. Though doubtless recorded in the Dark Angel's archives, Azrael's origins are largely a mystery to most of the chapter and outsiders. Rumors persist, however, that he was recruited from the savage headhunting tribes of the feral world of Chimeria, one of the multiple Dark Angel's recruiting worlds. Azrael climbed through the ranks rapidly. He consistently demonstrated his warrior and leadership skills during his time in the Deathwing, as captain of the 3rd Company and Grand Master of the Deathwing, before he was chosen to succeed Supreme Grandmaster Niberius. Though an individual of few words, as befits a warrior of the Dark Angels, when Azrael does speak, it is with an unbreakable conviction in absolute righteousness. He has the fullest confidence of his battle brothers, repeatedly earned on countless bloody battlefields, where he not only leads from the front, cutting down the Unforgiven's enemies, but demonstrates near peerless mastery of the arts of war. He is as capable of employing multi-system campaign strategies as he is the fine craft of squad-based tactics, orchestrating warriors from no fewer than 8 Unforgiven chapters. He brought about the ruin of the stellar empire of Azarul, a word-bearer's warlord who had subjected a dozen worlds to his twisted and blasphemous tyranny. In contrast, Azrael led the insertion of Elegus Hive on the hive world of Kalini in person, at the head of a handful of Deathwing squads. Together, they slaughtered the rebel leadership who had stubbornly held there for years against Astra Militarum sieges, ending their revolution in a matter of hours. Successor chapters. The Dark Angels swiftly agreed to Guilliman's decree to break up the Space Marine legions. To do otherwise was to invite unwelcome scrutiny at a time of immense turmoil. The Dark Angels have a strong bond with the vast majority of their successor chapters, born out of their shared guilt and mission. Even after the dissolution of the Legion, the successors met regularly in clandestine fashion, sharing battlefield intelligence and maintaining ancient traditions. This has extended to all their successor chapters founded since. Most of the Dark Angels' successors follow their parent chapter's distinctive organization, including equivalents to the Deathwing and Ravenwing. The Angels of Vengeance call theirs the Dreadwing and Raptorwing, respectively. The Angels of Redemption's first and second companies are known as the Redwings. The inner circle of the Guardians of the Covenant is called the Secret Order, and for the Angels of Absolution, it is the Hidden Brotherhood. Insignium Calibanus. The Dark Angels and their successors, like any chapter of the Adeptus Astartes, have great suites of different heraldry that they depict on their armor, weapons, banners, and the flanks of their armored vehicles and starships. The Dark Angels' organization largely follows that of the Codex Astartes, with its 3rd through 10th companies organized along Codex lines. The Deathwing, though unusual in its access to a considerable number of suits of Terminator armor, at least appears to follow a structure similar to that mandated for a chapter's first company. The chapters of the Unforgiven have a range of heraldic insignia and symbols, which to any Imperial observer have proven impossible to interpret and catalog. Any who has thought themselves successful has been proven wrong at the Dark Angel's next observed engagement. The symbols used are rooted in deep Imperial history, to the time of the Great Crusade and even before. They are a blend of ancient Calibanite knightly symbology as well as the various orders of the First Legion from before its reunion with the Lion. Their meaning and use has slowly evolved and changed over time, as old meanings had been lost or forgotten, or as battlefield expediency has dictated. There is also variety in their use across the Unforgiven chapters, who, for reasons known only to them, may place particular significance on different symbols and sigils. Harlequins are blindingly swift and agile warrior artists, constantly in motion as they leap towards the foe. To their enemy, they appear as a riot of prismatic color that confuses, dazzles, and terrorizes. Relying on their terrific speed and skill over brute strength, the Harlequins' weaving battle dance renders them all but impossible for their foes to strike. In battle, Harlequins appear as a fractal, polychromatic blur, thanks not only to the vivid colors many of them wear, but also to the technology incorporated into their hollow suits. These are known as the Deathwatch to the Eldari, meaning between colors. They include a programmable hologram field that causes the outline of the wearer to explode in a cloud of tiny multicolored fragments with every step and gesture, an effect that only becomes more intense as the Harlequin moves faster. Even when a hollow suit's wearer is stationary, their outline blurs with the surrounding terrain. To the Harlequins, every step of a battle is a part of a dance known as the Sadath. The screams of the dying are their accompaniment. Thundering gunfire is their backbeat, and the roaring of engines a symphony. Their foes are unwilling partners in these performances, seeing their very worst fears reflected in the Harlequins' masks. They suffer a psycho-responsive bombardment that is distracting and confusing. These masks often evoke the features of characters from Eldari myth, and can change their visages, patterns, and colors in a moment. When an Eldari joins the Harlequins, they enter a warband known as a mask, which is as much a performing company as it is a martial force. Each mask's constituent members fight with an incredible synchronicity, choreographed by their lead players and troop masters, the latter of which command their itinerant warriors with all the skills of a master general and impresario both. It takes an Eldari to appreciate the sheer genius of the Harlequins' actions. To other races, a mask's deeds are little more than a riotous confusion of sound, color, and violence. Only the Eldari can see the carefully orchestrated patterns, the close teamwork, and the perfect timing behind every blade thrust and burst of fire. Harlequins make art into war, and war into art, keeping impeccable rhythm as they turn the annihilation of their foes into an incredible spectacle. Every Harlequin is a devoted servant of Sigorak, the Laughing God, a sworn enemy of the Chaos Gods who is depicted as an enigmatic, vindictive, and sinister trickster, compassionless and quick to mock. He is said to know every path within the labyrinth of the webway. Whatever the truth, the Harlequins themselves have incredible knowledge of that quasi-dimensional place. Eldari legends record that Sigarak's pranks punished gods and mortals alike whenever they expressed overweening pride, and to this day, stories such as the theft of Cain's blade and the wedding of Screams relay this theme to audiences throughout Eldari society. Sigarax is the only authority the Harlequins recognize, and each of their wars is fought in his name. Most Harlequins reserve their greatest hatred for She Who Thirsts, fighting for the Laughing God's revenge against the being who nearly wiped out the Eldari pantheon. Yet, it is not only Sigarak's hatred that the Harlequins reflect. All share their god's capacity for capriciousness and unpredictability. Even in death, they look to their own mysterious deity. Unlike the Asuryani, Harlequins do not wear waystones, for they trust that when they die, Sigarak will recover their souls before they can be consumed by Slaanesh. Though most of the races to encounter the Harlequins will only know them as warriors, they are far more than that. They are also sublime performers, versed in their race's mythic cycles and the allegorical and metaphorical tales that stem from them. They travel endlessly to every corner of Eldari civilization, captivating audiences with music, dance, ritual combat, nuanced oration, theatrics, and a suite of illusory and psychoactive effects. Almost every story derived from Eldari myth has its own accompanying play. While all of these are entertaining, some are also cautionary tales, reminders of the ancient Eldari's past failures presented as a warning to their modern descendants. Harlequins also act as emissaries between Eldari factions, for none besides them are permitted to walk as freely amongst all of their race's territories. They have even brokered uneasy alliances between the Asuryani and Drakari, when the needs of the species have been great. The Harlequins also work to purge the webway of chaos and alien taint, a task made much more difficult since the emergence of the Great Rift, which caused irreparable damage to the network. This has forced many Harlequin masks to become more vicious and manipulative, resorting in many cases to blackmail and the commitment of atrocities to ensure the webway's safety. Known to those of their race as Arbenian, solitaires can move faster than even the naked eye of an Eldari can follow. They are capable of such feats of acrobatics that none, even amongst the Harlequins, know what their true limits are. Tales abound of solitaires running up sheer fortress walls, spilling from the shadows inside locked bunkers, and even slowing time itself. Their incredible speed and agility make it all but impossible for their enemies to land a blow on them in close combat, or to fire a shot at them that finds its mark. The solitaire resembles little more to them than a shimmering blur that flits great distances with every blink of the eyes. Solitaires are sublime masters of the weapons known as the Harlequin's kiss and the Harlequin's caress. The former is a sharpened tube attached to the wearer's forearm, which can be punched through armor and flesh. Once it has penetrated, high tensile monofilament wire uncoils from within the weapon, reducing the target's insides to a gory soup in a heartbeat. Just as deadly, the Harlequin's caress encases the wearer's hand in a phase field that lets them reach through a foe's armor and pluck out their heart as easily as if they were running their fingers through thin air. The strangest of all Harlequins, solitaires conceal themselves amongst Eldari society, wandering alone. None formally belong to any Harlequin group, and only on occasion will they join a mask to perform or fight. When they reveal themselves, wearing their grotesque masks, they speak and are spoken to only in a ritual form, and are held in fear and awe by their kin. They inspire such feelings because they play alone the role of Slanesh in the Harlequin's performances. As part of this portrayal, they follow the path of damnation. Their souls are not collected by Sigurag upon their death, thus enabling she who thirsts to claim them. As a result, they are all the more dangerous in battle, for they will fight tirelessly to avoid such a fate. It is said that despite the dark end that awaits the solitaires, indeed perhaps because of it, they are touched by Sigurag. Some believe they share the Laughing God's insight into what happened before the fall, what will happen at the Rana Dandra, and even the nature of the universe itself. Death jesters, known to the Eldari as Mogorok, play the role of death in the Harlequins' ritual dances, and possess a dark sense of humor. This leads them to seek new and inventive ways to terrorize, torment, and kill their victims. In battle, they are known to chuckle as they fire salvos from their shrieker cannons, and to hum cheerful tunes as they disembowel enemies with the reaping blade at the end of their weapon's barrel. Should they inflict a death that especially entertains them, it is not unheard of for them to pause their fighting purely to take a deep bow and to offer mocking applause to their unfortunate victim. Though they are killers par excellence, merely inflicting death is not enough to make war worthwhile for a death jester. For them, it must be accompanied by grim, ironic humor to be satisfying. They find much amusement in killing enemy officers who are in the middle of giving rousing speeches, terrifying sappers into running into their own minefields, or trapping tanks in craters made by their own cannon fire. There are few in the galaxy with the same talent for this kind of cruelty. Death jesters weave a tapestry of tragic comedy on every battlefield they survey. Death jesters move amongst the Harlequin masks at will, wearing armor said to incorporate the bones of their predecessors. Though their dedication to the Laughing God and the defeat of the Harlequins' foes is undeniable, they are treated with wary amusement by their fellows, for they are as morbid and unpredictable as they are talented. Masters of trickery and misdirection, Shadow Seers are enigmatic warriors with prodigious psychic ability. In the Harlequins' performances, they play the role of fate, acting as narrators who deliver monologues as the other players whirl, spin, and cavort around them. It is the Shadow Seer's psychic powers and the hallucinogenic payloads of their grenade launchers that create the diverse range of illusions in their performances. With peerless showmanship, they conjure blasts of multicolored light, pyrotechnic marvels, and swirling mists. In battle, these same grenade launchers fire according to pre-programmed patterns, hurling canisters of mind-altering gas at the enemy. The dispersal and timing of these packages are set to complement the ritualistic assault performed by the Harlequins around them. Any foes caught in the blast experience sprays of kaleidoscopic light and perceive friend and foe alike as horrific monsters. Many targets are driven mad, turning their weapons upon one another or even themselves. Shadow Seers carry mist staves, weapons that channel their wielder's mental force to crush armor plates and shatter bones. Even a glancing blow from one of these mysterious weapons can scramble the perceptions of living targets, clouding the mind with contradictory illusions and reducing sight to a slow-motion blur. Should a Shadow Seer ever be given the opportunity to press the head of their mist stave to a victim's temple and focus their full willpower through it, they can blank their enemy's mind, drive them utterly insane, or even implant new memories and desires that enslave the unfortunate target to the Shadow Seer's whims. Shadow Seers are skilled in reading the skeins of fate, though they hone this second sight in a different way to the far seers of the Asurnyani. They are not concerned with the manipulation of events, but rather the fulfillment of ancient prophecy and myth, and who or what will play which role in such stories, wittingly or otherwise. Often acting as envoys between the different realms of the Eldari, Shadow Seers take great pains to ensure their identities are never discovered. Whether moving amongst their craft worlds, the Exodite worlds, or the dark city of Kamarag, they adopt strange names that hark back to obscure legends. and don faceless masks to reveal nothing of their thoughts, emotions, or intentions. Harlequin masks. Harlequin masks are both artistic bands of performers and martial cliques of deadly warriors. Whether their stage is a pristine amphitheater or a bloody war zone, every member knows their duties, thanks to their deep familiarity with the mythic Eldari characters they portray. Armed with such knowledge, they are all the more lethal on the battlefield. Besides their personal role, each Harlequin is also fully versed in the roles of their fellow players. Thanks to this, when masks make war, they fight with a near prescient efficiency, knowing where their comrades will be ahead of time. Though a mask's various Harlequin troops are woven together by their lead players and troop masters, they require little direction. In battle, a mask is therefore less a group of individuals than a single coordinated entity, with a level of synchronicity and discipline that few other forces can attain. In the ancient days, before the fall, the followers of Sigarak were theatrical performers more than they were warriors. But the organization of the masks has barely changed since those times. Each is centered around three distinct troops. The light troop is characterized by heroic protagonists and swift action. The dark troop is its polar opposite, associated with violent endings and malevolent antagonists. The twilight troop represents transition and is linked to the webway and the character's moral and fateful journey. As each player and each troop has its own unique role, so each mask plays its part alongside others in one of the grand masks, such as the Midnight Sorrow, the Veiled Path, or the Frozen Stars. When a mask strikes, it does so without warning. Troops, jet bikes, and light anti-grav gunships surge from hidden webway portals, weaving a path into the heart of the foe. The players dart from enemy to enemy in a polychromatic blitz, their performances punctuated by bloody bursts from enemy throats, limbs, and torsos. The Harlequins' vehicles streak overhead, engaging their adversaries in aerobatic ballet, the explosions caused by their weapons forming a deafening crescendo. After inflicting untold devastation, they vanish swiftly as they came. The Harlequins have defeated many nefarious warlords and undone countless abhorrent schemes over time. And in doing so, they have shielded the lesser races from great harm without them ever knowing. But this is not the intent of the Harlequins, or at least not an end in itself. If Sigarak's followers fight for the survival of any of the galaxy's species, it is their own. Though the continued presence of another race may suit their needs for a time. Even to other Eldari, the motives behind the Harlequins' choices of targets are difficult to understand. In truth, the devotees of Sigarak believe that each of their foes plays a role, though almost always unwittingly, in events foretold in ancient myths and prophecies. Whenever the Harlequins engage such an enemy, therefore, the battle that follows is rich with spiritual meaning for them, holding greater significance than simple victory or defeat. Each of the mythic plays the masks perform has a deeply symbolic battlefield counterpart, known as a Sadath. This is a battle plan with an allegorical edge that informs target priority, overall strategy, and whether or not the light, dark, or twilight troop should take the lead. Each Sadath is highly intricate. When the Harlequins decide on which of them they will perform, they consider the nature of their enemy and the terrain, but also factors that an outsider would consider much less relevant. These include the time of day, the season, whether they are on a planet, moon, or asteroid, and the position of other astronomical features in relation to the intended battlefield. Conversely, some masks are specialists in Sadaths and mythic cycles that set such factors aside in favor of focused plans for each battle. There are hundreds of Sadaths, many of them well suited to particular foes or situations. Those often performed include the 100 Swords of Vol, the Torments of the Fiery Pit, and Isha's Weeping. Others are used much more rarely, perhaps as the speciality of a certain mask, or when called for by the most dire or auspicious of wars. The Serpent's Brood Sadath, for example, whose ritual steps echo the deeds of the cosmic serpent's demigod young, can only be enacted by masks entirely mounted in anti-grav vehicles. Other examples include the Hero's Path, Foul Chew's Blade, and Sigarak's Jest. The first of these involves a Death Jester, Shadowseer, and Solitaire slipping behind enemy lines. The second sees a formation of anti-grav craft fighting as the ritual embodiment of the Great Hawk's consort as she bore the sword Anaris to Eldanesh. Meanwhile, Sigarak's Jest evokes the Laughing God's humbling of Kurnus by stealing one of his antlers, acted out by anti-grav craft that blast a path for players to seize their prize. Amongst the most widespread of grand masks, the Harlequins of the Midnight Sorrow hate the forces of chaos with an intensity that exceeds even that of other devotees of Sigarak, and care for nothing besides the defeat of she who thirsts. They see no price as too high to achieve victory. While all Eldari give up a portion of their personality when they follow Sigarak, they normally retain a core of their former selves. Yet, many members of this Grand Mask have lost even this sliver of individuality thanks to their mania. The Harlequins of the Veiled Path are capricious even by the standards of their kind, and their name is associated with backstabbing. They are known for being tricksters, manipulators, and riddlesmiths, and have broken far more pacts with their kin than they have kept. The Veiled Path's many machinations involve almost every species of the galaxy. Their two-faced nature also comes through in their fighting style, which involves hallucinogenic acts of double meaning and bewildering mirage. Veiled Path Harlequins appear to take much glee in such things, but this too may well be an act. The playful and sinister Harlequins of the Frozen Stars have an irrepressible sense of humor, striking their foes wherever, whenever, and however will yield the greatest and grisliest amusement. These Eldari hold a great hope that their race will one day have a resurgence, and fight continuously to bring this about. Following visions their shadow seers have gleaned from a tangle of potential futures. The mirth of Frozen Star Harlequins is swift to turn cruel and malevolent. They see all other races as vermin and fight furiously to defend the maiden worlds throughout the eastern fringe. The Harlequins of the Soaring Spite base their entire existence on the tales of the cosmic serpent's brood. Masters of aerial warfare, when they take to the battlefield, every one of their number is mounted with an anti-grav transport or pilots a jet bike or gunship. Those of this Grand Mask share a natural bond with the Asurnyani of Siam Han, and their exploits are almost enormously popular in the arenas of Kamarag. Since the Dothian opened, Soaring Spite players have brought together great airborne hosts of jet bikes, flyers, and anti-grav tanks from across Eldari society. The Dreaming Shadow see it as their solemn duty to prevent the rebirth of the Necron Empire. Some amongst the other Grand Masks resent them for this focus, seeing it as a distraction from the war with She Who Thirsts. But this only bonds the Dreaming Shadow together even more. Harlequins of this Grand Mask spend more time in battle than in performance, creating spectacles for other Eldari only when they need to recruit. they will gladly take even unwilling candidates into their struggle to ensure that the dead stay dead and that the slumbering never wake. Few grand masks are as sinister and unsettling as the Silent Shroud. Its warrior performers fight without uttering a sound. Even their weapons are muffled through esoteric technologies. Everything Silent Shroud Harlequins do is cloaked in secrecy and stealth. They appear from nowhere to conduct impromptu performances or strike the foe. They fight in such perfect concert that some Eldari attribute this to more than skill, speculating that those of the Silent Shroud use elaborate neurotechnology, or even that they are nothing more than ghosts of the webway trapped in mortal raiment. The masks of the Harlequins are a spectacular sight on the battlefield. Their players and vehicles garbed in kaleidoscopic combinations of pattern and color. Though different Harlequin masks usually set themselves apart with their own unified liveries, how these are displayed can vary from Harlequin to Harlequin and from vehicle to vehicle. For example, Harlequins of the Grand Mask of the Midnight Sorrow typically adopt blacks and deep purples as their primary colors, alongside diamond patterns of crimson and cyan. They may wear these patterns on a single limb of their clothing, on both legs, on both arms, or in a quartered or halved fashion. When such warriors race across the battlefield together, these vivid costume choices combine with the effects of their hollow suits to make it all but impossible for foes to pick them out as clear targets. Some Harlequin forces also use a variety of different symbols and iconography to identify their various troops and vehicles, dictated as much by their individual aesthetic preferences as by any tactical benefits on the battlefield. Diamonds, triangles, and arrows are often favored as distinguishing devices on vehicles, and form part of a runic numerical system stretching back thousands of years. Similar markings can also be found upon the raiment of many players, who will sometimes use them to identify which troop they belong to. In this way, some Harlequins choose to signify whether they fight within troops of the light, the dark, or the twilight. The Black Library. Resembling a huge, impossible craft world, the Black Library houses much of the Eldari's most precious knowledge. The lore kept safe in this unfathomable structure includes everything the Eldari know of chaos and the warp, as well as information on the nature of psychic power collected by other races. Such is the extent of the secrets kept within it that the origin tale of chaos itself is but a mere fragment. Unlike the craft worlds of the Asuryani, the Black Library can only exist within the labyrinthian dimension of the webway. Inside, it is a place of winding corridors, starlit chambers, and shadow-droned obulettes. Its hidden entrances are warded by veils of riddle and illusion, as well as dread guardians whose very nature many Eldari do not comprehend. However, the Black Library's primary defenders are the Harlequins. In this role, the warriors of the Laughing God must be eternally vigilant, for countless evil forces desire the Black Library's contents for themselves. Grimoires of dark magic, records of chaos cults, moonthorn caskets imprisoning demonic artifacts, ancient blades and alien skulls have all been coveted by demon hosts, Imperial Inquisitors, Drakari Archons, and Necron overlords. For all its defenses, the Black Library's boundaries have been breached on occasion. In recent years, the notorious sorcerer Ahriman of the Thousand Suns achieved such a feat, taking items of precious knowledge for his own secretive purposes. The Harlequins at war. Choreographers of conflict, troop masters direct their comrades' reactions to the fates of battle and ensure their performance in the theater of war is as perfect as it can be. They are blisteringly swift and deadly warriors, and with the consent of their peers, they act as focal points of their troops. Shadow seers can blind their enemies and drive them mad with psychic powers. As they shield their allies with veils of illusion, they fire hallucinogenic payloads from their grenade launchers that can cause disorientation or death. In close combat, Shadow Seers crush bones with strikes from their mist staves, which also scramble the perceptions of those hit. The players of Harlequin troops perform with breathtaking skills. Whether their stage is a wraithbone and glass amphitheater bathed in crystalline light, or the firelit hell of the battlefield, they tumble, sprint, and leap with beautiful agility. Every squeeze of the trigger and slash of a blade bringing death to the enemy. The arrival of a death jester upon the battlefield is announced by a hissing storm of shrieker cannon fire. Enemy infantry are torn apart in sprays of blood and scalded flesh as the weapon's gene toxins cause them to combust horrifically from within. Adding insult to injury, the Death Jester ensures every demise is as cruelly ironic as possible. Solitaires are the equal of a host of lesser warriors and can move at speeds the naked eye cannot follow. In combat, their scything kicks and hammer blow punches come so fast their foes are dead before they know they are in a fight. They sever heads, open throats, and pierce hearts in a rapid blur of movement, and cause blood to fall like monsoon rain. Sky weavers shoot through the air in a prismatic storm of hallucinatory color and light, while the riders, known as skyborn princes, pilot each jet bike and operate its guns. Those called Great Falcons ride pillion, poised to cut down the foe with their star bolas, or bisect them with their sweeping zephyr glaives. The Void Weaver's potent combination of versatile weapons, lightweight psychoplastic armor, hypervelocity, and polychromatic camouflage make them exceptionally dangerous attack craft. A full squadron of Void Weavers can rip apart an enemy battle tank or slaughter whole squads of infantry when carrying out their devastating ambushes. The Star Weavers are agile and nimble anti-grav transport craft swoop and spiral effortlessly through incoming fire, their flickering hollow fields giving them polychromatic camouflage. Armed with multiple heavy weapons, they provide great volumes of supporting fire for the troops they carry, scything down the foe with withering hails of shurikens. Beyond the human galaxy, beyond the range of man-made spacecraft and astrotelepathy, lies the unspeakable cold of the intergalactic void. Few have ventured into this realm, and none have ever returned. It is the great barrier that divides galaxy from galaxy, a place where time and space conspire to hold the worlds apart with inconceivable distances. Yet the void is no longer empty. An immeasurably ancient and implacable intelligence moves through the cold and the darkness, its many eyes fixed on the distant, glittering lights of our galaxy. The great devourer moves between the stars and hungers for the flesh of all whom lie before it. This great organism, this monstrous entity, is known as the Tyranid race. Even by naming the great devourer, civilizations betray their ignorance. Every thought and action, every spark of life in the Tyranid race is bound and interlinked into a single mind, a single great entity that stretches over light years of space and is controlled by the immortal hive mind. 1 billion times 1 billion Tyranids stand at the rim of the galaxy, yet each one is no more than a single cell in the living body of the hive mind, the devourer of worlds. The Great Devourer. The Tyranids are a race of alien predators that are invading the galaxy from the void beyond its edges. Like swarming insects falling upon precious crops, they devour all before them, consuming all life upon each world in their path, and leaving nothing but airless rocks in their wake. They are a threat to every sentient species in the galaxy, and their numbers are ever growing. For centuries now, the Magi Biologists and Ordos Xenos of the Imperium have sought to make sense of the Tyranid threat. It speaks volumes that with the galaxy now in the grip of the Third Tyrannic War, and with humanity having fought more battles against these rapacious aliens than can be tallied, these luminaries remain bewildered and horrified in equal measure. It is clear that the Tyranids' technology is entirely biological, and far in advance of anything humanity has encountered in all its long millennia of conquest. Their war beasts are armored in chitinous plates or possessed of natural defenses such as chameleonic abilities or veiling clouds of exhaled spores. Tyranid guns, blades, transport craft, even void ships, all are living beings, many taking the form of grotesque symbiotes grafted to their host creature for use in battle. The ammunition fired by Tyranid weapons is similarly organic, be it voracious chitin armored beetles, gouts of concentrated acid, or bioplasma, armor-piercing shard beasts, or eruptions of bioelectricity. From blades that gnaw the flesh of their victims to tailored toxin spores, weaponized parasites, and even stranger weapons, the Tyranids display an infinite capacity for turning the mechanisms of life to the task of spreading death. This speaks to one of the few other certainties humanity possesses regarding the Tyranids. Their entire race seems fashioned solely for war. It has been observed that few individual Tyranids display anything more than the most rudimentary sentience. Rather, each Tyranid appears to be but a single cell of an infinitely vast galactic superorganism. Mankind has dubbed this guiding presence the hive mind. As far as the Magi biologists can determine, it is the hive mind that drives the Tyranid swarms ever onwards towards the galactic core. Through the synaptic control web generated by specialized node beasts amidst the Tyranid ranks, the influence of the hive mind stretches across battlefields, worlds, and even the vastness of the void itself. Wherever the grotesque bioships of the hive fleet swarm to attack, the presence of the hive mind moves with them and allows them to hunt and fight with supernatural synchronicity. What precisely the hive mind is, mankind remains ignorant to. Attempts have been made to tame the fear of the unknown by claiming that this alien sentience is a god, a galactic meta-predator, a gestalt psychic presence, and countless other even stranger explanations. Yet the truth is that the hive mind is as far beyond the understanding of the galaxy's sentient races as they are beyond the comprehension of the cattle they farm and butcher. This, it seems, is all that biological life represents to the hive mind. Not equals to be communicated with, but simple prey to be found and then devoured. Since the first Tyranid hive fleet was encountered, the number of these alien invaders have increased at an alarming rate. More and more hive fleets surge from the extragalactic void, each displaying new and nightmarish adaptations and horribly inventive methods of predation. They coil and probe like the tendrils of some unimaginably vast monster. They push in from the fringes, drive up through the galactic plane, and crush and destroy everything they touch. The first warning that most worlds have of the Tyranids' approach is the shadow in the warp. This psychic signal rolls ahead of the hive fleets like some smothering metaphysical fog bank. Its nullifying psychic static chokes off astropathic communication, leaving worlds isolated in the face of the onrushing swarm. It worries at minds and souls alike, spreading unreasoning paranoia and fear amongst the prey. Psychers are the worst affected, for their strange senses are far more susceptible to this insidious assault. Should they seek to employ their powers while engulfed by the shadow in the warp, there's every chance they will be driven mad or even slain by the chittering alien cacophony that overloads their minds. Then come the Tyranids themselves. Hive ships slide from the darkness like oceanic predators rising to feed. They smash aside the defense platforms and warships that seek to hold them back, settling in orbit above the prey worlds and disgorging untold trillions of warrior organisms to begin the hunt. At first, the prey fight back. Defense lasers scouring sporecraft and winged monsters from the skies. Aircraft spiraling amidst the descending predators with their guns blazing. On the ground, staunch warriors man their battlements and unleash storms of fire to reduce attacking Tyranids to hillocks of charred corpses. Yet, as more waves attack, and yet more, the guns begin to fall silent. Aircraft and war engines are destroyed one by one, torn apart or overrun, and their crews devoured. The barricades fall. Defenders become screaming, fleeing prey. Under the influence of the microscopic Tyranid spores, even the biosphere of the planet turns against the prey, choking them with toxins and dissolving them into raw biomass ready to be devoured. Only once victory is assured do the Tyranid begin to feed. Raw biological gruel flows up vast feeding tubes to replenish the waiting hive ships, who suckle at the world like fat ticks until nothing remains but a lifeless orb to be left hanging cold and dead in the void. First contact. The first recorded encounter between the Imperium and the Tyranids came on the world of Tyran Primus in 745 M41. It was the conflict that would see humanity put a name to this new alien menace, and saw the beginning of Hive Fleet Behemoth's rampage through Imperial space. Yet it was not the only early contact between the Tyranids and their prey. It is difficult to say with any degree of certainty when humanity first encountered the Tyranid menace. Some records suggest that humanity, and also the Eldari of Craftworld Iyanden, discovered a bizarre Tyranid megastructure in the Tiamat system on the jungle world of Xyophoria as early as M35. This edifice is said to have spanned a continent and to have projected from its mass of chitin and encephalitic tissue a horrifically powerful psychic signal that drove the Eldari into fatal seizures. Rumor has it among the Ordo Xenos that this structure, and others like it, remain to this day, seemingly raised by the strange beasts of High Fleet Tiamat, for some as yet undisclosed purpose. Then there are the ominous tales from the Harlequin sector in M36, speaking of nightmarish winged horrors that match Ordo Xenos intelligence on High Fleet Ouroboros. The supposedly indigenous gene stealers of the moon of Mgarl have also been discovered in the years since to be vanguard organisms for the onrushing Tyranid hive fleets. It is believed that the Tau Empire may have battled the toxic swarms of Hive Fleet Gorgon for centuries. Who can say, meanwhile, what insidious forerunners of the Tyranid threat have been encountered by races such as the Necrons, not to mention more minor or isolated alien empires. Those entirely devoured by the Tyranid menace do not survive to tell their tales, after all. Yet for those few humans, both privileged enough to possess knowledge of the Tyranids and unfortunate enough to seek to counter their threat, the death of Tyran Primus remains the first known contact with this ghastly new foe. The first clue of the horror soon to fall upon Tyran Primus was discovered by Imperial explorators. In performing a census of the worlds near to the far-flung outpost of Tyran Primus, they discovered entire planets scoured of all biological life. Not even the simplest bacteria survived on these denuded rocks. In truth, what the explorators had found were the first worlds to be devoured by Hive Fleet Behemoth after its long and lifeless sojourn through the intergalactic void. Thus far, it had only consumed worlds without sentient life to defend them, for its reserves were depleted from years of hibernation. Soon enough, it would channel the newly absorbed biomass into vast swarms of war beasts ready to begin the invasion proper. Yet the explorators lacked the context to perceive the peril implicit in this ominous mystery. The Tyran outpost dutifully continued to file reports of dead worlds, and the warning went unheeded. That the Tyran outpost had any chance to prepare for the onslaught was due to sheer chance. A returning survey ship encountered a vast cloud of unidentified objects on the edge of the Tyran system. When those same objects turned out to be strange biological mines, the survey ship fought its way clear of the converging cloud and limped back to Tyran Primus, bearing its dire warning. A handful of days later, the invasion began. Commanded by Adeptus Mechanicus Magos Varnak, the outpost of Tyran Primus was no easy prey. Nestled in an ancient chain of volcanic islands, the base was fortified to resist the fearsome storms and beasts of Tyran's wild oceans. Moreover, it boasted a substantial garrison of Adeptus Mechanicus and Astra Militarum soldiery, several squadrons of fighter craft, and 4 huge orbital defense lasers set deep into ceramite silos. Sheathed in void shields, these huge installations were further supported by a formidable network of gun emplacements and Proteus-class bunkers. It was a defensive strength that had seen Tyran Primus hold off more than its share of alien and heretical assaults over the centuries. Against the onslaught of Hive Fleet Behemoth, however, the outpost's defenses would be found wholly wanting. Tyran Primus's defense lasers opened fire the moment the first alien ships made orbit. For more than an hour, the storm-racked skies were split by incandescent blasts of the base's gunners desperately fended off the invaders. Then, just as the cooling systems of the defense lasers began to glow white and overheat, the invaders withdrew. Magos Varnak ordered his small fleet to harry the withdrawing vessels, but this strategy proved folly. Penetrating the spore cloud masking the alien fleet, the pursuing vessels discovered that fewer than a dozen bioships had been destroyed out of a fleet of several thousand. Having lured the cruisers away from Tyran, the Void Swarm fell upon the Imperial vessels with a vengeance. The slaughter that followed was terrible. One vessel after another torn apart by vast tendrils, or swept clear of life by boarding swarms of gene stealers, rippers, and other monstrous bioforms. With the Imperium's cruisers destroyed, the High Fleet returned to Tyran Primus. Thousands of Tyranids descended on the world. Though the laser defenses destroyed many, countless hundreds more crashed into the seas. The waters thrashed and boiled as the invaders burst from their pods and tore their way through the ferocious inhabitants of Tyran's oceans, before scaling the outpost walls. At first, the disciplined volleys of the Imperial Guard drove the creatures back. Officers bellowed orders through the pouring rain. Torrents of firepower scythed through the alien ranks. Wave after wave of Hormagaunts and Gene Stealers were torn apart, their corpses choking the rain-lashed killing zones between the bastions. Thunderbolt fighters darted through the lightning-lashed skies, blasting apart incoming pods with precision fire before turning to intercept new targets. Then the Northern Defense laser fell silent. Thousands of gargoyles had thrown themselves into its throat, clogging the massive beam projectors. Moments later, the Eastern Defense laser ceased firing as an enormous Carnifex rammed through the reinforced steel wall, trampled over the defenders, and hurled itself at the coolant lines. One by one, the thunderbolts tumbled from the skies, engines choked by spores, cockpits torn apart by shrieking harpies. As more and more of the defense network went dark, the Tyranids began to fall into the base itself. An hour later, the Tyran outpost was as good as lost. The bastions were overrun or destroyed, the defense lasers silent. Even the guardsmen of Catachan men and women who had reckoned themselves among the most stalwart of warriors abandoned their post and fled into the driving rain in search of an escape that did not exist. Here and there, pockets of resistance still held out under the watchful gaze of a brave or foolhardy officer, but one by one these were extinguished. Only the command bunker remained, and its walls began to crack under the impact of massive blows. Through the few functioning displays, Varnock saw the flood of aliens rampaging through his base, destroying everything they found. Finally, the adamantine gate of the bunker crashed inwards, and the Tyranids poured into the command complex. Guardsmen and Skitarii fought back with flamers and phosphex, but aliens swarmed through the searing fires and hacked their way onwards. As Hormagaunts poured into the command center, Varnak whispered a final prayer to the Omnissiah and triggered a switch, sending a data codex plummeting into the depths of the base. This codex would be Tyran Primus's enduring legacy, for it would be recovered many months later by Inquisitor Cryptman, a man who would dedicate his life to opposing the Tyranid menace. But for Cryptman's arrival, Tyran Primus's fate might have gone unnoticed by the wider Imperium for long years. He found a blasted and sterile planet, unrecognizable as the teeming ocean world it had once been. The planet had been sucked dry, every scrap of vegetation and every drop of water consumed. As Cryptmen reviewed the autologs contained within the data codex, the full horror of Tyrann's downfall was revealed. Wasting not another moment, the Inquisitor set forth to warn the rest of the galaxy of the oncoming horror from beyond the stars. A horror Cryptmen named Tyranids, but the world they had consumed, the tyrannic wars, had begun. Hive fleets. Even a single hive fleet is a terrible threat, and many such tendrils of the hive mind now push their way deeper into settled space. Worse still, one of the greatest strengths of the Tyranids is their ability to learn and adapt to the tactics of their prey. As more and more hive fleets surge to attack, so the hive mind learns ever more swiftly how best to make war upon the galaxy. Though they vary enormously in size, composition, appearance, and predatory method, most Tyranid hive fleets have some key characteristics in common. All consist of a number of hive ships, each a vast void-going organism, sheathed in feet-thick chitinous armor and with a fleshy hide adapted to shrug off the killing cold of space. Though a near infinite variety of physical forms have been observed amongst hive ships, most boast an array of trailing tendrils and hooked talons large enough to coil around miles-long warships and crush them to sparking wreckage. Immense beaks, fanged maws, and colossal feeder probosci are much in evidence, equally well suited to consuming the harvested biomass of a dying world or devouring a captured space fortress. Yet for all their vast and monstrous might, it is the seething hordes of warrior organisms born within the organ chambers of each hive ship that represent the greatest threat to their prey worlds. Those few brave souls who have trodden the capillary tunnels and pulsating cavities of a hive ship and returned alive tell of monstrous bioscapes. Endless waves of warrior organisms are spawned from within the bubbling organ sacs of their reproductive chambers. Arcing bioelectric currents leap between synapse nodes the size of electropylons, or wreathe the dormant forms of Norn queens, even now awakening to command the invasion swarms from afar. Waves of hissing sentry beasts scurry along dripping intestinal tunnels and tear through membranous walls to fall upon the invaders from all sides. At their backs come hulking tervagons, unsleeping brood beasts that spawn ever more hunter organisms from their grotesquely swollen thoraxes. But worst of all is the sight of endless swarms of war beasts, from lesser hormigons, termagants, and gargoyles, to the immense and nightmarish biotitans held in biostasis and promising apocalypse for whatever world they are vented upon. Even a single such hive ship has the power to tear its way through a flotilla of defense monitors before sowing an invasion swarm onto the surface of a prey world. Yet, hive ships rarely travel alone. When an entire living fleet of these nightmarish void monsters descends, they and their endless spawn can strip a planetary system of life in a matter of weeks. In their ongoing attempts to codify the Tyranid threat, and in doing so, perhaps to diminish its omnipresent terror, Imperial xenobiologists have named many hive fleets. It has been observed that each such distinct bioflotilla exhibits certain unifying traits that mark its hive ships and warrior organisms out from those of other hive fleets, and serve to characterize the horror of its onslaught. Coloration is one such unifying factor. The creatures of Hive Fleet Behemoth, for example, tend towards hides of blue and mauve, while those of Hive Fleet Kraken are blood red, and those of the ubiquitous Hive Fleet Leviathan are most often purple. What significance such unifying coloration has to a single-minded species like the Tyranids is unclear. Theories abound of everything from instinctual recognition between bioforms of different fleets to predatory terror tactics, or even attempts to confuse and mesmerize prey with shifting patterns displayed upon chitinous armor plates. Each hive fleet also displays distinctive hunting patterns and strategies, almost as though each were an attempt by the hive mind to refine different methods of predating the galaxy's sentient life forms. The warrior organisms of Hive Fleet Jormungandr, for example, favor subterranean assault and deploy immense swarms of tunneling serpentine bioforms to strike at their victims from below. Hive Fleet Gorgon, by comparison, is infamous for the toxic spore clouds and biowarfare agents it unleashes in battle. Its prey forced to fight not only the tentacular abominations tearing through their ranks, but also the microscopic Tyranid spores seeking to clog their lungs and dissolve their organs from within. Other hive fleets have been observed deploying ground-shaking masses of living tanks, sky-darkening swarms of winged monsters, elusive broods of chameleonic apex predators, endless tides of expendable war beasts, and countless other strategic permutations. Many hive fleets also exhibit a remarkable ability to learn and adapt from each defeat, a tactic that serves desperate defenders well on one battlefield may prove utterly worthless on the next, as the Tyranids manifest some rapidly adapted countermeasure. Veteran warriors confidently deploying tank-busting rounds that previously saw the larger Tyranid monsters burst like sacks of offal stare in horror as those same shells rebound from newly thickened armor carapaces. Wings of bombers soar overhead to rain death on the swarms below, only to discover that this time the hive mind has spawned flocks of winged bioforms that fall upon their aircraft and tear them apart. Tailored gene toxins that dissolved Tyranids into twitching soup in a previous engagement are found to be utterly ineffective against the altered body chemistry of the next wave of warbeast the hive mind has hurled in. Most unsettling of all is when such adaptations begin to manifest preemptively, not only on different battlefields, but amongst these swarms of entirely separate hive fleets. How the Tyranids are able to communicate such hard-won lessons is unclear, but that they can suggests nightmarish possibilities to the increasingly beleaguered prey races. One of the most insidious aspects of the Tyranid threat is how hard it is to eradicate even a single one of its tendrils. Should a hive fleet be decisively defeated, either planet-side or in the void, some portion of its strength almost always escapes, either running on primal instinct or guided by the hive mind. Organisms go to ground or flee the theater of war altogether. For a single world, this can mean fresh nightmares when the foe thought defeated rises up again from hidden lairs, sometimes years or even centuries after the original Tyranid attack. On a wider scale, this phenomenon is even more problematic. Should a tendril of a hive fleet be shattered by battle or catastrophe, its survivors become splinter fleets, lesser echoes of the former threat, small enough to slip away into the void and regather their strength. In time, a splinter fleet will attack again, having devoured enough biomass to replenish its ranks, and often benefiting from the lessons of its primogenitor's defeat. The shadow in the warp, settling like a vast and terrible pall across countless worlds. The shadow in the warp heralds the coming of the Tyranid hive fleets. It is a nightmarish phenomenon that, whether by accident or design, has proved a cripplingly effective weapon against many of the galaxy's sentient races. The warp is a strange dimension of ever-shifting energies that lies beyond the skin of real space. It is a churning and mysterious infinity amidst whose currents the passions, obsessions, sorrows, and joys of all living things find reflection. The warp has been both boon and bane to the galaxy's sentient races. It is a source of near limitless power for those who can harness it. It is the ocean from which flows the gifts of all psychers. It is also the means by which humanity, spread out across the stars, and by which the Imperium of man achieves interstellar travel and communication to this day. Yet it is also the realm of timeless and malevolent sentiences, born from the primal emotions of all living things, and hell-bent on consuming reality. It is because of these hostile entities, known as demons, that extreme caution must be exercised when dealing with the warp. However, there is no alternative but to take the risk. Without using the energies of the Sea of Souls, each settled system becomes an isolated candle flame amidst the endless darkness, just waiting to be snuffed. It is this helpless state of isolation that the shadow in the warp imposes upon the Tyranid's prey. The phenomenon itself is a smothering psychic signal that surrounds the hive fleets, extending vast distances from them in all directions. Though even races as advanced as the ancient Eldari remain unable to explain how, the shadow inveigles its way into mortal senses and interferes with their connection to the warp. For even the most dull-witted of creatures, this is an unsettling experience, and causes heightened anxiety, paranoia, and panic to spread throughout prey populations. A sense of all-pervading dread goads frightened mobs to violence, and sees doomsayers take to the streets even before the first warnings of the Tyranids' approach are received. It is amongst psychically attuned beings, however, that the shadow in the warp is felt the worst. Human psychers, orc weird boys, and virtually the entire Eldari race are amongst such unfortunates, their psychic sensitivity rendering them dangerously vulnerable to the shadow's insidious effects. Some have described the phenomenon as a numbing blanket of static that fills their thoughts and makes it hard even to think or speak. To others, it is the chittering and squealing of a billion nameless horrors, the endless scraping of talons across their minds, or the onset of existential dread so acute that it is all they can do to keep breathing beneath its paw. Those attempting to actively employ psychic powers while engulfed by the shadow in the warp are hit hardest of all. Even to access their gifts at such times requires extreme effort, and those who try are as likely to be driven mad or slain by explosive cranial hemorrhage as to manifest even the weakest flicker of power. Crucially, astropaths attempting to send distress calls out to the wider Imperium find their mental cries choked off, more often than not painfully dying before they can force anything out through the smothering psychic blanket. Navigators are equally afflicted. Their third eyes are blinded and their minds overwhelmed by the shadow, so that attempts to guide evacuation craft to safety or warships to the rescue of beleaguered worlds ends in disaster and death. It is thanks to the shadow in the warp that most Imperial worlds beset by the Tyranids must fight alone, cut off from aid and unable even to scream. Nor are humans the only victims of this phenomenon. For most branches of the Eldari race, merely being in proximity to the Tyranids brings torment that they must struggle to ignore if they are even to stand a chance to fight back. Moreover, the precognitive psychic gifts upon which their dwindling races relies are all but useless once the shadow in the warp settles about them. Warp sorcery falters as easily as more sanctioned psychic powers, leaving even the servants of the dark gods howling in powerless fury as the Tyranids descend upon them. Only truly psychically inactive races, such as the Tau or Necrons, have less to fear from the shadow. But even then, the insidious hive mind has methods by which it can weaponize its gestalt will against them to claim victory. It is unclear precisely how Tyranid war beasts manifest powers that echo the psychic abilities of the varied races they prey upon. Yet the longer the hive fleets drive their tendrils into the galaxy, and the more of their swarms that emerge from the outer darkness of the void, the more the Tyranids have been observed adapting ever more bioforms whose abilities do just that. Some xenobiologians postulate that these creatures are siphoning warp energy in a controlled manner, wholly removed from anything achieved by any other known life form. Others believe that it's the synaptic energies of the hive mind itself that are being channeled, crackling through the encephalitic synapse tissues of the Tyranids before being unleashed in hissing blasts of lethal energy, projected as shimmering force fields, amplified into sanity-shredding psychic screams, or employed to drive lesser swarm beasts into frantic killing fury. For those facing the Tyranids, such academic theorizing rings hollow. It matters only that the Tyranids are able to employ a ghastly range of apparently psychic abilities to tear apart the minds and bodies of their prey, seemingly with ease. Behemoth, First Tyrannic War. Behemoth was the first hive fleet recognized by the Imperium of Man. After annihilating the outpost on Tyran Primus, it thundered on through settled space, carving a direct line towards the ultramarine stellar empire of Ultramar. Driven on by a primal hunger it seemed unable to fully control, the Hive Fleet appeared as unstoppable as it was bestially unsubtle. It was only thanks to the effort of Inquisitor Kryptman, who followed in Hive Fleet Behemoth's wake, that warning reached Ultramar ahead of the Tyranid menace. The Ultramarines gathered virtually the entire strength of their chapter to meet the Xenos' onslaught. They marshaled the mighty defense regiments of Ultramar and the strength of entire Void fleets to their banner. Still, it was to prove barely enough to halt Behemoth's rampage. The Tyranids overran one world after another, consuming biomass and redoubling their ranks as they drove toward the Ultramarines' chapter planet of Macragge. The idyllic garden world of Prandium was stripped bare. The caverns of Koth became bloody charnel houses. One slaughter followed another. Yet it was at Macragge itself that the fate of the First Tyrannic War would be decided. Here, Chapter Master Marnius Calgar led his warriors in a masterful campaign, doing all they could to resist the Hive Fleet's attack waves and bleed away its strength. Calgar himself was sorely wounded by the monstrous bioform known as the Swarm Lord during the Battle of Cold Steel Ridge, and for a time it appeared that Hive Fleet Behemoth would consume all before it. Eventually, a puissant ambush performed by the Ultramarines mauled Void Fleet, and the newly arrived ships of Battlefleet Tempestus saw the Hive Fleet shattered above the ring world of Circe. Meanwhile, on the surface of Macragge, the Tyranid swarms were finally defeated by the unyielding resistance of the Ultramarines garrisoning the planet's polar fortresses. Yet the victory came at a terrible cost to the defenders. The Ultramarines' precious First Company were slain to the last by the ferocious onslaught of Hive Fleet Behemoth. It was a wound the Ultramarines would not soon recover from. Splinters of Hive Fleet Behemoth scattered from Macragge and continued to bedevil Ultramar and the wider Imperium to this day. They are characterized by a brutish lack of subtlety, quite at odds with the cunning of more recently arrived tendrils. Those who have fought against this Hive Fleet and somehow survived report hulking masses of heavily armored warbeast such as Carnifexes and Tyrannifexes, much in evidence, supported by lumbering bio-artillery and teeming swarms of lesser beasts. These living fortresses stampede across the land and smash headlong into whatever bars their path. Wave upon bludgeoning wave is unleashed by the brutish-looking hive ships in orbit, the hive mind seeking simply to smash its prey to their knees with its clubbing blows before finally delivering the coup de grace and beginning its victory feast. Invasion swarms. A Tyranid attack is a harrowing spectacle to behold. The skies darkening with roiling toxic clouds, and the descending shapes of hundreds of thousands of Tyranids containing brood upon brood of Tyranids. Vast swarms of ravenous monsters flow across the land, slaughtering all in their path. Yet amidst all the horror and chaos, there is an insidious pattern to be observed. While every hive fleet displays its own predatory methods and instinctive tactics, most invade and eventually consume prey worlds in roughly the same manner. This can be seen in the strategies employed by successive Tyranid attack waves, in the spawning of different bioforms in response to the condition of the defenders and their world, and in the shifting tactics employed by the Tyranid swarms, both planet-side and in the void above. The nightmare begins with probing attacks intended to test and undermine the prey world's defenses. Vanguard organisms, some of which may have lurked upon the planet for months or even years before the attack, suddenly go on the defensive. Lictors and gene stealers act as saboteurs and assassins, disrupting command channels and supply chains with their attacks, or spreading terror amongst the prey populace. At the same time, waves of biological invasion craft rain down from on high. Many are inevitably shot down by battery fire or combat aircraft, but more hit the planet's surface and split open to disgorge expendable invasion swarms. Driven on by synapse creatures such as Tyranid warriors, Tervagons, and hive tyrants, chitinous tides of termagants and hormagons fling themselves at the enemy's defenses. What resistance they can overwhelm, they do, tearing apart armored columns fleeing for safety and butchering garrisons trapped behind their own defense lines. Yet this is not the primary purpose of the first waves. Supported from above by 1,000-strong flocks of gargoyles, the first waves allow the hive mind to corral the prey, to exhaust their ammunition and spirit, and to test where their defenses are staunchest. With battle lines firmly drawn, the nature of the next invasion swarm adapts dependent on the resistance the hive mind has met thus far. If the prey hide within fortified compounds or have taken to subterranean complexes, the follow-up waves include vast tunneling swarms of Raveners, Tyrgons, and Molochs. They may also see an upsurge in number of living tank analogs, such as Carnifexes or Excorians, ready to pummel especially formidable defenses into ruin. Should the prey prove resistant in the air, the hive mind hurls in flocks of harpies, hive crones, and monstrous harlequins to smash the foe from the sky. Prey who seek to fight a more metaphysical war may be met with waves of neurothropes and monstrous maleceptors, while those able to shrug off more direct assaults may be undermined by the toxic emanations of venomthropes and toxicrines. One by one, the surviving bastions of the prey are toppled, worn down through attrition or destroyed in mighty conflicts. Their armies fall. Where the staunchest resistance is met, the hive mind may even deploy the colossal forms of biotitans, such as the Hierophant or the Hierodule abominations, quite capable of toppling even orc gargants or the god machines of the Adeptus Titanicus. Gradually, the fires of battle gutter, as what was a war of resistance becomes a cruel game of cat and mouse, the last surviving defenders seeking to fight back or to to escape. Yet by now, the strategies of the hive mind have shifted again, and new bioforms begin to appear amidst the changing landscape of the tortured world. Unbeknown to the defenders, another war has raged unseen alongside their own. It is a conflict fought on a microscopic level, or even as their first invasion swarms assail the planet's defenders, so the hive ships also seed its atmosphere with rolling clouds of inimical spores that set to work perverting the biosphere. By the time the prey armies have been defeated, the planet's very biology has also been overthrown and harnessed to the Tyranids' foul purposes. Gruesome spore chimneys of flesh and chitin thrust up from the world's heaving surface. Alongside foul sporocyst dropped from orbit, these bioforms pump out ever denser toxic clouds that hasten the subsumption of the planet's biosphere. Bubbling digestion pools yawn wide, grotesque open guts the size of lakes into which raw biomatter is deposited to be broken down. Pulsing synapse nodes sprout like colossal fungi, amplifying the influence of the hive mind and strengthening the grip of the shadow in the warp. Stranger and more nightmarish biostructures erupt around or amidst the few holdouts of the prey, towering talons and lashing nests of tendrils that rip down fortifications and spread parasitic infestations. Meanwhile, the feeder beasts of the invasion swarms are hard at work. From the start of the invasion, swarms of these simple organic eating machines, known as rippers, have undulated across the land, devouring the wounded and dead alike. Now, trillions of the awful creatures sweep across entire continents, cramming their gullets to bursting point before slithering into the digestion pools to be rendered down along with the biomass they have harvested. At the same time, Haruspexes lumber across the land, swallowing whole any prey that defies them and gorging on the fallen, before vomiting their immense meals into the pool for digestion. Only when the last flickers of resistance have been extinguished does the final stage of the invasion begin. The hive ships gather in low orbit, clustering around vast capillary towers like ticks fastening to the flesh of cattle. Here they feed upon the accumulated biomass of the slaughtered world, and of their own dead alike, as it is pumped up the towers to be devoured. Ruthlessly ravenous, the Tyranid swarms break down defensive structures and towering mountains for the minerals that can be extracted from within. They drain the world's oceans dry, leaving barren plains of cracked bedrock in their place. Every last scrap of organic life, down to the bacteria level, is devoured. At the end, even the world's atmosphere is plundered, its protective cowl torn away and scattered into the void. By the time the hive ships rise once more into the cold expanse of space and prepare to move on, nothing remains of the prey world but a cold, dead husk. The living arsenal. Tyranid weaponry and war gear is entirely organic. Some examples, such as heavy carapaces of chitinous armor, chameleonic flesh, or spore-spewing gas bladders, are integral to the warrior organisms that deploy them on the hunt. The rest appear to be grown in the churning innards of the hive ships and symbiotically grafted to the bioforms that will wield them. Tyranid warrior organisms and their living weaponry make for a repulsive and frightening sight. It is hard for their enemies to perceive where the war beast ends and its armaments begin, for the two are inextricably linked via pulsing tubules, chitinous growths, and membranous swathes of melted flesh. Few can fail to miss the vicious fangs and talons that almost all Tyranids boast, nor the slime-slick and quivering analogues of gun or blade that most carry. Yet in truth, any part of a warrior organism's anatomy may prove a weapon. From sacs of virulent toxins or corrosive bioacids to fleshy barbs ready to stab forth and impale prey, or other, even stranger and more gruesome weapons. For those not trained in identifying such threats and counteracting them, a myriad of horrible fates await. Many warriors have met their end after believing they had severed a Tyranid's weapon from its body, or after parrying an obvious blow from a chitinous blade, only to be impaled upon the concealed stingers, struck by tail-borne bioweapons, or enmeshed in lashing nests of secondary tendrils. In truth, the distinction between Tyranids and their war gear only exists within the minds of prey species, for every Tyranid is as much a living weapon as the symbiotes it wields. Moreover, the utterly alien nature and rapid adaptability of this organic technology is more than a match for even the most advanced prey races. It allows the Tyranids to drag their victims into a feverish arms race in which most prey are ill-equipped to keep pace, and that soon sees them outmatched, outmaneuvered, and fatally outnumbered. Kraken, Second Tyrannic War. Following the defeat of High Fleet Behemoth, some Imperial observers believed the Tyranid threat over. Humanity has outlived countless such Xenos threats, they pointed out, each destructive in their own right, yet ultimately minor in the grand scheme of the wider Imperium. Several centuries passed before this assumption was proved the worst sort of foolish optimism. The onset of the Second Tyranid invasion, which would subsequently be named High Fleet Kraken, was subtle and insidious. This new High Fleet divided its strength amongst many separate tendrils. This allowed Kraken to assail many planetary systems all at once, and also spread the shadow in the warp across a much wider area of space. As a result, it took a long while for word of the invasion to reach Imperial authorities. Many worlds were devoured during that delay. Once the Imperial counterattack began and the Second Tyrannic War was officially declared, humanity discovered the true nature of this new threat. High Fleet Kraken was a wily ambush predator that sought ever to encircle, outflank, and surprise its prey. Vanguard organisms swarmed before it, destabilizing worlds with acts of surreptitious slaughter and sabotage. Tunneling organisms undermined human defense lines, slipping past especially formidable points of resistance to attack from unexpected quarters. Kraken attacked on more fronts than the Imperium could defend, forcing its prey to sacrifice lower priority worlds and systems in order to protect more strategically vital locations. All the while, the pale hides of crimson chitin of High Fleet Kraken was sighted in more and more systems, and the armies of humanity could do little but retreat before the alien invaders. A number of Space Marine chapters sprung to the fore during this desperate fighting retreat. Their valor was undeniable, as was their success in wounding and slowing the advancing threat of the Hive Fleet. Yet their defiance cost the Space Marines dear. The Scythes of the Emperor and the Lamenters were both mauled terribly, driven to the brink of extinction, while the Knights of Eternity chapter was wiped out altogether. The decisive battle against Kraken came when the Hive Fleet drew its greatest tendrils together and drove them toward the hive world of Ikar 4. No one has been able to determine why the Hive Fleet's behavior changed, but it was in this moment that Imperial commanders had a chance to score a decisive victory over the rapacious Xenos. The Tyranids deployed many previously unseen warrior organisms during the grinding and bloody conflict that followed, even unleashing Bio-Titans for the first time. Yet it was the chapter master Marnius Calgar who led the fight back, arriving on Ikar 4 at the head of a mighty Ultramarines force and coordinating a masterful defense that finally saw the Xenos scoured from the planet's surface and the surrounding void. Hive Fleet Kraken had been decisively defeated, albeit at the cost of Ikar 4's ruination. Yet with dozens of splinter fleets and lesser tendrils still scattered, it was far from a spent force. Leviathan, Third Tyrannic War. Only years after the defeat of Hive Fleet Kraken at Ikar 4, Hive Fleet Leviathan drove its tendrils up through the galactic plane. The largest and most widespread Hive Fleet to date, Leviathan showed clear signs of having learned from the fates of Behemoth and Kraken. Its swarms continue to pose an all-pervading threat to life in the galaxy. By the time of Hive Fleet Leviathan's invasion, numerous other lesser Hive Fleets had been recognized as threats by the Imperium. Some were splinters of Behemoth or Kraken. Others were entirely separate and strangely adapted entities in their own right. Many, once Leviathan began its onslaught, moved to support, shelter behind, or even parasitize the largest of Hive Fleets yet known. Leviathan's swarms were legion, its tendrils spread out so that no corner of the galaxy was safe from the Tyranid menace. Imperial forces who survived the onslaught of Leviathan reported an alarming upsurge in the number of Psyker analog warrior organisms amongst its ranks. The synaptic network that linked this Hive Fleet appeared especially powerful, its shadow in the warp smothering and tremendously potent. Here was the Tyranid threat writ, larger and more terrible than ever before. Great armies, even entire Xenos races, fled before its inexorable advance. Amongst the first Imperial war leaders to take the fight to Hive Fleet Leviathan was Inquisitor Kryptman. Believing the ends justified any means, the aged Inquisitor employed every resource he had amassed in his long and bloody career. he unleashed a wave of exterminatus strikes upon worlds in the path of Leviathan's tendrils. Kryptman reasoned that if enough planets could be rendered lifeless in the path of the swarm, the Tyranids would be starved and their onslaught slowed. His horrific methods met with some success, but they were too much even for his Machiavellian peers. Trillions of Imperial lives had been lost to Kryptman's purge. He was accused of heretical arrogance and declared excommunicate traitores. Yet Kryptman was not done. He next engineered the release of a brood of captured gene stealers within the bounds of the Orc empires of Octarius. Sure enough, a tendril of High Fleet Leviathan was drawn after the synaptic signal of the brood, plowing into the Greenskins' empire and igniting a ferocious war. Kryptman had hoped the Xenos would annihilate one another. However, he was mistaken. Untold numbers of Greenskins provided the Tyranids with a nigh inexhaustible supply of biomass that saw their swarms grow daily. The Orcs, meanwhile, thrive upon battle. In the Tyranids, they found the fight of their lives. Larger and more belligerent Greenskins were reported all the time by the outmatched Imperial forces caught up amidst the alien war. Soon enough, the fighting in the Octarian Empire threatened to spill out across neighboring Imperial sectors. Hoping to stem the tide before it reached critical mass, Inquisitor Nasser Sahansan and many of his comrades sought to establish a defense line, the Cordon Impenetra, that would contain the tumultuous Xenos War. Yet their containment wall was far from complete by the time Tyranid and Orc forces assailed it. The situation grew more grave by the day. This was but one example of the multitudinous catastrophic war zones that erupted wherever High Fleet Leviathan struck. The shrine world of St. Caspelin was transformed into an abattoir by the combined efforts of tunneling horrors and the insidious stealth organism known as Death Leaper. Here was proof that faith alone, no matter how fervent, was no defense against this terror from the outer dark. Battlefleet Ultima lost more ships than they could afford during the Battle of Bloodstar, their captains discovering too late that the hive mind had learned much of ambush tactics since they had last battled its swarms. The mighty Forge world of Griffon IV also fell to the tendrils of High Fleet Leviathan, all of its precious knowledge lost to the devouring maws of unthinking beasts. The systems of Pyrehaven, Ninth Gift, Josmire's Rest, and Abdrala all fell silent and dark, their last cries warning of Tyranids attacking from the far reaches of the Segmentum Obscurus to the heartlands of the Segmentum Solar. It was even as the flames of the Third Tyrannic War raged higher that the Great Rift tore open. This calamitous chain of warp storms split the Imperium in two, leaving fully half the Emperor's realm cut off from the Astronomicon. Such lost and darkened systems were easy prey for Leviathan. Even those worlds fortunate enough to remain within the Emperor's light were battered by demonic phenomena, plagues of mutation, and catastrophic collapses in communication and coordination. Everywhere, High Fleet Leviathan surged forward, taking advantage of mankind's confusion as a lunging predator into the midst of a panicked and scattered prey beasts. Yet, the hive mind did not have things all its own way. Though the bedlam caused by the Great Rift aided it in many ways, it also saw vast swathes of the galaxy plunged into maelstroms of empiric madness, or overrun by malevolent warp entities. Such beings offer no sustenance to the swarm, and so High Fleet Leviathan was forced to adopt new methods for fighting these inimical hosts before they starved it of biomass by slaughtering or tainting its prey beyond consumption. In this way, the hive mind inadvertently joined the fight against chaos, albeit entirely for its own sake, while still devouring all prey races that crossed its path.